Alright. Getting all my shit sorta. Okay. So, I'm starting a little early today. I thought there was some really interesting things we could talk about. I'll probably start with some of my anarchist Fox News, some of my James from the internet. And then Vaush had this debate with this professor that I thought went in this really interesting way. It has to do with trans women and philosophically discussing the way in which trans women are women. I'm pretty interested in discussing this because although I'm very pro-trans and I want to be able to adapt our social world to what trans folk need in their life to like flourish and stuff, there are some like uh there are structures in stuff like academia, which is part of the dominant culture of the United States and the West and such, that will at some point more intensely look at these sorts of things. It's not at all like clear cut what a lot of the competing theories of gender theory really imply for the future when you get into like gender studies and such. And from what I understand, he is a gender studies professor. But for example, he sort of applies this analytical lens to certain statements that, certain statements, certain stances that we have, and especially like the online left today. And I wanted to evaluate this. And in my opinion, Vaush was not very well prepared for the sort of debate this was going to be. It should have actually been a discussion, but I want to check this out. And then I have another video by that professor he debates. He got invited, oops, what's going on? No, okay. He got invited, that's not it. Where is it? Okay. He got invited on this sort of like Christian philosophy YouTube show or something, I don't know. But he explains more of how he comes to some of his conclusions. I think they're reasonable, I don't think he means bad, I don't think he's like a transphobe. I just think he has a view from the dominant culture, especially like academic philosophy culture, that we have to be able to discuss at the end of the day. You know, it's not just going to go away. It's not really part of the reactionary movement that we're facing today. And it's sort of these sorts of discussions that we have to have in order to sort of like ameliorate the differences between a dominant culture and the trans-inclusive culture that's especially strong on the internet, but not really that strong in real life, actually. Not in the U.S. So I really want to watch this. So yeah, I'll start off with James, link my stuff around, and then we'll move on to sort of the Vaush debate and see more of what Bogardus has to say. Which video? I don't know what video. Capitalists keep crying about. No, we already watched that one. Why did media stop talking about essential workers? That works. Get some of our anarchist Fox News out of the way. I'm gonna link my shit around.
Hello, greetings, everybody. My name is James. I am from the internet, and today we are going to be talking about essential frontline workers. Now, almost 2 years ago, at the very beginning of the pandemic, politicians scrambled around to try to cobble together a very loose-knit, patchwork set of rules and regulations to shut down as much of the country as possible while still keeping it afloat. And thus was born the term essential frontline workers, not the least of whom were medical care workers, teachers, and people who worked in grocery stores.
I forgot about that. That really was such a meme. It became a meme within a pretty short period of time. People sort of honed in on like the problematic way this is being used to basically heroize people, where we should have just been giving them more money, like hazard pay and shit. Yeah, it was ridiculous. I forgot all about that.
In fast food, These were the people who quite literally had to go to work every single day and risk direct contact with the infected very early on, before we even knew if there would be a vaccine and if it would work. And the country literally stood up and applauded every single time these people went into work and out of work. There were hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Super Bowl commercials made, thanking essential frontline workers for keeping the rest of us afloat, making sure that we were fed and taken care of while we were all working from home.
That's what happened.
And now, almost 2 years later, it would seem there are no more essential frontline workers. I mean...
Yeah, they just went back to workers pretty fast, didn't they?
At least if you were, like, reading newspapers or articles on websites. It's almost as if those people just vanished. They disappeared. They no longer exist. It's either that or somehow we just stopped calling them essential, which would be really weird, because how could they have gone from essential to not essential, even though we're still in the middle of a pandemic that's spreading around? All of this seems mighty suspect. So...
Well, you see, the issue is now that it's been too long that we were calling them that, they might be able to leverage it in, like, contract disputes, so you gotta put the kibosh on that shit.
Let's take a look.
If they're heroes, then maybe they might unionize and become as, like, well-protected as police officers or some shit.
Look at exactly what's been going on with this term, and more importantly, with these people. Buckle up, everybody. Here we go! As disciplining labor becomes a priority among the political elite, terms essential and frontline fall out of favor with the New York Times. Unlike previous surges, the paper of record rarely refers to those most at risk as essential or frontline anymore.
Wow.
And again, I think that's weird, because those people are still out there being essential and on the front line, and somehow we just stopped talking about it. I wonder why that happened. A search of mentions of the labels essential worker and frontline worker in the New York Times reveals that these terms are rarely used anymore by the paper of record to describe those doing the difficult, thankless jobs necessary to keep our society running.
Well, that's the thing, too, right? Is it's sort of like that, kind of like a manufacturing consent type abstract thing, is once the big Titan media stuff sort of starts winding it down a bit more, then the shit sort of disappears. What's up, female eunuchs? How you doing?
We're
watching a little bit of James, and then right after we're going to get into a bit of the Vaush debate, and also look a little bit more into what Bogardus has to say.
Previous surges.
I think he has some, because, you know, I don't think I watched his video and stuff, another video of his, and he seemed just like a philosophy professor person who's just talking about his ideas. I haven't seen the recent Vaush debate, and I have seen some memes. It wasn't, if you look at it as an academic debate, Vaush did really bad, but we were having this discussion earlier in Discord, and some people were sort of defending Vaush a bit, and I think there might be something there, because there really is like a difference between how I treat like a trans person or something, like my social attitudes, and perhaps some academic theories that are out there. So I kind of wanted to talk about that, because Vaush sort of like, he just shoots in on this sort of like social attitude theory that he has, and it just looked bad. He just looked, yeah. It looked like he was like this. He was trying to pull shit out of this clown car over and over. It's kind of funny.
Of the terms increased roughly proportionate with hospitalizations. This makes sense. The more acute the pandemic, the more people were hospitalized, the more the media would focus on the effects on frontline or essential workers.
Yeah.
Now, very briefly.
I mean, after chilling and thinking about it, I just think it shouldn't have been a debate. It should have just been a discussion, basically. I think that's the biggest thing that was wrong with it.
If you're wondering what the paper of record refers to, well, the New York Times is usually considered a bellwether for what other players in the industry are doing. Why? Because they are perfectly situated directly in the middle, and they have a ton of readership. People on the right think they're too far to the left, people on the left think they're too far to the right, and all the neoliberals and capitalists absolutely love everything they write. Thus, it is considered the national paper of record here in the good old US of A. But the current Omicron surge, despite having a comparable amount of deaths in absolute numbers and an unprecedented rate of hospitalizations compared with previous surges, one sees no such corresponding uptick in usage. In fact, use of the terms...
That's interesting. Yeah, we're past Omicron. Oh, no, we might... No, I think we're past it at this point. That is really interesting, yeah. How I didn't even realize it changed that much, because for like a year and a half, that's all everyone said was like essential workers, heroes, that kind of shit. Are there new Omicron variants, Omicron version 2? Yeah, I think, well, we might even be another strain out from Omicron already at this point, I'm not sure. But last I remember looking into it, there was like these variants coming out that combined a bunch of the previous traits. But it's not as big of a deal because people are so immunized now, so...
has gone down to an all-time low.
So for all I know, we might be 2 or 3 strains removed from Omicron already.
Since the pandemic began back in early 2000, with only 4 mentions of essential or frontline workers so far this month, making the entire month on pace for a total of 9 mentions, compared to more than 100 mentions the last time hospitalizations were this high.
Wow, look at
the workers,
that.
once referred to by the Times as essential and frontline, healthcare workers, nurses, teachers, grocery store workers, are no longer afforded this normative label, but are instead now largely referred to by their job titles alone.
It is pretty crazy. I mean, you can give it a bit of charity because people will also just not be as hyped for it anymore. So you can give it a little bit of charity, but it is kind of, I don't know. At some point you can really see, because my ex was a CNA at the time, and like her job would do all of this phony baloney shit during, they were having a contract dispute. And it was like the worst time for the hospital to have one because they were demanding hazard pay, obviously. And they kept just trying to do this phony baloney shit, acting like they appreciated how all the CNAs and nurses and shit were heroes or whatever, but they weren't giving them their hazard pay like they should have. So they actually had to go on strike for like a week and a half.
Full-time hospitals.
But yeah, it was just silly shit. Shit like that was going on all over the place.
Spiked the number of times that essential worker appeared in a headline for an article about what was going on with COVID also rose commensurate. See, it went down, then it went up, then it went down. And then when the huge Omicron spike happened, you see the blue thing? That's the number of mentions. Yeah, it would seem that the higher the spike gets now, the fewer mentions there are. Surely that can't be random now, can it? Now, it's a rough metric, and obviously the Times is only one publication, but it is the most influential in the English-speaking world. The rise of hospitalizations and the falling off of hero rhetoric for underpaid labor tracks broadly with a media and political environment that's pivoted from praising those doing essential work to one that is currently occupied with disciplining frontline workers who are unable or unwilling to simply let things go back to normal without demanding safety standards or pay increases. See, everybody? It turns out the old axiom is true. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Even after all of this that has gone on, shutdowns, reopens, shutdowns, reopens, reinfections, third infections, almost 1 million people dead. All of this change that's happened over the last 2 years. Yet somehow we've come full circle and we're already back to, why don't you go to work, sweaty?
Yeah. It went fast, didn't it? It went like, and then... So we're starting to kind of bubble up in COVID cases again, but I don't know if anyone's that concerned about it, even the health administrators. But even when we got rid of like the mask mandates, I was kind of surprised because it was just still a little early. So they were really chomping at the bit to try to get rid of some of this. But I also remember with the mask mandate, something weird happened where a federal judge ended it early. They were essential the whole time, but only recognized as such performatively for a brief time. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think right before you came in was it really did like bubble up like crazy, and James was like, "Oh yeah, why don't we call them that anymore?" You know, rhetorically, and I was just like, "Well, if you let them think they're heroes too long, they might be able to use it in contracts, you know, as leverage or some shit." And it really did, you know, to give people charity. Some people probably did think they were heroes. I thought my ex was a hero at the time, and but like companies and shit were totally using it, and I saw, you know, my ex's company use it at the time. So
Virtually all major Democrats, mayors, governors, and even the White House joined in with Republicans this week to shit on teachers' unions who demanded better safety standards around COVID, unfairly characterizing them as pro-remote learning rather than proponents of temporary tools to mitigate risks and safety protocols.
yeah, that was another thing, is they fucked with those schools so hard. We have suffered a lot of institutional damage in the United States since 2016. Really, I guess you could say 2000 is when like the fucking awful spiral of like repeated institutional failures at the highest levels really started going. But now it's pretty wild. Like the amount of damage Trump did to the administration and like the State Department, places like that, just by not staffing enough people, or firing people willy-nilly and replacing them, or just like what COVID did to schools and hospitals. People died, professionals died too young. People quit when they may not have had to. Just, you know, the system was handling it poorly where they were, and they didn't want to fucking die. There was a lot of damage done to the institutions of this country, and I don't think people like have a grasp for that. They don't like understand it. I think a lot of people just think we're past that now, when in reality there's a bunch of institutions of this country that have been a lot better, and it's not great when your institutions keep getting hammered over and over and over like that.
Elected officials
like we're not just invulnerable, so
failed to implement,
but Americans might think we are,
for over a year. And for Democratic leaders, more social safety spending is off the table. No more eviction moratoriums, no more additional hazard pay, no more guaranteed sick leave, no expanded unemployment insurance. It is back to normal now, no matter what the virus does. And that's right, since we are back to normal, that means there are no more essential workers or frontline workers. There are just lazy workers.
Yep.
You know, everybody who's a member of the working class, no matter the danger and no matter how hard they work, they must be lazy, because that's why they're still members of the working class and doing menial work that we once called essential. Like, literally, it was like,
I mean, it's not true for everyone, but that's why that's true in my case. I just like smoking weed and being on the internet, you know?
Year, and now we just don't give a shit again. Well, I shouldn't say that. Those of us among the working class, we still give a shit about fellow members of the working class. But the people who write policy and the people who write newspaper articles, it would seem they no longer give a fuck. As first reported by Politico, the Biden White House was urged by corporate America to reduce isolation to the average viewer at home, the fellow member of the working class.
So we can get on to a bit of the content. We'll skip to his outro.
Class. Well, it means, statistically speaking, that you, somebody in your household or a family member somewhere, are right now engaged in frontline emergency work. The only difference between now and 2 years ago is that the government isn't giving corporations billions of dollars, to which they take a small portion of that to make commercials thanking their workers that they really don't care about, just to get the free advertising plugs and sell more nachos around the big game. But since that spigot's been turned off, well, now those essential workers are just pains in the ass that keep running their mouth and want to demand stuff like, you know, not dying at work or not bringing a fucking plague home to their children or their elder relatives that they're taking care of.
Yeah, it was kind of fucked, some of the stories that came out about people being forced just forced to break all kinds of protocols and safety and shit surrounding this. Because there's a lot of people, I imagine maybe single-digit percentages of households that have like immunocompromised people in it, you know,
But once
or more. So
again, our beautiful government and the corporations who fund all their political campaigns really don't give a shit. The money part of the show's over. There's no more free money. Everybody has to get back to work. The line has to go up, and the quarterly dividend checks have to keep rolling in. So people, don't stop calling essential workers essential just because the assholes at the top of the food chain find that shit inconvenient. In fact, I find more often than not in life things that make rich, powerful assholes angry and inconvenienced. Yeah, you should do those things more. So essential workers, thank you very much. I appreciate you going to work every day.
Do drugs.
Stocking the shelves, teaching the kids, making sure my mom doesn't die when she goes to the hospital. Even if our government no longer cares and corporations no longer want to pay to say it, you are essential, and I appreciate you.
It's pretty great. I love James. One of his 400 videos that you can find at ActTV channel on YouTube. Okay. So, a little bit of background. So Bogardus does have a pretty skeptical freeze frame on James. Yeah, I saw that. Here, let's go back to that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I should turn that into something. So a little background. Bogardus is kind of skeptical of when he uses his sort of philosophical tools to tease apart stuff. And even looks at how previous feminist philosophers and stuff used terms. He sort of does make this argument that is a bit skeptical of the way us sort of trans-inclusive, or I should say, not us in general. I'm sure he's very amenable to singular, well-meaning arguments. But he comes in pretty hot on Vaush, personally. And the reason for that is because Vaush does kind of do this, where he has like 100 different views of trans issues, and then he melds them together into sort of like one big slurry. He does do that. It's something I noticed as well. But I think he's well-meaning, and he wrote a paper where he proposes that we have to sort of do one of two things. Either come up with a stronger form... Hey, Blurch. Come up with a stronger formulation of the sex-gender dichotomy, or we're going to have to come to terms with, we're going to, at some point, adopt a system that incorporates both the traditional views of sex and gender and this trans-inclusive one. He's sort of just coming in like that. And in the scope of academic philosophy, I can actually see his point. But that doesn't necessarily change how we should act on the ground, and I don't think he means that either. Because I think the way trans-inclusive people treat trans people, NB people, all kinds of people like that, it's sort of a socio-cultural thing. It's not necessarily this, like, hard-wrought philosophical framework that just translates to academic philosophy. A lot of things aren't like that. But I have to say, Vaush didn't bring the heat in this one. I thought he looked pretty bad. And I think it's because Vaush... I don't think Vaush... Maybe he didn't know how direct this guy was going to come in, but he even, like, quotes Vaush down to timestamps and shit in this big PowerPoint. So it's very asymmetrical.
Quick, I think obvious clarification.
Okay.
Panels and discussions on virtually every topic. Right now, with that, Dr. Bogardus, thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours for your opening as well.
All right, can I share my screen?
Doesn't he read the guy's paper before the debate? All his points were written out in detail in that paper that Vaush didn't read, right? I didn't read the paper, though I read the abstract. Philosophically, I don't find the idea that wild, because he even does this thing where he's not trying to tell us to do otherwise. He's simply showing us that in the analytic framework of like the popular school of philosophy, say in the United States, some of these things that Vaush and even other activists say don't actually make a lot of sense. But we are able to interpret it in a way that philosophers may not. And so he does actually come in a little direct on some of these ideas.
Okay. So everybody can see that.
However, in terms of the academic field of philosophy, a bunch of shit never makes sense. I mean, liberalism still is a pretty fucking vague concept a lot of the time. So
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so if you're unable to see this for some reason, you should know that the slides are available at tinyurl.com/modern-day-debate-June, the month of June, and there's no spaces or capitals in there. Okay, I'm just gonna start my timer right now. So the topic of our conversation today is this sentence, trans women are women, whether trans women are women. And what I wanna try to do is explain why this is such a persistent philosophical question. I started thinking about this about 6 or 7 years ago. And so I'm going to share some of the things I've learned in that time and try to convey to you the landscape of the debate as I see it in a way that I hope will be useful and interesting no matter what your views are on this topic. And to try to explain why it's a persistent philosophical question, specifically what I'm going to do is try to show how on 6 common interpretations of this sentence, trans women are women, including 5 that Vaush has explored and endorsed, the sentence turns out not to be true. So just a quick, I think, obvious clarification. I think it's pretty obvious to everyone that when people say trans women are women, what they mean is all trans women are women, not just some. So I think that's the question under consideration, whether all trans women are women. Now, to see whether that's true or false, to evaluate whether that's true or false, I think we would have to get clear on what it means to be a woman. We'd have to think about the meaning of that word woman in order to see whether it's true that all trans women are women. And so now I'm going to consider those views I promised a second ago. The first view is what we might call a biological view, according to which women are adult human females. Now, I think this is the sort of traditional, historical, ordinary sense of the word. This is what the word ordinarily means. There are a few reasons to think that. We can talk.
So this is actually interesting. When he started presenting this, I started coming in on it a little bit like, I don't know, I think there's other traditional views of this. But interestingly, he cites all of these gender studies philosophers who actually essentially agree that this is just basically, in their analysis, how traditional men and women are viewed. And I was just like, oh, okay. I didn't realize that it was like these researchers agreed as well like that.
These in the discussion period, if you'd like. First of all, there's words for other species that we use for the adult males and the adult females of those species. And it would be pretty surprising if we didn't have similar words for the adult males and adult females of our species. This is the definition that virtually all dictionaries give. Of course, dictionaries aren't infallible. They make mistakes. But the fact that this is what dictionaries say is some evidence that this is the way the word is ordered.
I think he would agree. Well, so I don't think he's this. He's not this. He's coming in skeptical. He is a gender study philosopher, I suppose. So I don't think he's this. He doesn't. Yeah, I think he describes how in basically each of them, you can say a bunch of trans women are women. However, when you give it this really hard, rigid, analytical lens, each time it sort of breaks. And so what he's trying to do is sort of like build up the skepticism thing where actually at some point these sorts of concepts start to just sort of like untether from one another.
Ordinarily used.
I mean, I won't try to apologize too much for him. You can just watch as you wish and get your own vibe out of it.
But most importantly, I think the strongest bit of evidence is that, as far as I can tell, virtually all trans inclusive philosophers agree that this is the ordinary use of the word. That doesn't mean they recommend it, but they acknowledge and concede that this is what people ordinarily mean. I'm not sure whether Vaush agrees. He said some things that sound like he might disagree. Just a few days ago, he said, there's so much arbitrarity with how these terms get posed. I don't think that a biologically prescriptivist attitude towards gender is the historically correct one. So possibly Vaush disagrees with this. But as I said, a lot of trans-inclusive philosophers agree that this is the way the word is used in dominant mainstream contexts. So here's some quotations. I'll let you read those on your own. But Robin Dembrov, Mari Mikola, Sally Haslinger, Jennifer Saul, these are all philosophers working very much from a trans-inclusive direction. Simone de Beauvoir seems to use the word in this ordinary biological way as well. Again, that's not to mean they recommend this definition. A lot of these philosophers think that this is a problem and we need to change it, because when you think about the question whether all trans women are women,
and yeah, he describes, you know, obviously in this one, basically none of them are, right? And so that just is a fucking problem. But I suppose it made me rethink and do a little bit of more research into these researchers to actually see what they analyze traditional femininity or womanhood to be, you know.
Female, then these philosophers think it's going to turn out that not all trans women are women. In fact, none are. And they consider that to be a problem. Here's a quotation from Katherine Jenkins saying as much, saying that if you fail to respect the gender identifications of trans people, that's a serious harm. And I think Vaush would agree that that is a problem. Back in 2021, he said, if someone makes an argument that a person isn't a woman when they claim to be a woman, I would say that's transphobic. And then here's another quotation saying something similar. I'll let you read. Okay, so as I say, a lot of philosophers wish to move away from this view of what it means to be a woman. And one alternative that they've explored is what we might call a social role view, according to which to be a woman is to be someone who functions or behaves or is treated a certain way socially. Now, sometimes Vaush seems to endorse this sort of view. Here's an example from back in March. So he says, I am a gender abolitionist, so I don't want these designations at all. But as long as they exist, these designations, man and woman, we're talking about social roles. And again, just a few days ago, so he says, given how arbitrary these definitions are, I think one where we acknowledge that man and woman, as we refer to it generally, is a social trend, something which refers to social roles and attitudes, not biology. That's probably the one that hurts the fewest people. Okay, so that's the social role view. And now the question before us is, does this sentence come out as true or false on the social role view?
And I hadn't thought about it like this, but when you actually do just write it out like that, the answer is no. Because a lot of people who may identify as women are not treated as women, right? So just like in the abstract, you actually can't, there's no way to square these two views. So you actually kind of have to go on to another one. It's sort of like this way about it I hadn't thought to do because I'm so used to in the other way where we're being attacked by someone who doesn't even understand how words work. And so it's just like this completely other attitude I usually have going in to defend trans issues, you know. But in this really abstract way, as analytic philosophers, the dominant school of philosophers in the US do, it sort of does start to have these sorts of really technical problems. Because just think about it, the social role view, it can't be. Not in this case, in the world, this does not mean all trans women are women. It means you have to get everyone to treat them that way, which will basically never happen. So then it kind of puts the onus back on our inclusive culture. So we're in competition with the dominant culture, which honestly I think is the way to look at it. Because we may even be sort of the dominant culture online, trans-inclusive people, trans-inclusive social people, but we are not the dominant culture in real life. And unfortunately, we'll fall under this lens eventually, and because Vaush is right now.
True that all trans women are women. Well, to figure that out, we'd have to know exactly what social role we're talking about. What is the social role that is taken to be definitive of womanhood. And it turns out it's pretty hard to say what social role we're talking about exactly, given, as Vaush said in his opening statement, all the variation across time and culture. It's hard to say what social role is had in common by all and only women throughout time and place. But even if you found one and said, there, that's the social role that's definitive of being a woman, there's a problem because there's no guarantee that all trans women will play that role, will occupy that position in society. Catherine Jenkins, again, a trans-inclusive philosopher, criticizes the social role view on those grounds, saying there may well be, and there easily could be, and there may in fact be, trans individuals who do not present as women.
And that's another good one too as well. You know, if you're in like some shitty fucking awful town or something and you don't present as it, well then under this view you just aren't a trans woman, or you're not a woman apparently, you know.
And so are not treated as women, don't play this role, don't occupy this position in society. Or there could be trans individuals who do present as women, but aren't read as women, or aren't taken seriously, or aren't treated as women, in which case they won't occupy the right position in society in order to count as a woman on this social role view. So my sense of the state of play in the current philosophical debate is philosophers have moved away from this social role view because it turns out false that all trans women are women on this view. And at least in the popular culture and even in the philosophical literature, the view that's sort of rising to prominence is a self-ID view. I think that's coming to be the most popular view, as I said, at least at the popular level. So on this view, we're told to be a woman is to be someone who identifies as a woman. And I won't be the first to notice that, oh, well, here's a quotation from Vaush endorsing that, by the way. Okay, but I won't be the first to notice that it looks like there's a threat of circularity here. We were asked.
So there's like two other ones after this. I still think this is the strongest one, but he brings up this good point of circularity that I think you'd have to get around. I think you can't set it up in the way he shows gets fucked up. But if we find some way to set up self-ID, you can set it up like in a way that sort of makes a lot of sense, I think. I think that's sort of the strongest. That's sort of also the social norm that I abide by as well. But he shows this way that's problematic. On the flip side, I think you can get out of it by just not defining it in the circular fashion that he shows.
Or we asked what a woman is, and the definition used the word woman when defining the term. But it may be that there's no actual circularity here if the word woman in the definition means something else than the meaning we're supposed to get from this definition. So let me give you one example. Here's something Vaush said. Yep. He said, if you want, you can say a woman is a person who would like to internally and externally adhere to the social roles and expectations associated with a woman, or at the very least, a social archetype. So again, threat of circularity because we're using the word woman there, but suppose we meant woman in the order.
Yeah, so a woman is a person who would like to internally and externally adhere to the social roles and expectations associated with a woman, right? The issue he brings up with this is that you kind of are defining it in terms of itself. And the way I usually think of self-ID is what you're identifying with, sort of this womanhood, isn't the same as just a woman. You know what I mean? So I guess, in a way, I've already sort of tried to think of it in terms that avoids this issue. But this will be brought up by philosophers. You know, as this competes with the dominant culture of the U.S. and tries to get more and more traction. Because, I mean, in academia, you do just call people by their pronouns and everything. It's relatively amenable, of course. But it's still not necessarily how people think. You know what I mean? It's not how people live their lives. And so, as trans-inclusive, like, social cultures, stuff like that, so, you know, like, Rhizome's community and everything, as that really starts jockeying in real life for competing as dominant culture, we have to deal with these things. Because there's going to be more and more and more people sort of, like, looking at it. Because right now we're sort of competing most with the fucking what's the reactionary movement in the US. You know what I mean? It's sort of like right now everyone's concerned about the shit that's happening right now to trans people, not necessarily what's going to happen with the dominant culture is what's going to happen. That's why there's a reactionary movement, is they're trying to cut it off, and they themselves sort of persuade or take over the dominant culture somehow. So if we ever get out of this fucking fascist death spiral we're in, all of this shit will just have to be like looked at, and we'll have to sort of like make our ideas stronger, I think. Unless the fascists just cut everyone's heads off, I mean, then you don't have to worry about it. That's their solution, is to just shoot all the intellectuals and all the trans people and all their enemies. So,
in sense, adult human females, just suppose that's what was meant. So it's not the very same sense to be defined. It's another sense. Well, the problem is that many women won't want.
So, okay. Yeah, so this is an interesting thing. So, female eunuchs, would you say you go by self-ID norms when it comes to thinking about someone else's gender? It's sort of what I do, I know that. I really think it is basically the thing that works out best. And I generally, otherwise you would just end up fighting with them. Yeah, exactly. And I think in the end this is the thing that basically helps people the most. Hi Girly Bear, how you doing? We're watching the opening to this professor debating Vaush, and this guy's sort of going through and kind of owning Vaush a bit. Because he shows that Vaush is taking on all of these sort of mutually exclusive views that don't even come out the way he kind of wants. But it's very interesting sort of philosophical discussion. Because he brings up these very rigid and academic things that will be discussed at some point. But yeah, I think self-ID is basically the thing. Yeah. It's hard to imagine this way that we get around that. I don't know. That's my take. But this is like a social attitude and a norm, and maybe even sort of a moral practice is to do something like that. But we should be careful not to claim that we have come up with the greatest formulation so that it just works everywhere. You know what I mean? And so this is sort of the point of this content here. For me, anyways.
Many women don't wish to adhere to the social roles and expectations associated with being an adult human female. As Katherine Jenkins has pointed out, a lot of women flout traditional gender norms by, Katherine Jenkins says, for example, not shaving legs. Elizabeth Barnes, another trans-inclusive philosopher, points out that there might be some women with cognitive disabilities such that they lack the ability to have this desire, to conceptualize this desire, to want to adhere to these social roles.
So, okay, that's what it is. I remember one time I got into this discussion in a fucking Twitch stream chat, and this person was like, self-ID is ableist? I don't know. I still think that's too far, but that must be why they said that. That must be the actual argument, is that some can't actually conceptualize of it, I suppose. But ableist? I don't know. So then what's the alternative is my question, you know? It's like, I guess that's sort of, when we discuss it as a social norm and a moral practice, which in my opinion is the main ways that you can defend these sorts of things. It serves this real concrete purpose to do all of these things. You know what I mean? It's weird take self-ID as ableist. Yeah, I thought so too. And the issue is self-ID plays this really good moral and social and cultural role, in my opinion. And if you say it's like ableist, then I'm like, well, what's the alternative? And I remember I asked that person, I wasn't even being snippy, I was just like, oh, okay, so what's the alternative? And they were just like, I'm not going to speak for trans people or something. And it was just strange because I I mean, in principle, this stands for everyone, actually. I feel like anyone has a bit of a stake to be able to discuss this, so I didn't even think it would be like this thing where we couldn't even discuss it or something. I thought it was very odd. Well, I'm trans, I think that person is being obtuse. Yeah, I don't know. It was this very hands-off way of dealing with it that I did not understand.
And
you know, I'm not going to tell a trans person how to feel about themselves, but I can discuss gender. They don't own gender per se like that, but I'm not going to tell them about trans experience or some shit.
more relevant for our purposes, it could easily turn out that some trans women might
I just
not
thought it
like
was very
to adhere
weird.
to these social roles or these expectations. For example, some trans women who say they don't owe you femininity.
Yeah, that's true.
So the first point was just if this
Yeah, that's it. They don't owe you them having to identify as something you associate with like women and shit, you know. So there are sort of these interesting issues where it's like, okay, self-ID. So what does it mean when I identify as a woman? Because my idea of a woman may be like a base butch, feminist lesbian or something, you know. So
definition's not.
It's sort of interesting, and there's like a bunch of problems with it, which is why you have to pin down, if you're going to say a woman is someone who self-IDs as blank, what you put in that blank has to be a sort of like a list of properties that describes a woman in some way. But then, you know, you run into this issue where femininity and womanhood is extremely complex. So is it like, are you buying into every idea that can go under the umbrella of womanhood? It's actually a really good question, you know.
Circular, then whatever the word woman means in the definition, it's going to turn out that not all trans women are women. What if it is circular? What if we're told, no, to be a woman is to identify as a woman in the very same sense to be defined? So Vaush is not so sure that there's a problem here. Back in May, he said, my definition of gender, which is just a woman is someone who identifies as one. People complain about it being circular.
It's really not a definition. I don't know. I think first of all, we're going to hit, one of the things is you got to kind of pick one and go with it and just bite the bullet on whatever the downsides is. I think what Vaush does is he does kind of pick all except the biology view. And then he gets all of the upsides and then tries to get away from all of the downsides, kind of.
That matters.
But you got to kind of pick one and go with it.
So I think it does matter for at least
or maybe
two
like
reasons
two or something. Combine them somehow.
One is that a circular definition can't convey any meaning. It can't actually tell you what the word means. But secondly, even if the word has a meaning, it didn't get it from this definition, but suppose it has a meaning, the statement that to be a woman is to identify as a woman has to be false. It's necessarily false. So I'll explain these two in turn. So one problem is that circular definitions can't convey meaning. Here's one way to see that. What we're being told is that someone is a woman if and only if she identifies as a woman. But now suppose we ask, well, what does it mean? What does woman mean there in the definition? What are you identifying as when you identify as a woman? On this alternative.
Yeah, and then you can take X is a woman if and only if, and then you can just sort of like start expanding it into this infinite regress. We're being told it's very math nerd type shit.
So what
but it is what philosophers do.
Someone who identifies as a woman. That's what you're identifying as, because that's what a woman is. But notice woman shows up again in the definition. And so suppose we do another round of recursion. And now the definition says to be a woman is to be someone who identifies as someone who identifies as someone who identifies as. And you see that this will just keep going. We'll never eliminate the circularity. It goes on forever. We've got this infinite descent. And there's this irredeemable void there in the definition, which means that the definition never expresses any proposition. It never actually tells you what the word means. It just keeps promising you a meaning if you just do one more recursion, but you never get there. So that's one way to see why circular definitions are deficient. Here's another way, it's sort of a little sillier, but suppose I tell you that people collect baseball cards and pogs. I don't really know what a pog is. I collect blargs. And suppose you wonder what a blarg is. And I define it anything, because there's no feature that answers to this definition. There's no such thing. And so a kind of surprising result is on this view, it looks like there are no women and there are no trans women, therefore. And for our purposes, what follows is it's false that all trans women are women, or at least it's not true. In fact, it looks like none are, because there are no women at all. Okay, here's a couple other.
Right, so we run into these two issues that one of which is either doesn't make any fucking sense because it just does an infinite recursion, and nothing can be that thing that's just defined in terms of like this infinite recursion. So then women don't exist. So then it doesn't even make sense. But then this is sort of the important one: is what's a woman, right? If you're a woman, if you identify with being a woman or something, or okay, we define it not in terms of itself, we do this blank, and in terms of the blank there's supposed to be this list of shit. Who's deciding that? You know what I mean? You have to sort of decide, but then some trans women aren't women, right? Because some trans women don't identify with that version of womanhood that the Central Committee has decided on. And so then you run into the same fucking problem, or actually it just sort of falls apart if you try to make the statement.
Views. I think
it's actually
sort of
really interesting. It's really challenging, that's for sure.
Big three, but here are some other views that have been discussed.
Because in my world, all trans women are women. You know, if you just say you're a trans woman to me, or a woman, I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna call you she and whatever, you know. So it is sort of this challenging thing, because this, in principle, is the reason conservatives feel so shitty about us. Is because from the other side, they see any evidence, say just a list of different views or whatever, and they think it's all a bunch of conspiracy nonsense. So it's like we look at all the same phenomena in two totally different fucking ways.
By Vaush. One is gender abolition. On this view, ideally, there are no genders. So ideally, women don't exist. Here's Vaush expressing that sort of view. I think gender is a destructive concept, he says, so eventually I want it gone. Sally Haslinger, trans-inclusive philosopher at MIT, says something similar. She adopted a social role view. She thought to be a woman is to be oppressed. So she says a main part of the project of feminism is to eliminate women, which sounds kind of surprising, but that was her view. So I think we can at least agree that on this view, if you ask how things should be ideally, they would say ideally, there are no women at all. And they would say ideally, there are no trans women. So that's a kind of surprising implication of that view. Here's another one, which I think Vaush might want to defend today. He says in his opening statements that he says prescriptively trans women are women. So that's another view that I've heard expressed in his videos. On this view, when you say trans women are women, what you're actually doing is giving a kind of command or prescription. You're saying you should speak and act as though trans women are women is literally true. You should speak and act as though trans women are women is literally.
That was interesting. I'm not sure that fits into my views. I don't think I'd be able to make this work, really. I think I really do just go self-ID and try to make that work somehow.
True. And if you ask why, as Vaush said in his opening statement, it's justified by utility, by good consequences.
Though in principle, Vaush is a utilitarian and a consequentialist, so...
So here's a statement of Vaush sort of expressing that. So he says, what people mean when they say they're women is, woman is a social category I'd like to be a part of. I want to think of myself as part of it and be thought of as part of it. Tali Mae Betcher, a trans philosopher, says something similar. In trans-inclusive and queer communities, gender presentation indicates how you want to be treated. So if you think that we should treat people how they want to be treated, then when you say trans women are women, what you might be communicating is we should treat people how they want to be treated. We should treat trans women how they want to be treated. Okay, and again, it's justified by utility. So I'll just point out with respect.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a good argument to go this way. Because then there's lots of things that you should argue that for, in my opinion. I don't think this just opens this big ass can of worms, and I'd rather just deal with vampire gender problems and stuff than get into this. Because then we just start doing it for a bunch of shit, right? Which I guess in principle, yeah, but I'm not a utilitarian per se, not quite like that. So
To the prescription.
I'm not, you know, I don't know if everything we can just argue do it because the outcome's good. I don't know. I don't like that much.
Claim whether this is something we should do. Something that doesn't seem to enter into everybody's moral calculations is whether or not what we're saying is true.
60 seconds left.
60 seconds left. Okay. And given what I've said so far, it looks like this statement, trans women are women, is literally not true. And so we can at least agree on that. If we asked this prescription.
Right. Because if you take this view that you should act as if trans women are women, for the moral good of it, well, some people just don't do it. So then, because not everyone follows this prescriptive view, then once again, it just sort of fails. It fails to rise to what we want, which is this. That's what everyone really wants. And it doesn't actually... It's going to be harder to square than we probably want it to be right now.
Strictly speaking, literally.
And it may help highlight why it is this is turning into such a shit show politically. Sounds like 1984, not memeing, just saying you should believe this because it's good to believe this. Yeah, I don't like it. Vaush kinda is like that though. But Vaush isn't like a philosopher, so I'm not trying to say he's bad at what he does, because he's not a philosopher. But it's important to note how this develops, this argument, because he doesn't do very... In my opinion, he should have been a bit more pliable, but it was a debate. It shouldn't have been a debate. It should have been a discussion, is what it should have been. Because I think this is all very valid. But we have now in place, by our accord and due to our morality, we have these social and cultural norms, And in my opinion, the best way to do it is to sort of enforce a version of the self-ID in some way. I don't know how we're going to make that work. But this is just like... I mean, what else could we do that with? We could do that with any kind of shit that first of all, who decides? Who decides that shit? Okay, so we decide to do it with trans people. That's all well and good. That doesn't actually sound that bad. But then who's the one who made the decision, and do they start deciding other shit? It really is just like, it's like a fucking scary way to view it, kind of. This isn't medical ethics. This is society. So you gotta kind of be a little bit more nuanced than just do it because we said it's good or whatever. The self-ID stuff, to be honest, I don't think self-ID is that bad. I think people blow up the problems with like vampire gender on Twitter and shit. Like Sanzal getting into all these dumbass fights with like vampire gender people or whatever. That's all. That's such an aside that it's ridiculous. But if we do self-ID, at some point they're going to also require some biological screenings for stuff. So I don't think we're ever going to reach a point where it's only self-ID for society. Well, not anytime soon. Not until people can get the gender-affirming care as early as possible, basically.
Are all trans women? I think,
or as effectively as possible,
has to say no. Okay, let's see if I can fit this in. I ran out of space on my slide, but sometimes Vaush seems to be a nihilist or an anti-realist about gender. Sometimes he says gender concepts are arbitrary social designations, and in reality, there are no men, no women, etc. Here's a quotation from Vaush back in 2019 saying,
okay, the two things is actually kind of these two, gender abolition and self-ID. But first of all, a bunch of trans people don't want to abolish gender. So I sort of waver between self-ID and gender abolition. But at the end of the day, me being a positive abolitionist in that way, where I'm just like, everyone should be an abolitionist, I'm just trying to tell people to feel the way I do about gender, aren't I? So I kind of also have some criticism of those urges of my own. That's why people fucking hate Mr. Girl, is he's like, just abolish it. Oh yeah, and just destroy all the progress trans people have made, just abolish gender right now, so people just get fucking mad at them, and for good reason.
They're socially constructed. They don't exist in nature. We built them. So if you hold that view and then you ask, well, really, literally, are all trans women? I think the view has to say no. In reality, no. Okay, so I tried to show that the statement trans women are women is not true on every view we've looked at, including 5 from Vaush. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, so he concedes early that it's like easily true. It's like trivially true in the case of some trans women or women, I believe. So he just sort of gave that away immediately, because basically under every view, except for the biology view, maybe only in like these sort of weird cases that no one's talking about, would this actually work? So he just sort of concedes, well, obviously if we do just some, then there's some for every one of them. But if we do it for all, then we actually do run afoul of our language really fast. And I think that's true too. You can do sort of the same with the black community, right? There's that's like a hot topic in some subsets of the black community is what is the black community? And when you get down to it, you're not actually going to satisfy, if you have like a black family with a lot of opinions on it, you can't satisfy everyone's opinions. It doesn't work like that, you know? And so similarly with like this trans issue, it kind of doesn't work like that. So if we want to push the problem or the issue as far as we can and actually make it the dominant culture, it's just gonna, you know, we're gonna run into this iteratively until it's there, basically.
Thank you very much for that opening. And with that, we're going to jump into open conversation. Want to say, folks, thrilled to let you know we have a lot of upcoming debates. You don't want to miss them. So, for example, just confirmed today at the bottom right of your screen whether or not it is okay for kids to go to drag queen shows with, you betcha, Vaush and Alex Stein next Tuesday. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss it.
This should be
and
real
with that,
good.
We're going to jump into open conversation. Thanks
I'll turn
so
it
much,
back
gentlemen.
down to
The
normal
floor
speed
is all
for
yours.
Vaush.
All right. I'm sure that you won't mind after that if I take a moment to respond to your premises, as I have plenty to say,
And I'll kind of defend Vaush where I can,
as it seems we both do. So the issue I have here is that I feel as though you've misrepresented some of my views and definitions here, and what's more, all of these views are incoherent.
Alex Stein was harassing people at that drag show in Texas, wasn't he? Yeah, he was doing that stupid shit. It was kind of like if you saw that stream of Rhizomes where he watched the O'Keefe guy from Project Veritas, where he like chased that fucking Twitter worker around. That's kind of like what this guy was doing. And yeah, he was like showing up at that gay bar and just like calling the drag queens like pedophile monsters and shit. It was disgusting. Well, that just goes to show you what the fucking conservatives are like. That's just what they're like. A lot of them are like that. A lot of conservatives are just like that. And if they're not, I'm not going to say all of them, but a lot of conservatives, if they're not like that in public, a lot of them laugh at shit like that in private. But a POS, yeah. Yeah, he's a fucking asshole. Drag shows are based. Find an okay one and take your kids, you know. Don't take them to the full-on drag show, you know, but don't take them when they're, like, serving drinks and shit, but...
construct I often find is that people treat the biological view as though, because it's the traditionally accepted one, it's the coherent one. But in reality, it's nothing but. There's a reason why Nature, arguably one of the most respected scientific journals in the history of the species, has been putting out article after op-ed about how the idea that sex and gender are the same, or that gender should be considered an extension of a biological category, is ahistorical, ascientific, and just false. And the reason for...
Well, this may be true, but there's going to be a lot of opinions on it. And philosophers of science and such, sort of the philosophers of gender studies, are going to have a different doctrine of looking at these things than nature, because nature is naturalism. This guy's already looked at another video of Bogardus. He's not a naturalist, so it's already sort of like this thing where it's like nature might say so, but he's not a natural scientist. He's just like he's a gender studies specialist.
For that is,
from what I understand, that is what he does for a living, as he is a researcher on genders and shit, or researcher and philosopher.
Because what you obfuscate when you refer to the biological sex version of gender is the literal millennia of arguments and inconsistencies over what exactly it means to draw that line. Of course, for most of humans' history, we have no idea what chromosomes or even hormone washes are. So only recently has a full understanding of the actual things that differentiate biological males and females even been known to us. But even leaving that aside, long-standing have been the practices of intersex people having their genitals mutilated by doctors who want to get them cleanly fit in one category or another, biologically male or biologically female, often to the psychological detriment of those people, because those doctors are trying to force people into a binary construct that just doesn't work. And the existence of
See, I don't know where he's going with this. I'm not sure what he's doing right now. Because, like, if I had just gotten that PowerPoint, like, I would have just totally changed gears. I would have been like, okay, it seems like there's something going on. We gotta discuss this. But he's sort of, like, charging in this way and, like, bringing up points that I don't really get. Like, yeah, they did that, but it doesn't actually, like, contradict what he said. If anything, you can just imagine that they had a biological view and they were assholes who cut up kids' genitals. I don't, it's sort of like, I'm not exactly sure where he's coming in with all of this shit.
Intersex people at all simply
Like, yeah,
destroys
they were assholes, they were. But you can still even give it to this guy and see it like that.
the concept of a sex-based gender, because a binary is just that, a binary. You can't have a system that you claim is coherent when it's like, well, 99% of people fit to.
What is a woman versus the biological binary isn't truly a binary. Well, okay, but answer the first question. Maybe you'll get there. Yeah, he kind of. I have.
Well, 99% of people.
This shouldn't have been a debate, and I was shitting on Vaush, but I started thinking about it. This is what he does for a living, so he can't just like. After he gets like this big ass PowerPoint from this professor, he can't, in his mind, anyways, because he's a fucking cringe goofball. That's just how Vaush is. He has to, like, charge in on this shit, So I really think it should have been a discussion, and much more would get done. Because I don't even know where Vaush is coming from right now.
Well, leaves out millions. And what are those millions then? Aberrant counterexamples? No, the system never functioned, and it never made that much sense, and it never...
Well, it didn't make that much sense, but I would actually... even before I sort of saw his... Bogardus's references and looked into this a little bit more just to make sure it was true, that this was a somewhat dominant view in gender studies. It still kind of comes from the biological thing. A lot of these ideas he's talking about, they sort of map roughly onto the biology of it, which is that most of half are... taller, stronger, bigger assholes, and most of another half can have kids and have, softer bodies or whatever, and aren't as big. Like that is, a lot of it kind of does come from that.
Survived scrutiny, by the way.
And so, like, everything he brings up, I'm not exactly sure how it fits.
It's not as though medieval French peasants were undergoing significant sociological analysis of the concept of the social construction of sex. They didn't have sociology back then. It's a fairly modern construction. When it comes to what we talk about, like with the prescription of gender, and all statements of definition are prescriptive, by the way, because we do create these definitions. We didn't unearth them in stone tablets written by God. We had to make efforts to understand them. What we're really doing is trying to find what serves us best. Now, there is meaningful utility in understanding the difference between a biological male and a biological female. There are categorical differences that are worth respecting in a biological sense, but that doesn't encompass the wide variety of social differences between most men and most women that are largely socially ascribed. So when you have this dissonance here, where so much of what it means to be a man isn't actually what it means to be biologically male in both the modern world and throughout history in many cultures, there are differences between those two things. We have an issue. What is a consistent, rigorous, 100% of the time effective, applicable mode of gender? What works? The answer is nothing.
You're not going to... Rigorous? Not really. I mean, what does he mean by rigorous? Like, even scientifically rigorous? I don't think we're at that point yet. It depends. I don't think I don't even think the philosophers themselves claim that there's a scientifically rigorous version of, like, gender and stuff.
It simply doesn't. It's a stupid concept, and we really shouldn't be respecting it much as a social construct at all. As long as people do respect it, we should go by the definitions that hurt people the least.
Okay, so that is what he's going with. He's sort of like doing this. He's like, that doesn't exist. Prescriptive view.
We build our definitions to serve human utility. And to that effect, you call it the self-ID view. The prescriptive view I don't think is inconsistent, but I stand by this. What we mean when we say woman, a woman, is a person who chooses to adhere to a broad, constructed collection of values, aesthetics, forms, rules, and...
So this is a form of self-ID. So then he is sort of taking this thing we were talking about where you take his self-ID thing, and it even sounds like Vaush is implicitly accepting that, okay, it's almost like he's accepting without saying it, okay, not all, or all trans women are women is kind of false, but we picked the one that helps the most. You know, it kind of sounded like you could tether that out, and I don't think it's that big of an admission. It just doesn't sound good to our culture, of course. But he's sort of doing the same thing we did, was you take the self-ID one, and instead of saying a woman is a person is a, or person is a woman if and only if the ID is a woman, but instead of the ID is a woman, you do the ID with a list of shit that it means to be a woman. And I do stand by that. That's probably the most, first of all, the most operable one, the one that just works easiest, and is probably the one that hurts the least people in the end.
Perspectives that we consider to be a part of what it means to be a woman. There is no consistency here, and you'll never find it. No more.
And another thing about the list and the dynamic it's going to have is you're always going to have people who challenge the list. Just like people who challenge the fucking or any list, whether they're trans people or not. So the list is going to change at some point anyways.
More than you could find consistency in the definition of what it means to be cool. You know, find me a fine line on that. Point in the room where the cool, the cool protons are, or the cool radiation. It's not present, and you'll never find it. But still, we have very strong ideas about what it means to be cool. And we argue, but the arguments are for a purpose, because finding out who's cool, what's really cool, is socially useful, as is whatever definition we arrive at, which hurts the smallest number of people concerned.
Okay, so I think he was having trouble grasping his own idea, maybe because, I don't know, maybe he got flustered. Because he is a professional, it wouldn't be that easy to tell. But he put a lot of work in to basically say, prescriptively, I say self-ID. And I think I just simply agree with it. In another one of Bogardus's videos, he actually says the biological view of men and women it's neither mutually exclusive nor exhaustive. So you can have people in principle that are neither or both, although we've never had a simultaneous full-on reproductive hermaphrodite recorded before. So it's not even this issue of like intersex for him doesn't even work. So in the way he defines the biological view, he would say something like, well, yeah, some intersex people are neither, or maybe you could even call them both in some fashion, and it's just like a non-problem. So most of what Vaush said actually kind of didn't do anything, except for the last kind of like minute and a half there.
Concerning gender. And that is why I believe trans women are women, because all definitional statements are necessarily prescriptive. And as long as we are dealing with a system that is fundamentally constructedly absurd, we should at least refer to it in ways that harm people,
it's absurd as fuck.
To the least possible extent.
Okay.
Yeah, it's absurd, but like analytic philosophers don't run on that. They're like the opposite of an existentialist postmodernist or something. They just want to write down like the structure of the argument and talk about the premises and shit, you know. I'm kind of like that. I'm kind of like both. I'm not like unfamiliar with either.
So you started that by saying you were going to respond to my premises, but I'm struggling to see how any of this responded to any premise of any argument I gave. So let's go through some of the things you said. You said all of these views. He's giving him the professor treatment. You said there's no coherent concept of gender. Is that right? Did I get you right there?
You will not find me a definition of gender that is 100% consistent and all-encompassing and has no flaws in it. There are no such things. It can't be found.
So there's no consistent definition of gender. So no
one
matter
thing
who
we can do sometime actually is, now that this Vaush is kind of getting a little vanquished here, I actually want to look up some real rigid philosophy of this stuff. Maybe some like Judith Butler and other, even more contemporary, more analytic thinkers on feminism.
If I asked anybody, what is a woman, no matter what they say, you think there's going to be some sort of impossibility or contradiction or inconsistency.
You will always be able to find a hole or an exception, whether they take a biological or a self-ID, a social role, or an abolitionist perspective. There will always be, well, gender abolition is a prescription, not a description of current gender states. But no matter what a person's definition of a woman is, there is always going to be something you can pin them on.
Okay, so then it sounds like your view entails there are no women, because there's no true definition of woman.
No, not at all. There are plenty of social constructions that I think have meaning and serve utility, even if there are no consistencies to it. I think cool people exist, but I don't think I could ever find a single definition of cool that is perfectly delineates in all categories and situations between cool and uncool people.
Okay, so you said the concepts are incoherent and inconsistent, but I think what you just mean is perhaps vague, so allow for borderline cases, or difficult to articulate. I think maybe that's what you mean when you say all definitions are incoherent and inconsistent.
Yeah, see, Vaush sort of, that's one of the reasons I don't watch Vaush anymore, is he sort of talks like that a lot, and it just sort of drives me crazy, because I actually think a lot of things are pretty clear. I think a lot of things make sense, actually. I'm not that much of a postmodernist. I incorporate some postmodernist type stuff, or I'm a big-ass systemic skeptic. I'm very skeptical of things that I don't have very good evidence for and such. But the way Vaush talks sometimes is he makes it seem so fucking mystical. Like no one knows some of this shit. Like no one knows what a definition is or something. It's just so weird. And I think that's part of the reason why he kind of looks so bad against this guy. Is because he's the opposite. He's like, oh, I have a definition. Let's discuss it.
Definitions of gender, anyway. I think what you mean is they allow for borderline cases.
To defend Vaush in a lot of this, I think part of the issue is Vaush is in this weird position where he has to sort of defend his views to some extent because he is like a pretty big pro-trans debater and stuff. So at the end of the day, the big problem is that this should just be discussion podcast up here. It shouldn't be debate. They should have just sat down and Bogardus just sort of like told Vaush what these issues may be and sort of like presented an analysis or something. Because now it just seems like Vaush is like pulling all of this stuff out, like all these arguments and stuff.
It'll be vague in various ways. And what was the second thing I said? Vague in various ways and hard to articulate, difficult to articulate. It'll be hard to come up with or express or verbalize a definition that...
Yeah, well, we do make definitions in the air construction. Socially, people agree on definitions, social contract, etc. Yeah, I mean, we have workable definitions for a lot of things. They don't all work together. And we have to be careful. So, you know, I look at me being an inclusive person of all kinds of people, not just trans people, as having to do with both sort of like a cultural norm that I want to be a norm and my morality, you know? And this sets me up to actually have a lot of solid reasons, things I can just appeal to foundationally for why I think we should treat people certain ways and why it's like fine to be able to say certain things about our social reality. I don't sort of like buy too much just people throwing definitions into the air and being like, they're all just incoherent. They don't work together. We can make many of them work together. That's how you do science, after all. If you think like all of this shit, if we can't like sort this out, how do you think they do fucking physics? Because they make words and math work together. You know, it's very complicated actually. So we actually, you know, we can have a coherent discussion about all of these things. And I think sometimes people do a disservice when they act like it's just impossible to understand or something.
Includes everyone who should be included and excludes everyone who should be.
Yeah, it's like underestimating yourself and others, I think. Because people do it all the time. That's how we have a lot of these definitions, is someone came up with these in some book probably and maybe became famous because of it. So
be excluded. So that's the view. I guess I would agree with that.
Someone
Yeah, definitions
accepted
are
it.
hard to come by typically. And most of them, especially in biology, are vague and admit of borderline cases.
Like, if someone
But
comes at me
nevertheless,
with
they
shit where they're like, if someone asks me to defend trans rights and like why I treat trans people a certain way, it's very easy. I don't have to appeal to like sort of like weird, almost like my temperament or something. I don't have to actually appeal to that very much. I think there's just like clear ethical reasons and that you can line up with principles and definitions to just sort of make it work and make it sort of believable in certain legitimate ways.
may be true.
I think that's just true of language. You can just do that, and we already do it. So we should just do it with trans shit too.
There may be true definitions, even if they're difficult to express or articulate. You gave the example, one of your arguments against the biological definition of woman was that we didn't know about chromosomes many years ago. Well, first of all, I don't think biological sex is defined in terms of chromosomes. But let's just use the example of water. Maybe we could agree that water is H2O.
Oh yeah.
That was true even before we knew about chemistry. That was the definition of water before anybody knew anything about chemistry, before we knew about H2O. Back when Aristotle thought water was just an element.
This is kind of a meme.
Nevertheless, it was
This isn't
H2O.
true.
I'm sorry?
This is just like stubborn undergrad shit. Like everyone who's been in a bunch of philosophy classes in like college or something has seen someone who just can't, they just won't accept a point like this through. Yeah, he should have just gave up on it.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border, and over there it's aqua. That's H2O.
God, what a
water.
shit argument.
Aqua
Yeah.
means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's agua. It's not aqua, right?
And we're referring to terms and definitions.
Yeah, aqua. Oh yeah, he said aqua. He didn't even say agua, right? That's so fucking funny.
Here.
Aqua.
No,
I didn't even catch that. That's why it's such a fucking meme. He didn't even say the right word. That's so fucking
referring
funny.
to water. The stuff
Aqua's like Latin or something.
that fills lakes and rivers. I'm
The
not
stuff
talking
that
about
fills-
the word one.
Many things fill lakes and rivers.
Okay. Do you...
God damn, just shut the fuck up, Vaush. See, it's just like, it's so goofy. That's why I like Vaush. That's why Vaush is popular. So I'm not gonna like shit on... He's such a fucking punching bag. It's just so crazy. This is why he's famous though, is because he's like this, you know? People are like attracted to like this weird... Everyone knows he's cringe, even his fans. People are like attracted to this confident cringiness that he has.
honestly
Things-
not know what I mean when I talk about water, or are you just being a little difficult?
I think you made a mistake before you began that argument, which is that you said just because people didn't always know something doesn't mean that it can't be true. But that can't be the case when we're talking about definitions. Things that are true have constructed premises that lead necessarily to an outcome, a resolution.
False. They can be an axiom, motherfucker. He knows that, but I'm just catching him.
But a definition is something applied presuppositionally. You can say, for example, that the light, the spectrum of light that we see, the visible spectrum of light, is something that exists outside of our perception. And that is certainly true. But how we perceive it is not existentially correct. And what's more, the definition between red, orange, and yellow is not something that you can find proven anywhere in the real world. We have to arrive at arbitrary distinctions.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're just talking about the colors, I guess, but there's like fucking quantum chromodynamics and shit. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. I've actually heard that we have a lot of understanding of color at this point. It's kind of weird. It wouldn't seem like it's something we understand very well.
So that's
Can I just ask you about
criticism
water
that I have
again?
there.
Do you not think water is H2O?
But I think we've come up with a term to describe what we refer to as water. There
Okay,
are, of
I'm
course,
not-
other cultures that have
I
had-
agree with you. We came up with a term to talk about water, and that term
Right.
is water. And we came up with terms to talk about hydrogen and oxygen. But here's a sentence. Water is H2O. You know what those terms mean.
You're right.
Now think about what idea is expressed by the words. What's the thought that's expressed? We could express it in many different languages.
Yeah.
Now think about the thought that's expressed by that sentence. That's true, isn't it? The thought that is expressed by the sentences. Water is a...
The better argument is that while there's static realities, water was always H2O. Gender, meanwhile, has changed. Kings in mid-century Europe wore what today would be considered feminine colors. Pink used to be a masculine color. Blue used to be a feminine color. Yeah, right. So, yeah, I think... So they're talking about sort of these definitions. And I do think in his other video... so gender. You're talking about gender specifically. He does point out in another video that gender itself, if it is distinct from sex, as a lot of people believe, it's not really this thing you would call a natural kind, if you believe in those things, which is a way that you can just find something in the world and it clearly distinguishes itself from another kind. It's a natural kind. Gender sort of isn't that, right? Because, first of all, you can engender a bunch of shit. And there's societies with more than 2 genders. You can't even... It's actually gets kind of hard to compare genders in some societies. Because the idea of them are so different from society to society. So, I think gender itself is very mutable. And sort of, I think this has to do with like the self-ID stuff we've been talking about, is that if you want self-ID to work, in principle, you sort of need this list, and you kind of have to look into people's attitudes. You have to do that and sort of see what they consider like a certain gender to be. Because if you just say self-ID, well, in 200 years, maybe all the colors are different, all the shapes associated with women are different, maybe everything's different. So how could it, what does it mean to self-ID in 2022, and what does it mean to self-ID in 2222? That sort of thing. It's all very contextual at some point, I believe.
H2O.
What do you think?
And it was long before we got here, long before humans got here. Water has always been H2O.
Well, ice, of course, is also H2O, but water is what we define it as within a given, state.
Ice is also water. It's not liquid water.
Yeah, but colloquially, people refer to ice as ice and water as water. Yes. And whether or not they're going to use either of those definitions is going to come down to context. And what about heavy water, 2H2O, or deuterium oxide, which is referred to as water and is in fact a type of water, an isotope, but is not in fact H2O. There's an extra hydrogen atom holding on there, making the substance denser.
Mm. So if this is taking me back to chemistry class, but did you say deuterium? Is that right? Is that heavy water?
Yes.
If that's just an isotope, is it an isotope of oxygen that makes that? If that's an isotope, it's still oxygen and it's still H2O, and that is still
I'm
H2O.
so glad I didn't study
a different chemical compound than water. Certainly, if people wanted to refer to it as a different type of thing, not water, but let's say they chose the term waterium. I don't know. Scientists come up with wacky names. If they wanted to come up with a term like that to describe it, they would have a significant taxonomical distinction to refer to, a different molecular composition, but we refer to it as water. You might say it's trans water. A bit of a difference, but fundamentally very similar.
Okay. So you're resisting me on the claim that water is H2O. Let me try a different one.
I'm resisting you on definitional prescriptivism. I think that we have...
definitional descriptivism. The
definitions, I'm just saying water is H2O, true or false. And it sounds like you're reluctant to say true.
Yeah, this is sort of like a classic thing. I mean, it's just like syllogism, right? Something is something. This is sort of like a classic thing. He's trying to gauge him for where his philosophical views are, essentially. Because if you answer yes or no on this, you can sort of gauge someone on where they are. But Vaush is he's not like, he doesn't structure his ideas like a philosopher at all, really.
True.
So this is like an old thing. It's sort of like, I guess you would call it analytic. Well, I'm trying to think. Yeah. It's sort of like, it's like an analytic thing. So like, snow is white is the same as like snow is weiß or whatever, which is like German for white. And you might have to synthesize or something that white and weiß are the same word. Or you might have to experience it or something. But fundamentally, they express the same thing. And then you can get into more structured things where you get into scientific truths like H2O.
No,
So
I
let me
know,
try-
I agree.
And then like your various answers on something like this really does inform a lot of like your view of language, essentially, in contemporary analytic philosophy.
I agree that water, and we refer to H2O as water colloquially. Yeah, of course, I'm fine
So
with
water
that.
is H2O, and it was H2O long before humans came along.
Right.
Another
Water
example.
wasn't a concept back then.
I know.
And then this is a thing where, you know, So I'm trying to remember. I don't do a lot of philosophy shit anymore. But there's like all these things, like metaphysical things. You could call it sort of like contingencies and necessary. Something might be true contingently, and that's just by coincidence of how the world works, or it's necessary in that every world or the world must always be like that. Or you can have like something that's a posteriori and a priori. A priori is something you can know in virtue of just how things hang together. A posteriori means you have to experience it. And they're sort of getting into this issue of like analytic and synthetic things and this analysis of what is something. Water is H2O. And then you can put these things together so you have sort of like this analytic thing. Something is something. We've determined this, or maybe it's synthetic, whatever. And then so analytic is something in terms of just its definitions. Synthesis is where you sort of combine definitions. You can have something that's sort of like analytic. It just is this other thing by definition and is necessary. So it's, for example, necessary in some philosophical frameworks that water is H2O. And since that's metaphysical, it's true regardless of what anyone knows. That's sort of how someone might formulate these sorts of things. And so he's just trying to see where the fuck Vaush is coming from, but he's playing this like, well, metaphysics don't exist type thing. Which he should probably just say instead of
But
fighting back and forth with him on it like that.
nevertheless, water was there. Actually, water.
Yeah, because water is there. But so do you even accept metaphysics is probably a good question to ask here of Vaush?
There's never been a concept.
Because I don't think he does. He doesn't believe in moral anti-realism, deontology, for example. He thinks it's like laughable, actually, which is way over the top. But I don't think he actually. I think he might be skeptical of shit like that.
Water's always been a molecule. We have a concept of water, but the concept is not itself water.
But our understanding of it and the differentiations that we make when we distinguish it from things like heavy water, these are socially constructed. After all, you just said it's still fundamentally water, but we're talking about a different molecular shape. Now, that's because you've arbitrarily branched these two within a category that because there's a relationship between them. But that's a social phenomenon. The universe doesn't give a shit whether you refer to heavy water as water or some other, molecule entirely. It's utterly indifferent to your perception of reality. But we still choose to prescribe. And that, I think, a lot of people, when it comes down to definitional games, they start doing this, well, these things are these things. And we have a lot of power over that. Some animals are different species, but we distinguish.
Right, so he's talking about like categories and kinds, which is sort of like what we were talking about, where especially like Aristotle would argue things in science things in his view of science were called the strongest things that we could delineate were called natural kinds. And then our unnatural kinds are often things like social norms, which don't have to be some way because the world is that way, but it's because maybe there's some use for it or something along those lines. And so Vaush takes a pretty, what I would call a pretty radical stance on what is and isn't something of that kind, like a natural kind, like something that just sort of is in the world and is different, and we can notice that it's different rather than just projecting on it that it's different. He's very skeptical of these, and the issue is that deep inside of the dominant culture in, say, the United States, is this idea that men and women are a natural kind. Because males and females are a natural kind. That's sort of how people will roughly think, whether or not they're an Aristotelian. That doesn't matter. But this sort of idea, this notion of things that are different regardless of the way we look at it, it's like embedded very deeply in people's idea of especially males and females.
What makes something a different?
So like this is very radical to a lot of people on the ground in the United States. Though, yeah, it just sort of is.
Species. The taxonomy for what refers to species differentiation, we made that up. We didn't.
It's people like people like my parents, you know, they have to fucking die. They have to get out of the way of society, basically. Not that we should kill them or anything, but they're gonna go to the grave with those ideas.
We invented it. We didn't discover it.
Yeah, so I agree with you that species are, the distinction between species is less clear than distinctions we would find in physics and chemistry. So that's why, no surprise, I'm focusing on physics and chemistry. How do we feel about the claim that gold is atomic number 79? Would you agree with that, or are you skeptical of that too?
I think that's how we refer to it as, sure. I'll take your word, but I don't have the periodic table memorized.
Yeah, well, I'm benefiting from the fact that this is a bit of a commonly used philosophical example, so that's really why I know that. But yeah, gold, that term in English refers to a certain element that has 79 protons. It's atomic number 79. So gold has been around for a long time, long before the word gold came on the scene. Gold predates the word gold. So anyway, this is just supposed to be an example of a definition that's true, and we went down a rabbit hole a little bit.
What do you mean by true? If we had taken another definition, if we had created another definition to say gold, and the term gold referred to a collection of elements, so let's say gold and lead, and the term gold was something people used to refer to both, that definition would be as true as the one we use today for gold. They would have simply made the choice to include two different elements in their definition, just as you've included standard water and the isotope of heavy water in the definition of water. It's just a definitional game, as long as they distinguish between the two subcategories.
Yeah, but the issue is what people already have preconceived notions about what is a underlying sort of difference between things.
Of gold and iron with their respective atomic.
Like people don't, you know, people don't actually view the world culturally quite in that way, where if you have one word for cats and dogs, they think cats and dogs are the same thing. Humans are a bit more perceptive and adaptive than that, I think.
Weights.
He's sort of like, he should just come out and say he doesn't believe in metaphysics, so he won't accept things like it was gold before it was called gold.
Singular term, like how we have terms for metals, we have terms for the gases, the inert gases. Help me out, you know more than me.
Talking about the noble gases?
The noble gases, yes. We invented those distinctions.
We invented the terms.
The terms,
yes.
Because the distinctions are only meaningful when we notice them. The universe doesn't care whether or not we think there's something meaningful or significant about noble gases versus the other stuff. But we just saw those differences.
There's a different, so we saw the differences. The differences were there. The differences are real. And then we came along and decided, you know what, we're going to name these differences. We're going to assign some names to these different elements.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm trying to remember why we started down this rabbit hole. I didn't get very far through the things you said. Just the first thing I brought up was you had said all these views are incoherent.
Okay, then he does think gold was gold before we were around, I think. Yeah.
But then we kind of clarified that what you meant.
See, I don't even know what the fuck is going on.
Any of the popular views of women that have been proposed are vague and difficult to articulate. And then I guess I was just trying to point out that a definition might exist and be true even if it hasn't been articulated. Like rewind before humans came on the scene, I would have thought water was H2O even before anyone was around to name water or to realize its chemical essence. So I was just disagreeing with that point about how definitions work. I don't think definitions properly understood are linguistic.
There are cultures that use the same word for blue and green. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. I can't remember where. Yeah, some have the same for blue and green, or like orange and red, stuff like that. Although often humans do have the capacity to pinpoint between the two, you know. It's not I remember this was called Sapir-Whorf. There was this paper that came out called Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, or a paper that wasn't that strong, but then people built into this thing called like the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. And it was basically like this cultural determinism of what people would perceive. So if you had the same word for blue and green, you'd perceive them as sort of like the same color. but that was actually disproved pretty conclusively when they basically just found cultures that did that, but then it was very clear that you could set it up where people just they either had they had the same word for it, but then they had sub words that they could add on to it or pinpoint it in some way. So that's sort of what I was saying, is it's not, people often, even if the words aren't that fine-grained, often people can articulate differences. That's a belief that I often have in people, because I've just seen it from people thought about it, kids, that sort of thing. And so I sort of see people's perceptions as coming before definitions usually, because I think you see the thing and then you try to define it, and then you can find subcategories and get finer and finer, but fundamentally you're always just perceiving the thing and categorizing it.
Facts out there in the world. But
There
anyway,
are facts, wait, I have to challenge that. There are facts in the world, but definitions are categorically linguistic. We create them because we identify differences in things that we see in the world. The facts of the world, there are many, the spectrum of light that we consider to be blue contains within it an infinite range of potential blue values, but we don't have an infinite number of names to describe them. There may be a set number of facts in the world, but the categories we use to separate those facts are entirely up to us and our perceptions. So another example of this would be in terms of gender prescription. There are cultures historically that have had third genders for a long time.
This isn't the right venue for this kind of discussion. It just doesn't come out right.
Often the third gender is a biologically male a gender class that adopts roles that are much more similar to the biologically female. There are non-human animals that do this as well. It's not unique to us. But
this actually doesn't do anything against him. I don't understand what the fuck he's. This is why people are memeing so hard on him.
In that case, there's a separate category, and maybe they felt that the categorical difference between these more feminized biological males and the regular biological males was something worth distinguishing in a gender-oriented taxonomical sense. But that's not any more right or wrong than what we do. They just see different meaningful differences and apply different terms. So you can't make these objective arguments about terms. Terms may refer to the facts of the world, but we draw the borders.
But then what's math, Vaush? I don't know. It's just I agree, but you're acting like it's just done. You figured it out. We got it. He's the, Bogardus is kind of the one offering a bunch of shit and trying to open the discussion, but Vaush is no, I know what it is. That's what it kind of comes off as, and it's just
the land on Earth might be.
It's I kind of get the vibe he's trying to pass on, convey, but it's not doing anything for me.
Objective the borders of the nations that we build over them. Those we rule on paper. We just have to be, considerate of human need when we're describing what here we actually want to build.
Yeah. Okay. Gosh, there's a lot I disagree with in there, but I'm trying to be selective or efficient with our time here. Maybe let me just ask you this. It sounded like in your response to me, you raised some objections to the biological view that I expressed that women are adult human females, and you brought up. You said, we haven't always known about chromosomes. Again, I don't think that chromosomes figure into the definition of biological sex. You also mentioned intersex people. So it sounded like you were trying to argue against the reality of males and females. But then at other times, you say, there are other cultures that have a third gender that are biologically male. And I think you might agree that there are animals that are biologically male and biologically female. So I guess just let me get clear on your view. Do you think that there are males and females
of course
out there in the world?
I believe it's bimodal. There are males and females, and most people will fall pretty solidly on either end of the spectrum. But I do feel there are a significant number of people who are closer to the middle in terms of intersection.
Well, yeah, in another video, he just says that that's what the biological view sort of is, too. Not in the exact same way, but pretty similar.
Expression.
Oh, well, if you also think that there are adults in humans, then what exactly is wrong with the definition that women are adult human females? You believe in adults, you believe in humans, and you believe in females.
I think that is the biological view.
Is it?
The question is whether the biological view is the traditional view. I think that's really what it is.
You think there are counterexamples to this definition? Is that the problem?
My belief in the value of a definition, it should be said first, is not determined by its consistency. There are consistent definitions that are still morally wrong. For example, the Nazis grouped humans into taxonomical categories, which at times were consistent, usually because they were very blunt and lacking in nuance. They were just monstrous and unnecessary.
Also, another thing that I want to point out, this is what's his name? Bogardus. He's more what I imagine from like a philosophy professor, his sort of attitude. It really contrasts with Vaush's, like the way he presents himself.
They were suitable to the Nazis.
Always come back to the Nazis with Vaush. I know it. We can't get off of that. That's another thing I might do at some point soon, is I want to find a good example. So, remember when he was talking to Rose Wrist, he was bringing up the Nazis, and he was like, was there a point in which the Jews should have started fighting back with the Nazis? And that's one thing I want to do at some point, is see if there was a time in history in which anything like that's ever worked. Because that's one of the reasons I actually think just like don't bring up Nazis, because there's so much, I don't know, there's so much you can read into it that you don't need to. Just like come up with a different thing. But he keeps using Nazis over and over again. And now a lot of the discourse seems to be on civil defense stuff and whether or not that works.
In a political
and so I really want to test this. I want to test historically, has this ever been feasible? And I suspect not, actually. I think it's an unfortunate fact of the past, is I don't think these things work very well. Is actually resisting it at the point, like, say, in the 1930s when Nazis took control.
Sense, because they allowed for the dehumanization of large groups of people. But I don't think we review them in retrospect based on their consistency. Like, oh, well, they say any of the descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel are subhuman. Ah, well, that's easy to find out with a 23andMe. Of course not. So I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm only saying that my concern here, first and foremost, is not one of consistency. Even if the biological model was perfectly consistent, I would oppose it. But it's not.
Lean into the hypotheticals. I know he's had some fun memes with that in the past. Make a theoretical future society. Ask when it would be appropriate to fight back if XYZ happened, versus bringing up Nazis every time. I completely agree. The fact is, if you actually like read a bunch of stuff that was going on, I would say the Nazis one is actually a bad example, because I don't think they could have really known that the Nazis were even going to take control until Adolf Hitler was made chancellor. And that was also like the same year that the Nazis began these irreversible norms and laws to start weakening Jewish society. I just think it was too late. I think if the Jews had started fighting, the Nazis just would have been able to do it faster. So it's actually kind of a bad example, because it's the Holocaust famously, it wasn't even clear the Nazis would be in charge. It's like this weird thing of history where even like Holocaust scholars warn it just sort of happened. So when you bring up the Nazis for that thought experiment, it's just like, I just don't think it works. But if you actually bother to go in with a hypothetical or just even any other fucking example, maybe we can discuss it, you know? It just feels like it's just over the top. It's just Nazis, Nazis, Nazis.
Because chromosomal abnormalities are all it takes to throw this up for a loop, especially because when you transition, you do change your sex to an extent, not entirely, but certainly there are categories of sex that are altered. When you have chromosomes of a certain designation, it determines the hormone washes that you receive, both during puberty and in the womb. And that determines the shape your body takes, the genitalia you form, the ways in which your body developed. But if you have a trans woman who took puberty blockers before she hit puberty, then transitioned medically, you have a person who is, let's say a doctor would not call them a biological male. In terms of the risk of breast cancer, prostate cancer, a wide variety of bone and heart-related conditions, this is not a person who'd be going to the doctor and saying, yep, I'm a male. And the doctor would go, yep, your problems are male problems. It wouldn't. So if that's the case, where does that line fall? What about people who have the XXY chromosomal abnormality, or people whose Y chromosome doesn't sufficiently inhibit the development of the X chromosomal female hormones they receive? These categories are not called for. And that's why traditionally doctors have just cut off the aberrant genitalia of intersex people or try to force people into roles that best made them fit a binary. It just doesn't always work.
Okay. Yes. I have watched some of your videos and I've heard your views on biological sex. And I think it's a commonly held view about
I love sex.
What biological sex consists in. I think it is based on a misunderstanding. I don't think that biological sex is defined in terms of chromosomes or genitals or hormone level.
He brings up this very good point in his other video. I might even switch to it now because I don't want to watch this whole thing. It just didn't go well for Vaush. It didn't go well for a bunch of reasons. Now I think for more particular reasons than just Vaush sucks ass. So I'll take it a bit easier on him. I think he meant very well. And he was probably also in kind of a complicated position being one of the big pro-trans debate bros, basically. He has this really good point to that whole jumble of arguments when somebody's like, well, sex is defined in terms of these 6 different characteristics or whatever, including hormones, gonads, internal reproductive systems. He makes this very good point where he says, yeah, but what people really mean by that is when, say, for example, the female or a quote-unquote female hormone balance, they mean the appropriate female or the appropriate hormone balance that we're familiar with for a sort of like an average female, sort of like biological female, a cis woman, a cis female, if you will. And so it's really just pointing us towards another definition for female, which is this other one that we've abstracted away from and said, well, when they're like this definition of female, they have these hormones. Or when they are this definition of female, they tend to have these gonads. So it's actually a very good point where they've sort of like gotten away arbitrarily from their original definition of female, which is presupposed when you talk about hormone balances and stuff. Or why else do you change your hormone balances when you're transsexual? It's so that your body can get as close as possible to sort of your target biological form, which is this one that we all have, well, most of us have some idea of. And so that's the quote-unquote female form. That's what we mean to talk about, not the hormone balance. So he has this good way of sort of like cutting through some of the chaff, some of the stuff that's appeared in our endless debates with people like conservatives, or even just fucking libs who don't wanna update their views. It really comes down to how do we want to define woman, and we have to come up with a good way to define female that's not just hormone balances, not just your gonads, and like all these 6 characteristics, because the 6 characteristics just overlap with our original thing, our conception of a female. So we had to come up with the idea of a female and justify it, fight for it, and make it the dominant thing. We can't get around it by defining it into this cloud of characteristics and features. And it is fair because people we understand what transgender or transsexual people are trying to strive towards a lot of the time anyways.
And you can see that by just considering...
Not all. I mean, some people obviously diverge from certain gender norms and everything, no matter who they are, but...
The full range of the plant and animal kingdom and how...
It's just like when we see a bunch of women on Instagram content creators, we sort of have this idea of womanhood and maybe the female form they're trying to achieve. We sort of have this idea of it already, and all other things point towards that if we try to get away from it.
The sexes are realized across the plant and animal kingdom, and you'll see that there's no facts about genitals figuring in the definition, nothing about hormones, nothing about chromosomes. So we can talk about that a little more if you'd like and try to get clear on what biological sex really is. But I just wanted to quickly point out that In my opening statement, what I argued was on all these proposals.
And so I think with the way that ends up going, the way he tacks that is we just can't give a shit about male and female that much anymore. Besides for reproductive purposes. That's my solution. I think that's a good solution too. Is just like, okay, well, it's just gender, then fuck it, you know. It's just gender, and some people have certain bodies. And I think that's, you know, I think that's fine. It's already how I feel. I've already sort of settled into that sort of feeling about people, so I don't think that's like a huge issue unless you really want to just fight on this particular path and your ideas, you know.
It turns out that not all trans women are women. On every proposal, it is false that all trans women are women. So I disagree. I'm not really in a position that I need to defend the biological view. If you want to beat up on it and criticize it and reject it, okay. All I said was, if this is what woman means, then not all trans women are women. And I guess we agree on that.
And that's sort of the thing is I think this is like a black pill we have to swallow on this thing and come up with a better thing. Because I'm just going to treat all trans women as women, you know, and everyone I talk to is, and I don't think he's saying don't, but he's just sort of talking about how the language hangs together.
I thought it would have been more pressing, given your views, to try to defend the charges that all those other proposals also entail, that not all trans women are women. And as far as I can tell, you haven't tried to do that yet. So
well, the prescriptive view.
Would you like to talk about biological sex, or should we move on to something a little more relevant?
So, right. Because some of the things he brings up are unavoidable. So even in self-ID, this is sort of a clash of social norms and sort of like linguistic analysis. Our social norms, of course, is to treat people how they self-identify, but there are people who are missing the cognitive faculty to self-ID. And so there necessarily must be a host of people who this thing can't work with. Unless we just used all of them in some incoherent fucking mess that Vaush already seems to think the world works as, which I disagree with.
Well, the biological sex thing, if it's something you feel the need to defend, we can. I assume this is you're the belief, of course, that a woman is defined by biology?
If you are asking me, what does the word ordinarily mean? Then I think those trans-inclusive philosophers that I quoted are correct. That is what the word ordinarily means. I think
I'm not asking you what it ordinarily means. What do you think it means? What does it mean to be a woman?
What does it mean to be a woman? Well, if you were to ask me, what does it mean to be a computer or a television, or I'm just pointing at things in the room, I would take that question to be asking, what do those words ordinarily mean? I don't have my own private language. I communicate using a public language that we all share. And so if you ask me what a word means, and I didn't know, I might check the dictionary.
This is incredibly fucking common in philosophy, actually. For someone to come back at you like this. And to some degree, they're kind of being honest, but like, I know a lot of people would not believe that, obviously. I've heard similar from a lot of philosophy professors, actually. You can disagree with it, but it isn't. He's not like a special person who's coming out of nowhere with this sort of like take on it, where it's like, oh, I refer to how the world tells me these words are used. There's a bunch of philosophers who would say the same, so I don't think he's trying to do some sort of crypto shit in this case.
To see what this word is.
He's not like a debater. He's not necessarily trying to get in on it like that. I don't think.
Is entirely informed by tradition. You're aware, of course, of the fact.
I actually suspect he does have a fairly conventional view, though. So I'm not going to say I don't have a judgment of him. I just don't see any reason to assume he either doesn't have a conventional or semi-conventional view.
Majority of Americans today believe in accepting the identity of trans people by a slim margin. In 20 years, my view will be more popular than yours. Will you switch over then? Are you going to defer entirely to what you see in the dictionary?
Then it would no longer be true that that's what the word ordinarily means.
So, okay, well then, sure, then that's fine by me. If we're here to make prescriptions, then sure.
I mean, this is just how it is. we shouldn't dance around it. There's three views going on in the U.S., and we're trying to usurp one of them and defend against another. And it's the dominant culture, the trans-inclusive culture, and the reactionary movement. We don't want the reactionary movement to win, and we want to be the dominant culture. That's how it is, you know. So in that framing, I think you can actually just say this, and it makes sense. You know, at some point, hopefully, the ordinary view is, I mean, maybe not Vaush's view, but it's one of our views. You know, one of the trans-inclusive views.
Any prescriptions?
You defer to the prescriptions of others. All definitions are fought for from the.
He didn't know when he was talking about other gender studies people.
The definition of soil in the books of geologists to the definition of skyscraper in the book of civil engineers.
Yeah, but that's just saying that the definition is better for like a certain purpose. It's like more operable.
Everything is fought for. And I will fight for the definition, the prescriptive view that trans women are women, because there is harm and inconsistency present in other definitions.
Yeah, but it's like he didn't even listen to the things he brought up. What about the people... I'm self-ID. What about the people who lack the cognitive faculties to self-ID? What about those people? You know, it's like it went way over the fuck his head, and he's just like really defensive or something. I don't know.
Okay. Can you tell me what the definition is?
You know, what about, so like with the prescriptive view? So what was the prescriptive view? We should do it because it does good. What if someone doesn't want you to do that to them? What if someone doesn't want you to treat them in a specific way? You just perceived that. You know, it's like he didn't even absorb any of the arguments. He just said, no, trans women are women. I'm going to do the same thing, Vaush. He's not convincing me not to treat them like women. What he's talking about is something you have to deal with in your argument, you know.
That you defend?
It's just, it's so cringe sometimes. It's just like annoying as fuck the way he gets with arguments of this kind.
Woman. Like,
he's not, I'm not trying to fuck with anybody. I think that's just sort of how you can perceive it and analyze it.
The concept of woman is an arbitrary and vague collection of aesthetics, values, roles.
You can't just keep talking at the guy and then he'll eventually get it. You know, it's like fundamentally you have to agree with a bunch of his points, but they're kind of like, they're very technical. They're very, very technical. That's the issue. We're talking about, are trans women in two totally different senses, in two totally different contexts. One is our cultural norms and morality, in which case all trans women are women. The other one is the conventions of analytic philosophy, in which case all trans women aren't women because we know that there's people who lack cognitive faculties for self-ID. Stuff like that, you know. Just like give it up, you know what I mean?
A bunch of social constructions that are typically tied to sex that just sort of float in the public conscious. They vary depending on where you are. What a woman is expected to be in the Bible Belt South is very different from what they're expected to be in like Seattle or whatever.
Hold on a second. So when you said in the Bible Belt South, there's something that a woman is expected to be. Can you tell me who it is that's expected to be this way? What did woman mean in that sentence?
Well, whoever they would consider to be a woman, which overwhelmingly would be biologically female people.
Whoever they would consider to be a woman. And what did woman mean there when you said, like, well, let's check who they would consider to be a woman. What did
I
woman
already
mean
said biologically female. You don't need to prompt it. I already said it.
Biologically female?
Yes.
Oh, adult human females, you mean?
Well, we are talking about adult humans, I assume.
Okay, so you're saying what woman means is it's this collection of aesthetics, rules, and perspectives that are associated with women. And by women, you mean adult human females.
Yes, typically the role of woman in a social construct is one which is tied to sex.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it sort of points towards it in some way. But the argument when we talk about gender as a social construct is it sort of formalizes into its own thing within our cultures and such. Which I think that's...
But that doesn't mean that it's prescriptively
I think every day we can see that that's true.
Sex. Or to give another example, you're going to see types of music preferences which are heavily associated with people's racial groups or nationalities. But that doesn't mean that there's an inherent prescriptive association there, only that circumstantially these arbitrary associations came to be. Or to put it.
See, that's one of the reasons I don't listen to Vaush anymore, is he just said, what did he say? The arbitrary circumstances came to be. It just ended up like that. That's what he means to say.
Another way, the type of music that you're going to hear in Thailand hit like #1 charts is pretty different to what you're going to hear like #1 charting over here in America. But that doesn't mean that people over there are biologically inclined to that music as opposed to ours. It's due to proximate bias. People in that area of the world listen to that music because that's the music they have, and because that's the music they have, they pass it down to other people who are around who happen to be people in that part of the world. And likewise, you have an example here of woman, a sort of broad definition that we do prescribe to biological females. But that's precisely my argument. See, I'm a libertarian here in the classical sense. I don't believe it's right to impart roles and responsibilities onto a person based on their birth genitalia. It's very weird to me. I'm not looking for an end to sex. Biological sex is always going to be a category we have to deal with, for the foreseeable future at least. What I'm against is the idea that some arbitrary hormone washes you received while in the womb should decide a massive category of...
Yeah, YouTube chat's a fucking mess. I don't look at it very much. That's one thing I have to say. If we, if there's like a mass banning on Twitch or something, YouTube chat sucks so hard. Like, there's so many bots and trolls and everything.
Expectations and behaviors that are assigned to you afterwards. And that's what I'm talking about prescriptively. I don't think we should be saddled with that. True identities should be self-ascribed, which in this case, I believe they are.
So this sounds like a view that was expressed in one of the quotations I provided in my slides. It sounds like you're giving voice to a social role view, according to which to be a woman is to, as you said in that quotation.
Twitch chat's a lot better. YouTube video player is way fucking better. It blows away. Twitch video player really has a lot of problems, actually.
To internally and externally adhere to...
I probably get like a Twitch media player crash like 2 times a day or so.
To a certain set of aesthetics, rules, perspectives, etc. That's what it is to be a woman. To want to, or to actually occupy a certain social role or a certain social position, or live.
It's associated with women. I don't think it makes you a woman, though.
Oh, but
what makes you a woman, Vaush? See, I just don't like it. We need to be willing to take the downsides of some of these stances and not just like try to take them all at once. That's we're gonna take L's on certain decisions. Me as a trans inclusive person, or in a narrower sense, the trans community, who decisions some of them may have to make in the public. There's just some stances that you gotta come down on, just like how in the law, there's some things that happen in the law that must happen.
I had asked you what your definition of woman is.
And it feels like he just keeps trying to hold all the definitions of women at once so he can just like take all the advantages.
Is what makes someone a woman?
So it's like a pluralism. It's like he's okay with all of it or something. I don't really understand.
I thought you had answered that, but now we're going to get a different answer.
These go into what woman is, the concept of woman.
No, I'm asking about...
woman, in my prescriptive view, is simply a person who prefers to be associated with that broad range of archetypes.
Okay.
Any person who prefers to be associated, right? Yeah, that's the social role view. So what do you make of my argument that on that definition, not all trans women will be women?
No, they want to be associated with that broad range of archetypes, but that doesn't mean that their identity is dependent on fulfilling those roles.
Well, not all trans women will want to be associated with those aesthetics and rules.
What if somebody's like, what if they're like Doe? The content creator Doe? Isn't Doe fucking xenogender or whatever? Isn't Doe literally Doe gender? And isn't their pronoun fucking Doe or something? What if someone comes to you and is like that, and you have to make sense of it, Like, womanhood, what if someone says they're a doe, and then they're a female deer, and they're like, but I'm a woman, but not in these ways you're talking about, Vaush. Then you have to deal with that, right? You know, it's like Vaush is all these things associated with womanhood. Well, what if there's a woman who's different from all the others? You know, it's like he doesn't want to accept there's downsides to all of this shit, and that there's just like a fucking problem that we have to deal with in our concepts,
perspectives or whatever.
But what about Doe? Doe's a fucking female deer, you know, a woman deer. Her or Doe's idea of themselves may have something to do with womanhood. I'm not sure, but it's sure as fuck different from all the associations we have in everyday womanhood, right? So we have, what if we have to accommodate someone like that? I don't know if we actually have to, but what if we do?
They are nonetheless by choosing to refer to themselves as women.
But if you ask them, do you want to adhere to these expectations?
And so I remember there's another thing that's like this, where we just have to come up with a list of shit that's acceptable at this point. That's like the only way through, and update the list every now and then. I don't know. Its pronouns are way too dank. It feels weird to call someone a word that we otherwise reserve for objects. I respect that person's choice, but I've never met someone like that in real life. It's kind of an online thing. See, that's one of the issues, is there are some of these people with alternative, like double alternative. They're the alternative to the alternative type, sort of like gender preferences and stuff. There's not that many in real life, and I've never met them either. But the issue, and it's sort of like Vaush's issue, where he's not like delineating between a bunch of stuff and just taking a stance. The fucking xenogender thing is basically just an online phenomena. And maybe universities? I don't know. Like, I've never met anyone like that. So, I've never even met someone who prefers it. You know, so for the most part, if we're talking about the real life issue on the ground, which isn't even the shit that Bogardus is saying, this is philosophy. Philosophy's not real life. You don't have to work. This guy saying the philosophy doesn't hang together is not the end of the world. You know what I mean? Because some people have a philosophy that they should cut guys like this heads off. You know, so people have all kinds of philosophies. So we shouldn't worry too much about this analytic philosopher's sort of like idea of truth and stuff. We should really worry about our everyday stuff and keep in mind that this guy's criticisms will come, and we will have to deal with it in pretty short order, actually.
And roles and so on.
Because that's sort of like the classic way you can analyze cultures have dealt with this differently is sort of like, in liberal democracies, it's sort of a mess and it's shit, and there's conservatives and stuff that slow down the process of progress. But there's other societies like, say, Stalin's USSR, where they just shot everyone in the head who thought different. Do we just do that and like shoot everyone in the head who's not trans inclusive, and then we can be the dominant culture because we're like Stalin? Or do we deal with the stuff that will be coming and that we have to discuss in a democracy, unfortunately? Even if it's not liberal, even if it's like an anarchist democracy, you know? Yeah, I mean, we could do the Stalin route. I'm down, like, getting enough guns together. If I think there's a good enough chance, we can go the Stalin route. But for the foreseeable future, I think we're going to have to go the talking route, which consists of, at some point, dealing with this sort of like dork, a kind of dork that I'm very familiar with arguments. Authoritarian states are not known for being socially progressive. Yeah, exactly. It usually turns around once you give someone the keys to execute intellectuals and shit. Usually they don't have very good other ideas, and they don't want to give up authority, so it sort of falls in on itself. But yeah, like, it's just some shit we gotta deal with. It's not the end of the world. To be honest, you don't even have to listen to anything this fucking guy is saying. You could just be like a postmodernist and say, like, half of your definitions don't even make sense to me. And then this guy's arguments don't matter. The warning is, this dude right here, this is how the dominant culture of academic philosophers think in the US and England. So, yeah, it's just a hurdle you have to get past.
I would have thought it's totally
It's
possible.
just like an army of people like this.
Probably actual for some trans women to say no thanks.
Sure.
I mean, some women say no thanks, right? Some cis women. So then won't it follow then on this view that you're expressing that not all trans women are women?
No, because they still subscribe to the archetype. The archetype merely contains the collection of social values that we associate with women. There are cis and trans women who, for example, want to be women, but fervently reject elements of what women are expected to be. But this doesn't make them any less of women. I'm only saying they've still chosen to associate themselves with that archetype, much as I choose to associate myself with the archetype of being a man, and there are roles associated with being a man.
And then he just starts using this weird vocab.
Okay, so
I haven't
there's
even
this
seen enough. I'll show off a little bit more of this guy, and we can make a little bit more decision. He's not someone I'm gonna just like follow or something. He just comes off as a philosophy professor who has chosen a very topical career path today, basically. Like, I can just imagine having a class with this guy, basically, and him even being like a cool dude. Him even probably being cool to trans people, stuff like that. It just kind of looks bad. It clashes with our cultural norms as trans inclusivists, you know.
To a person's pronoun preferences is objecting
So
to
I'll
their
show off a
personhood
couple of
or
his ideas just so we can get a better idea of how he's trying to couch everything. And then we'll move on to another content topic, probably.
identity.
Okay, I know Raymond Ryder. He's one of my students.
Oh, yeah.
These words mean something else. And so the reply is like, Professor Byrne, you're just telling us about how the word is used in dominant or mainstream context, but that's not what the debate's about, or something like that.
Okay,
the
so
debate is about like which, whatever, and we dig up some bones. And there's similar arguments like that. We know, for example, according to Alex Byrne, that
so that's what this guy is. This guy's like capturing Christianity. He's some sort of like Christian philosophy YouTuber or something. So he invited him on because he's a YouTuber who does like gender studies.
According to Alex Byrne, we know that mitochondrial Eve was a woman. And I guess I've actually heard sort of popular level commentators say something similar, like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh give this sort of argument in favor of the traditional view. They say like thousands of years after somebody dies, we can still like dig up their bones and know whether it was a man or a woman. So if you think that's right, if you have that sort of linguistic intuition, like, yeah, it would be accurate to describe, you know, when we're doing archaeology or whatever, and we dig up some bones, we can say, this was a relatively tall man or something like that. Then you've got to think that the word man is being defined just biologically, because that's all you've got in front of you. You don't know anything about the person's social role or the person's psychology. All you got is the biology. If you're in a position to know that it was a man or a woman on that basis, then the dictionary, you must be using the word as the dictionary grants, as the dictionary defines it. But I guess I'll just say this. I mean, you can read a reply from Robin Dembrov, and I think like the crux of the disagreements, it was a sort of critical reply, I should say. Dembrov was objecting to Alex Byrne. And I think the typical sort of response that...
So just to interject real quick, that's a really interesting, weird stance that I can definitely see why someone like Ben Shapiro would take. But it's kind of fucking dumb anyways. So... I don't even know, like, what about, like, people whose estrogen levels were different? What about today, if someone under HRT falls into a vat of concrete and they dig them up in 2,000 years? They're going to think whatever their HRT did to their bones and identify them that way, right? So it actually doesn't even fucking make sense. But it's like this intuitionistic way that they always argue on like sex and gender.
This is received is granted, that is what the word means in ordinary, dominant, mainstream contexts. That is what the word means. So I think I said that from the jump. Like these days, I think most philosophers, including those sort of arguing in a trans-inclusive direction, grant
the dictionary got it right for mainstream contexts, but they say the word man and the word woman means something else in other contexts. In trans, inclusive, and queer communities, it means something else. In what Talia May Betcher calls subaltern contexts, these words mean something else. And so the reply is like, Professor Byrne, you're just telling us about how the word is used in dominant or mainstream context, but that's not what the debate's about, or something like that. The debate is about like, which of these competing concepts should we use? Should we continue to use the word, the concept that's used in dominant contexts, or should we try to uptake, imitate, employ this kind of resistant concept that one finds in the trans, inclusive, and queer communities? Okay, so I think that's probably the most common response, or the most common sort of line of objection to Alex. But I think Alex's reply is something like, if the debates that people are having, the disagreements that people are having are not merely verbal, and if people using these allegedly new concepts are meaning to, you know, communicate with and continue a tradition that began before these concepts were developed, then they're actually using the old concept, but in mistaken ways. So this is the last thing I'll say. This is probably a longer answer than Maverick Christian wanted, but Tyler Burge has a famous example of a man who goes to a doctor complaining of arthritis in his thigh. He says, I have arthritis in my thigh, doctor, I need your help. Arthritis is a disease of the joints. You cannot have it in your thigh. So the doctor tells this to the patient, and the patient says, oh, my bad, my mistake. I guess I don't have arthritis in my thigh after all. So originally, when the person complained of arthritis in his thigh, his willingness to defer to medical experts and his desire to engage in the larger conversation indicates that he was using the ordinary concept and saying something false with it. So he said something false, that he has arthritis in his thigh. Insofar as these subaltern and trans-inclusive and queer communities mean to engage in dialogue with dominant contexts, and insofar as they're contradicting each other, like if somebody from the dominant context says trans women are not women, and somebody from the trans-inclusive context says trans women are women, if this is a contradiction, then they've got to be using the same concept, in which case it's like the Tyler Burge case, you might think, like the arthritis case. All right.
Yeah, so he's sort of like setting up this way that we often disagree with each other online, especially, where there's sort of like two cases where we often disagree online, sort of like often the reactionaries, but even just some people who have the normal or the in real life dominant view of all of this stuff, we're either using the same ideas and we're claiming one another is using it wrong, or, which is the even worse situation, which I would actually have to say the more common situation online, including even in panels where everyone's a pretty seasoned debater, is everyone's using different definitions for all of this shit, and it's just like a god-awful mess. And in that way, no one, it doesn't even sort of make sense unless somebody has the insight into everybody's use of these different definitions, for someone to even say the other party is using it wrong. Using what wrong? They're not using your definition, so you have to highlight all of these things. And that's actually the much worse one, and that's the one that I have to say that is the very most common mistake in gender sex discourse and in fucking debating in general, is no one even is using the same definition for shit, and they're just like yelling at each other basically. Like this is like half of panels basically. Well, half of panels that have some contention to them.
I think that's all I'll say about that.
It's just like women can have kids, and then the other person's like women, it doesn't matter. Some of them have whatever, and it's just like, well, do you even know that you're using the same definitions and shit? You're just yelling shit at each other, you know. So it's like, in which way is someone even contradicting some definition? No one even knows what the fuck anyone's saying. Panels without disagreements, yeah. I like disagreement. That's why I yell so much when I'm streaming and shit. Is I just like disagreeing with stuff and talking about it. So we'll skip. He has another.
No, it was good. And Maverick Christian in the comments, he just said actually.
He has this other thing. What is it? He had this other good take. So you can see, I don't think he's coming into this like shitty, but he sort of did fuck Vaush up, and I think it's just because of how it was set up. It wasn't just because Vaush is kind of cringe, but it's not just because he's cringe.
I just kind of gave you choice in ethics. And you have to decide what sort of reasons you want to act in favor of.
All right, so we've got one more question sent in by Amos Wolin. Is this a student that you recommend?
I know Raymond Ryder. He's one of my students.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yep. So do I have any thoughts on people claiming that objecting to a person's pronoun preferences is objecting to their personhood or identity? Well, I think let's try to be like maximally charitable to the view. And in a class that we have now, Raymond, we read a paper about this where somebody kind of defended this view. And the defense was something like, look, here's the reason you need to respect people's pronoun preferences. It's a general principle that says it's good to see people as they see themselves, perceive people as they perceive themselves. You're giving them a kind of loving attention or affirmation by doing that, by seeing them as they see themselves. Some people put this in terms of respect. Like, if you don't do that, if you don't see people as they see themselves, if you don't sort of agree with their self-conceptualizations, then you're kind of disrespecting them because they're presenting themselves in a certain way. They take themselves to be a certain way, but you're denying that or something. You're sort of, you're denying the way they see themselves. Okay, so that sort of defense of using preferred pronouns you can find in a paper by a philosopher E.M. Hernandez. I think it's called like Gender Affirmation and Loving Attention or something like that. So if you wanted to read that defense, you can. So what do I think of that? Well, I guess the first thing to point out is it's not always true that it's good to respect people's self-conceptualizations or the way they see themselves.
This is a point I hadn't thought about that well. I don't know, like, I do philosophy and just sit there and think and read all the time, and I always just assume shit is a certain way without thinking about it every fucking day all of my life. And I suppose I never really thought of it like that, like he's about to explain, but respecting the way someone sees themselves does sound good, and it even sounds like something you can build a universal or an absolute out of, but you can't. Because what about someone who has schizophrenia? Or his example is anorexia. Or what about somebody who has like chronic, not dysphoria, but dysmorphia. And they want, they just think they shouldn't even have the lower half of their fucking body or something. They want to cut themselves at the torso. Like, I don't know, there's like all these weird ways that people like do exist that you can't actually build an absolute out of self-image, On the flip side, it's a pretty good rule to live by, but it's not, you have to, it's also another thing we have to look at and see its flaws, We have to sort of find, is there stuff we have to add to that to make it better or something like that.
If you just think about cases where, for example, anorexia, where people see themselves as, overweight, I don't think it's good to respect that or encourage that or facilitate that or anything like that. Or, sometimes, especially if you're a close friend to someone and they see themselves in a certain way, it might be your duty as a friend to correct them. Like maybe they see themselves as, very honest or reliable or something. And it might be up to you to help them see like, well, actually, you've let me down in various ways, or you're sort of dishonest this one time. So no, I don't think it's always true that affirming people's self-conceptions is good. But I think that Hernandez, the philosopher who sort of defends this view, I think would agree. And this is kind of presented as just one reason in favor of using people's preferred pronouns. Maybe a strong reason, but it's not a conclusive reason.
It's not conclusive.
And that's the way things often go in ethics. Like when we're trying to decide what policy to adopt, we have reasons on one side and reasons on the other side, and none of the reasons are conclusive. And then your job when you're considering these sorts of...
So I would call it a strong guideline, but we can't make that the rule. You almost have to put a bunch... You have to do like self-ID... Well, I guess this is self-ID. But you have to come up with reasonable boundaries, I suppose.
Ethical dilemmas.
Or else... So, okay, so let's say we have to throw in this component of health. Let's just do a thought experiment. We want to shore up our sort of self-identification of how we want people to view us and stuff. Say, okay, we want to make this a little bit better. We throw in, it has to be a healthy form of identification or something like that. Well, what does that mean? Who's determining what's healthy? At some point, pretty fucking recently, a lot of people would have just said that being trans is unhealthy, right? So once you start trying to put all of these things on it, then it might even just get worse. Is murder okay? No. Well, what about self-defense? It's hard to make moral absolutes about just about anything. The self-ID scenario is similar because people could have dysmorphia, eating disorders, etc. Right, and that's sort of the issue. Is it's like, I think that's what he's saying. Is this Hernandez philosopher who wrote this paper in favor, who says something like this, is just sort of one of the reasons, and I think that's kind of a good way to put it, because if you're looking for... You can't do it like Vaush, where you just mash 10 stances together, but you may have to argue it with like this patchworks of like almost solutions. And we could call respecting somebody's vision of their self within reason an almost solution, because in a lot of ways it works, but then there's like these critical ways it won't work. And you almost have to like make up for that with some other thing, I suppose. And so maybe that's sort of the way you have to defend self-identification, is you have to come up with these like pillars for it, you know. One of the pillars is respecting somebody's self-ID, but it's not necessarily, or their view of their self, I mean. But it's not necessarily the end of it, or else how do we ever treat somebody's, actually a lot of disorders, to be honest. Or, you know, how do we ever differentiate between harming somebody's vision of themselves and something that's genuinely making their life worse. So...
is to decide in the case where the reasons seem kind of balanced, what sort of person do you want to be? Do you want to be the sort of person who responds to these kinds of reasons or responds to these kinds of reasons?
Yeah, and this is a good meta-ethical point, because that's how I look at it. Is I want to be the person who promotes creativity of self and like freedom of self and these sorts of things. And on principle, I think these are good things. So I wouldn't say it's like an axiom of mine that people should just be able to identify as whatever gender, but the sort of independence of self that I imagine people should just have, that falls under that, to some degree anyways. So, you know, like one problem I see with what a lot of people like to do is they try to erect sort of this big capital T truth tower, this like fucking monument to the great way in which they thought about their ideology or their vision of the world, and it often kind of doesn't work out like that. You can't act like your vision of how shit should be socially is monolithic and has all of the justification in the world. As you get closer to being part of the dominant culture, the more compromises and the more streamlined your shit has to become to some extent, unfortunately. Especially in America, yeah.
I'll just briefly mention, like, we had that sort of dilemma when it came to, you know, COVID lockdowns and restrictions. There were reasons in favor of lockdowns and restrictions and masks, and there were reasons against lockdowns and restrictions and masks. And I don't know, at least some people thought in neither direction are there conclusive reasons. I guess that's debatable. But some people thought in neither direction are there conclusive reasons. And so at the end of the day, you just have to kind of decide like what sort of reasons do I want to act in favor of? Safety, preservation of others, etc., or freedom, liberty, etc. What kind of considerations do I want to act in light of?
And this is a problem that comes up in American-based panels and debates a lot, where you'll get both sides saying they want freedom, and the Americans are really non-philosophical people, and so that happens because no one's defined anything. They're just Americans, so they all like freedom, basically.
So
you really have to start from some sort of principles and make decisions on what kind of priorities you're going to have in your moral system.
Although I'm working on a paper on like the ethics of pronouns, it's not coming along very quickly. And I just kind of gave you like the bottom line. I think there are reasons in favor of each of these policies. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a classic hard choice in ethics. And you have to decide what sort of reasons you want to act in favor of.
Okay, yeah, I thought that was pretty good. He presents some things in ways I hadn't heard. I don't read a lot of contemporary gender studies stuff. Okay, so we watched him. So there was something I was gonna do. What was it? I guess I could watch. What did Rhizome do yesterday? Oh, 2 days.
It's real. Share away, but if I still want our media system to be independent,
he did the.
in the case of our media system, I
Did
would
we
prefer
already
the
watch
unchosen
this?
voters,
Yes, we
because I
did.
think their,
Okay.
main
So
function
I
is
was
to inform the
watching
public
something the other day, and I can't remember what. But yeah, I don't think this guy means bad. Oh yeah, he did the thing. We can go watch the. Did you watch the Claw on the Internet thing or whatever? Claw on Twitch or whatever it was. Claw on Twitch. You watched it. Was it good?
Hit me with an inquiry. I'm the best.
Was it this? No, I don't think it was. It was funny? Oh, okay. I didn't watch. I did something else. I was watching this stuff is what I was doing. And I was seeing how that was going. I was thinking about that a lot. There was something else. So there might have been another modern day debates thing I wanted to watch. That might have been it. Causes of the Russian war. Oh, that's great. They debated again? Wow. I might have to watch this. It's, Haz Hinkle versus Adam something and, what's his face? Destiny again. Do you want to watch that? Ukraine's fault, yeah. I think, it's got 3 banned people. Yeah, I'll watch it, fuck it. No one's gonna find out. If I get suspended, it'll be for like 3 days and I'll just never watch again. Because I've watched a lot of Destiny's debates on the Ukrainian question, I guess, and might need to delete the VOD. Yeah, I might leave it open for like 24 hours and then unpublish it or something. I've watched a lot of Destiny's arguments against people on Ukraine. At this point, it kind of is down to a lot of crazy people who argue with them, and yeah, it's funny. It'll just be like a throwback to when these guys weren't banned from Twitch.
If you got up with the news, it's not looking good for the Russians. They got entrapped. Now they're being treated to hell in brutal urban fighting. So that really does not bode well for Russia, and consequently for tankies who are pro-Russian. They cannot make such a good case for Russian involvement in Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And of course, regardless of what these two might try to tell you, the reasons are still just good old-fashioned Russian imperialism. This is what they've always done. This is the bread and...
So we need to come up with like a better definition of like imperialism that includes like what the Nazis did and what a bunch of people did, and not just like what a bunch of Marxists say they want imperialism to be or some shit. We need to come up with like a really good strict definition that isn't like Lenin's definition. Haz has natural lighting now. Yeah, look how bad his lighting is.
Also the Soviet Union, because if you look at Russia, like the reason why Russia is so big is because they did the exact same thing they're trying to do currently to Ukraine, as in to.
It's not that hard to set up like lights and shit. I probably have $30 in lights set up, and it looks okay,
To invade, destroy, murder, deport.
These 24p levels of fuzzy release, his whole video feed is in yellow. Yeah.
Subjugate people who live there. And forcibly melt them.
Well, yeah, you actually have to learn how to fuck with some of this stuff. Like, I had to mess with my camera settings to, because the lighting of the room's kind of weird. I had these two lights that shine right into my face and body and stuff, and then these lights in the back, and so I had to fuck with my camera settings till it came out looking nice. I just don't think Haz is smart enough to do all of that or something. I don't know. He always just sounds and looks like shit when he's like debating people.
Empire. Same thing they did in Ukraine, or at least they tried, but oops, Ukraine actually resisted, and the Russian army is not so strong as it was due to endemic corruption and demographic issues. So now Russia is on the sort of wrong end of the stick, so to speak, and this might not be an ideal situation for a tanky, but we'll see how they'll try to justify it. Anyway, Destiny?
Yeah, I mean, the arguments have remained virtually unchanged since the beginning of the war. Russia doesn't really have any good reason to go after Ukraine.
Yeah, it's really just going to be the same shit that they were arguing with them at the beginning of the war, except these two arguments, Haz's and Hinkle's arguments, will have shifted a bit, basically.
And Russia has continued to threaten Ukraine's sovereignty in a way that we haven't seen any nation threaten the sovereignty of any other nation in the past 30 years. The idea that the territorial integrity of another country could be threatened by a larger power because of fears of the type of government they'll have, or the potential voluntary joining of NATO, or the potential voluntary joining of open markets in Europe is just as ridiculous now as it was a few months ago when the war began. We've seen Russia commit to atrocious military strategy, whether we're talking about civilians being murdered in places like Mariupol, or whether we're talking about the, I guess, just the overall mayhem or destruction that they brought in cities that they've been forced to retreat from now. There's any justification that could revolve around trying to say that Russia should be able to do anything undermines Ukraine's sovereignty. That hasn't changed since the beginning of the war. And unfortunately, now Russia finds itself in the bad end of a protracted war that it doesn't seem to be able to support. And yeah, I'm curious to see if we have any new arguments that could possibly justify the failing Russian invasion into Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
You got it. Thank you very much. We'll kick it over to Jackson and Infrared, but want to say, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we're a neutral channel hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from, and we have many more juicy upcoming debates.
Refuse to debate us, and I feel like they probably collected their ideas and their views by now, so it's good that they're here. Before we get into it, though, and I hope Azov something can respond to this, you've gone out and you posted memes of Stefan Bandera, the infamous Nazi in Ukraine. You've been criticized by your own audience for doing this. You said that you defended the Azov battalion because what else is Ukraine supposed to do than to support the Azov Nazis and bring them into their National Guard ranks and allow them to basically slaughter and genocide people in the Donbass?
Man, he is just fucking nothing but propaganda pilled, isn't he? That is really crazy. What evidence? None. In Russia said so. That's my evidence.
So hopefully you can address your support for the Azov Nazis and posting Bandera memes online. But as we get into this, I mean, obviously,
Bandera memes
the
are fun.
war, this special military operation, invasion, whatever party wants to call it, began due to Western.
Why do the Russia stands get to set the meme acceptability shit? They meme about Putin, a mass murderer. So if they get to say Putin is good, I get to say Bandera is good. Simple as.
We saw the continued threat of NATO accession of Ukraine, leading up well into the Zelensky administration, even up until the last days prior to this invasion beginning. We saw the West and nations that previously were neutral flooding Ukraine with arms. We've seen over the past 6 years, we've seen NATO training Ukrainian battalions. We've seen the U.S. training special op Ukrainian forces in the United States. And we also saw that the Ukrainians were planning an offensive and invasion into the Donbass. We know for the past 8 years, Putin has tried to secure peace in Ukraine through the Minsk Accords and the Minsk II Accords, both of which were violated by Ukrainian forces. The ceasefire violations were violated, especially in the days leading up to the war. We saw an dramatic increase in ceasefire violations. And though the OSCE does not directly point out who is responsible for these violations, Donetsk officials say that Ukraine was responsible for the vast majority of these violations in the final days of the war. But then again, this isn't nearly as important as the fact that there were documents released, I believe it was on March 8th, which pointed out that Ukraine's National Guard, the 4th Operational Brigade, was planning an invasion into the Joint Forces Operations Zone in the Donbass. They were going to do a full-scale invasion. And in an effort to prevent NATO accession on Russia's border, in an effort to prevent the slaughter of more Ukrainian or more Donbass.
So before the war, I believe NATO said it would take at least several years before Ukraine had what was necessary to join NATO. So there was no NATO accession going on.
In Donetsk and Lugansk with this threat of an invasion, and to prevent the Nazis like the Azovs that...
I mean, just remember, NATO has never been trying to get Ukraine in. Ukraine's trying to get in NATO, that's true.
Azov, something of the...
But there's never been a point at which actually having Ukraine and NATO would outweigh the risk it would incur from Russia of allowing Ukraine into NATO. It's really that simple. I never understood. Like, it's like a nothing point.
Killing more civilians and spreading their ideology, Russia decided to make...
They're really trying to slow down what I see as a very clear issue of having a highly successful neighbor with so much cultural connection in Ukraine, both in the EU and NATO, and with a lot of like high development on the border and stuff. It's not this issue of like NATO or whatever.
Counter move to the 8-year war, which was started after a U.S. coup in 2014 in Ukraine by launching the special military operation.
Additionally, in regards to this allegation by Adam Soything that we had backed out of our debate, if anyone's interested, we don't actually have to argue about it. You can go on my channel where I provide irrefutable proof that at the very least, Adam Soything was lying that me and Jackson refused to debate him. There's I show for full DMs with Modern Day Debate, and I provide evidence from Modern Day Debate's Twitter that says it was actually him that backed out of that. But, you know, let's not dwell too much on that. Just to add to what Jackson said with a kind of broader picture, this notion that what we're witnessing is this time-old Russian imperialism, the notion that the Soviet Union was imperialist is already questionable, but the Soviet Union doesn't...
No, it's really not. The Soviet Union did a number of wars to keep countries in the Soviet Union.
Even exist anymore.
That's what, well, not Afghanistan. I don't think they weren't in the Soviet Union, but they were a socialist government that they were trying to keep in the fold of sort of like the Warsaw Pact sphere of influence. He's an absolute dumb fuck with horrible views, but I do kind of miss Haz for little quips like that. I mean, yeah, he's kind of creative with the shit he says. He's content, that's for sure. He is a dumb fuck, though.
Although
the USSR was an empire in the same way the US was an empire. It's like unquestionable. It's just my side's good, your side's bad. The US and the USSR are both sort of like neo-empires that went about it in two different ways. Adam Soything, yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, the US and USSR are neo-empires. The US just won. Like, it's not... The USSR was in basically no capacity a better place for people to live in most ways, actually. Whether it was like people who want to be LGBTQ+, people who want safety from the government, people who like want long lifespans. Like, don't get me wrong, the USSR did a lot of good things, but the US just sort of beat it due to like a number of issues. a number of productivity choices that the USSR took in the form of like stronger autocratic rule. Yeah, it's not.
Russia has inherited.
I hate this narrative where like Russia and the USSR like they were like this project. It could have gone so beautiful. It was so horizontal. No, it wasn't. It was a completely captured elite class that ran the USSR for since Lenin died. So I don't like it's lies. It's revisionism and wrong. That's what it is. It's the USSR was just the second most powerful neo-empire until it fell. That's basically what the deal was.
The Soviet Union.
The US is a neo-empire in a completely different way than the USSR was, but nonetheless, the USSR was basically like an old empire that lied about being a democratically ruled socialist state. The US sort of does this like fucking like financial and military world octopus shit. Like, why can't we just say both are bad instead of like one is great and the other's just ontological evil or whatever?
And as a state, there can be no question of Russian imperialism without an international system.
And the U.S. is kind of chilled out except for neoconservatism and, of course, the fascists. It's just like the right wing keeps getting fucking worse and worse.
Of equal sovereign nations. Now, the international system that has resulted from the architects of the Bretton Woods system after World War II, I mean, I don't even think the two gentlemen here will try and make the argument that that system has resulted in free and equal sovereignty between nations. Clearly, the United States has an exceptional status in that international system, and it had sought, after the fall of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc, to integrate not only the former countries of the Warsaw Pact, but also the former Soviet Union into that international system. And it has been Russia's resistance to being integrated into that international system that has resulted in the Western aggression that led up to the events in Ukraine today. So I think I'll just leave it there for now.
You got it. We'll jump into open conversation. Want to let you know, folks, 100% of today's super chats are going to go to the Domestic Violence
I want to
Act.
like put out my predictions. They're gonna talk about Euromaidan being a coup, even though last time both of these guys showed up in a debate with either of these guys, they were probably told 5 times it wasn't a coup, and there's no evidence that it was a coup. So that's gonna happen, I bet. I'd be surprised if it didn't happen. I bet maybe some massacres will be denied, you know? Or maybe they'll even deny shit that Russia themselves have said happened. Like the kidnapping of hundreds of thousands of people. Russian state media already said that happened, to my knowledge. So they'll probably deny that too, or something. Haz sounds like a bizarro version of Civil Wars about states' rights, Chud. Yeah, he's a... Hinkle is like a businessman, and Haz is just a conservative, basically. I always just say shit like that. It's not... I don't even think Haz, at this point, would deny that he's more of a conservative than a leftist. From my understanding, he sort of rejected, at least, sort of like this idea of like leftist communism or something. I don't know that he's completely rejected communism, but like sort of the leftist conception of it. So he just is like a conservative now. It's not like controversial.
Action Center. So this is an organization with a great charity watchdog rating, saying that they are indeed using the funds for what they say they are, which is helping abuse, or I should say, people who have been abused or people who are coming out of domestic violence situations. And so highly encourage you, hey, send in a super chat, as you can both ask a question for the Q&A, and it's going to a good cause, 100% of it. So with that, thanks very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
I've been saying that forever, even before he got banned from Twitch. He's just like a conservative with like these leftist affects that like endear him to some. I thought this was pretty clear before too. I never thought of him as like a leftist once I heard his views on shit.
Of course, for open conversation. I want to remind you, if it gets too unyieldy, if it gets too wild, I do have to mute you. And here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Just a quick point as we start. I have this email in front of me that I got from James on the 2nd of March. This is with regards to who pitched out of the debate. He wrote, "Hi Adam, I'm bummed that Jackson, Hinkle, and Infrared aren't going for it despite my best efforts to persuade them. However, I'm not exaggerating when I say I might have a better idea. A Russian fellow named Justice, yada yada." And then we got the Justice debate. So here, James on the 2nd of March wrote to me that Hinkle and Infrared aren't going for it despite him trying to convince them. Otherwise, you can ask James about it
I don't care
after the
about
debate if you
I
want.
want them to argue.
This email I got.
What solidified it for me was that time Haz said the Chechens were just more traditional about gay people. They literally put them in camps. Yeah, this is the thing, is when they deny stuff like this, it's sort of this conspiratorial thing. Because reporting outfits like Bellingcat, hosts of NGOs, governmental organizations, including nearby like Eastern European organizations, journalists from Eastern Europe, all of these people have reported on the human rights violations of various Russian Federation armed groups and stuff. This isn't, it's at this point it's pretty conspiratorial. Now, it's not to say they're Nazi Germany killing everyone they think looks gay or something. Well, I don't know about the Chechens. I've actually heard that Kadyrov is pretty bad. But Russia as a whole has some serious problems in that regard. The armed groups are pretty bad. They have sort of like, they're not warlords, but they're even sometimes locally called warlords because they have sort of these strongman security forces that function as local military forces and stuff. They're not really warlords, but they even like call them warlords sometimes. So
from the modern day debate. So this is the only way to interpret this, is that you guys have.
It's like not a liberal democracy. It's not like America, but they speak Russian or something. It's a completely different country, and some of the autonomous zones are even more different than Russia is from a liberal democracy.
Backed out. This is on my Discord and also on my YouTube community page if you scroll down, so feel free to check it out for yourself. Otherwise, like, I can see that this debate is going to be pretty much like you throwing out a bunch of essentially disinfo and misrepresentation, etc., and just like bad faith, Gish Gallop gaslighting, the usual. Like, that's Jackson's MO mostly. Infrared just like screams a lot. But
were you not posting photos of Stefan Bandera?
Yes, which was actually a spin on this Russian sort of hysteria about Stefan Bandera. If you know European history, you know that yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into that. I would never post Bandera memes. But I'm not from Eastern Europe. I think. Well, he's from. Adam something is Czech German, so I guess he's Central European. Are Czechs Eastern or Central? I think they're Central European. But anyways, I don't know all that shit. I'm not fucking European.
I know.
I'm not gonna make Bandera memes. For all I know, he is Ukrainian Hitler. I don't know.
It's funny. It's funny to. It's only funny because you're a bit ignorant on this.
Well, your own audience called you out about that. That's just why I brought it up.
Some people
that could be non-Europe. I mean, I kind of would imagine doing it, but I don't. I'm like a fucking Yankoid,
Weird, which I fully understand. But the thing to understand here is that
like, come on, that looks like shit.
That image I interpreted as essentially a play on this Russian aversion to Stepan Bandera, like ooh look, the Bandera, like that kind of thing. The second thing,
I don't really. And in fact, you said that Bandera and you said Azov were far right. Would you be willing to say here live that they are not just far right, but they're Nazis? Can we get that on the record?
Some of them are.
Well, they at least are Nazi inspired. I don't know that they are Nazis. From what I've understood, they have put down a lot of the internal culture of just like the full-on, basically Nazi fascism in Azov Battalion. But they had the fucking Black Sun, they had, I can't remember, they're like called Totenkopf or whatever, and they're the Nazi symbols and shit. So yeah, I mean, they had all of this shit that looks terrible, basically.
Definitely Nazis.
Well, hold on. To be clear, on the record right now, the Azov battalion is not the same Azov battalion that it was. Like,
yeah, like back when in 2014, they were like Nazis and shit. Basically, they were like out there probably doing war crimes. I wouldn't doubt.
Pre-2014,
just like fucking ruining people. I'm sure.
The Azov battalion has been properly assumed in the Ukrainian forces, and the idea that the majority of these people, or even a sizable chunk of them, are far right or Nazis doesn't seem to be true. We can point to like pictures
you don't
online.
Think that the you don't think that the SS?
Can I finish my
Destiny. You don't think that the
Hinkle,
SS?
Do you have any source on that actually?
You don't
do
think
you
that
like,
you don't
do
think
you have
that
some
the
numbers
SS
like what percentage
wait,
of
let's
them
show.
are
Let's
Nazis?
show. Let's not show. Hold on. Let's all show.
You don't think
okay.
that the SS Wolf's Angle symbol on their actual uniforms is
This is just like I'm not trying to apologize too much for this, but this is actually kind of a military thing across the world, unfortunately.
Symbol of their ideology that they are Nazis, or the black sun logo that is a Nazi symbol?
Yep. Okay. So my response to this is that when I'm trying to figure out what's happening in terms of foreign affairs, I'm not looking at pictures that people post on Facebook and Twitter. If we're going to say that there is that's right. So if we're going to say like there is a significant Nazi or far right ultra Nazi,
in the 90s and early 2000s, do you know who armored tank commanders or like armored division commanders and shit? You know who they literally prayed to as a tradition and a rite in the U.S. military is fucking Rommel, Saint Rommel. You know, like the fucking Nazi general in World War II.
Nationalist problem.
There was like this big problem where they kept these fucking portraits of Rommel and shit in their tanks and stuff. They had to like crack down on it. I saw it in a documentary. Like the military across the world just loves hitting Nazis, unfortunately.
Ukraine.
Because they're the killing. Well, they have this perception of having been killing machines.
What I'd be interested in is that, like, are there an elevation of the amount of attacks on people, like anti-Semitically? Do we have like crystal knot going on? Do we have people that are encouraging a lot of anti-Semitic or hateful behavior towards Jewish people in Ukraine?
We do.
I don't see that anywhere. There aren't really widespread reports of that. Polling data in Ukraine shows that like they're not anti-Semitic, in arguably the least anti-Semitic country I think in all of Europe. I don't even think it's Eastern Europe. So yeah, I'm not really as convinced about pictures of people with dumb fucking symbols and shit on their military uniforms. I'm sure there are probably some Nazis in the Ukrainian military.
Well, I mean, it's their official symbol.
Let me just finish.
It's their official symbol. You're making it seem like a smaller thing.
Even 20 seconds to finish, and then we'll come over.
I'm sure there are far right aspects to literally every single military in the world. But if you cared as much about this, why don't you ever talk about like the Wagner Group? Why don't you ever talk about any of the far right elements that exist in Russia that literally train foreign fighters that do operations for far right?
He has a real point. At this point, we actually don't have much more information that Azov is a bunch of Nazis than all of Wagner Group. Because fucking Wagner Group, the heads of them have been, like the very head guy, of course, he's the famous guy with all the SS tats, but they've been found with SS skulls and shit everywhere. And there's like 10,000 Wagner Group guys. There's not just 1,000 like Azov. Destiny is spitting here, nodders. Yeah, it's just true. Like, everything, it's a non-thing.
Causes in other countries, like in Sweden.
Well,
yeah.
The Wagner Group doesn't have any official ties to the Russian government.
Oh my fucking god!
Of course, now, God.
This is embarrassing. This is some embarrassing shit. Everybody knows. Everyone, including all the Africans, the Wagner Group fucking like tortured in Africa, knows that they're associated with the Russian Federation. It's just the fact of the matter. Who are they then? What the fuck do they do? They're just like running around on someone else's dime or something? No, they're the Russian Federation forces that no one has to talk about because they're mercenaries. The leader of the Wagner Group has met Vladimir Putin in person. Yeah, and the guy who, not just the U.S., you know, it's not just a propaganda game where the U.S. is cranking on this propaganda mill. But organizations have identified the person most financially associated with it, who's probably the owner. And it's this guy called Putin's Chef. And it's this guy who runs this catering company for Vladimir Putin. Well, the guy's like a billionaire himself and has control over all of these like paramilitary, security agent type mercenary people. And he's just the guy. Everyone knows. He's been sanctioned by Europe at this point, too, not just the U.S. Everyone knows what all this shit is.
Are you trying to suggest that it's not possible for there to be neo-Nazis, active neo-Nazis, I should add, if there aren't anti-Jewish pogroms going on? Because I'll have you know that the biggest victims of Nazi violence during World War II were Slavs, and Russian Slavs in particular. So I'm not sure where this idea that Nazis have to engage in anti-Semitic violence. I mean, it's clear they do have anti-Semitic views. That's well documented, but I don't see why that has to be a key criteria. Now, regarding the Wagner Group, even if you want to say that the Russian government has these under the cover ties, I mean, that is vastly different than integrating literal neo-Nazi groups into your official military, as Ukraine has done for their National Guard. So I don't really see the comparison.
Yeah, but a requirement for them to join was to basically remove much of the concrete culture. And from our understanding, that happened. So,
I mean, you could say that Russia's doing some under the rug shady shit if you're going to try an argument. There's no evidence of that.
This is so weak. This is just like.
But even if that was true, it wouldn't be the same as the way in which Ukraine has literally integrated these people into its official military.
Yeah, so I mean, the difference is that like the Wagner Group still operates as the arm, as the paramilitary arm of the Russian military.
That's still, the key word, though, paramilitary.
Oh my God, see this? Oh, like this, like that. You shouldn't have paramilitaries. How about that? How about it's a bad thing that fucking Russia has mercenary paramilitary groups that everyone says just functions as fucking shock troopers and torturers and fucking whatever. Like, everyone knows this is what's going on. We've had a decade of information on how the Wagner Group is essentially a part of the Russian army, that as many of them can get killed as the Russian army wants, and that's how they want it. You know, it's not... What is that? Like, you can look it up, and there's like fucking like CIA directors and shit putting their names to this, and like heads of like intelligence agencies in Europe and stuff. It's not a mystery, and that's just governmental people. That's not even like non-governmental organizations and stuff.
Sanctioned, state supported.
What does that mean to you? What do you mean?
They're a private mercenary group.
They're private mercenaries that work at the behest of the Kremlin. They are directly.
Where's your evidence of that?
Wait, are we having this debate? Wait, is that the debate we're having right now? That the Wagner Group is just some independent operating thing that doesn't have any ties to Russia? Is that what we're having?
You're trying to make a comparison to a... And by the way, we all know it's not just the Azov battalion. Of course, Azov is probably the most, given the most spectacle and attention, because they are so out in the open with regard to the fact that they do have these Nazi symbols as their official logos. But I mean, you look at all these other groups. You look at Trident. You look at is it the C-14? You look at all these groups that are responsible for these mass atrocities. And they are the ideological inheritors of Stefan Bandera, who, again, Adam something here seems to think is a guy worth making memes about and posting about on his YouTube page.
There's no more cameras poised to catch atrocities in anywhere in the world as compared to Ukraine right now. And there's no record of fucking neo-Nazi groups or whatever in Ukraine right now, at least during the war, like mass executing in a way that isn't sort of like expected in the atrocities of war, unfortunately. And it's not just Azov, that's just the thing that's happening, is the war's so brutal that people are sort of torturing and killing each other. But there's zero evidence that they're doing anything more than just how awful the war is getting, unfortunately, or that they're doing it to civilians, especially Russian or ethnic Russians and shit. It's all conspiracy theory stuff.
What I will say is that at the end of the day, the people who started these groups, started these parties, started this mass political movement in Ukraine to carry out the ideological ambitions of Nazi collaborators like Stefan Bandera, they say things like, quote, we want to rid non-Ukrainians out of Ukraine. We want to get Russians and Jews out of Ukraine. That was Olya Tanyabuk. We saw Andriy Belitsky, rather. He was the commander of the Azov battalion and still is. He said that he wanted to profess his support. Listen, he wanted to profess his support for a crusade of white nations against Semitic-led subhumans. So when they're killing 14,000 people in the Donbass, do you not think that that is the true actions of Nazis? That is them carrying out their ideological ambitions?
No, it's a civil war within the country. You don't see them like
against ethnic Russians.
Against people that are being supported by Russia, breaking away from their country.
Why are they being supported by Russia?
Because Russia is trying to undermine the sovereignty of Ukraine, and they've been trying to do so ever since 2014 when their guy got ousted from the government.
From Russia's part, it's simple blood and soil, essentially. And
so I'd like to ask...
Haz, one sec, please.
Okay,
quick question.
Yeah, it's not mysterious, actually. If you look at, there's some really important Russian political theorists and like philosophers who posited shit about like Russian statesmanship, who have basically said that Ukraine must be Russian, that Ukraine is just a part of Russia, and that they are Russian no matter what they say. So it's not like there isn't cultural history and context. Godstony moment, yeah, he's just going in on him because it is just like crap. I don't always agree with Destiny, but I do love this. He's very good at this kind of argument. He is.
For you,
he's like. He can be a good ally when he's close enough to our views that it's like acceptable, you know.
We keep hearing about this.
Not that he's even that bad most of the time, but yeah, sometimes he has some pretty shit takes.
We keep hearing about this massive Nazi problem in Ukraine, right? Like, of course, citation needed, but also, guys, don't you find it funny how like your position is held by virtually every neo-Nazi movement in Europe right now? Like in Hungary, there's a literal Nazi party in parliament right now, Our Homeland it's called, who are just spreading the same kind of propaganda that you do. They say the exact same thing. Fidesz, Viktor Orban's party, who's essentially a proto-fascist party, also believes the same thing. And every single far-right party in Europe, every single Nazi
is
party in
Orban's
Europe, is
party right now genociding ethnic Russians?
No one's genociding ethnic Russians. This is just at the point now where this is 100% Russia. Previously, when we had seen these two like argue in other debates, I think it was like 80-90% Russia. Now this is just like 100% Russia mainlined into their fucking veins, you know. This is just like he sounds like Lavrov, the fucking diplomat from Russia or whatever that they sent to the UN. Is just like the same shit. Pepe laugh, horseshoe, yeah. It really is. The Russian government right now is at least ultra-nationalist. I say this because I don't know enough about Russian ethnic history to understand how all of these like Caucasus and Asian autonomous and non-autonomous territories work. But I would call them at least ultra-nationalist right now. And I should look a little bit more into it, but I would suspect it's borderline fascist with the white-skinned Slavs as sort of the center. That's what it seems like when you look into the actual central power structure.
Excuse me?
There is no genocide in Ukraine. What are we talking about?
Well, I just wanted to, first of all,
Adam, Russia is genociding more ethnic Russians right now than anyone else.
Adam, I think you're
That's
wrong about
factually
that.
incorrect.
So
yeah,
Adam,
they're bombing ethnic Russian areas.
Yeah, they are bombing the dog shit out of Russians, or ethnic Russians. I mean, Ukrainians that are ethnic Russians. Even among ethnic Russians in the east of Ukraine right now, Russia has a very low approval rating. From what I understand, in all of Ukraine, it's like 92% disapprove of Russia right now. That's the last I read. And even in the east, it's very high, like 70 or 80% or something.
Ethnic Russian casualties are mounting in it.
It's extreme. The idea of Russia taking these territories is extremely unpopular right now.
And ethnic Russian civilian casualties are mounting in the areas that Russia is attacking because Russia.
So you think that none of those ethnic Russian deaths could have been responsible by the Ukrainian forces like they were over the past 8 years?
So now we switch.
Yeah, I mean, they don't just get to call independence real quick after being essentially propped up by Russia for 8 years. and then it's somehow a genocide if Ukraine fights to get those territories back. That's just not even accepting history at that point. Countries always fight to get territories back, and Russia is basically proposing that when it says something is independent, it's independent now. And that's just how it is. And even though everyone can identify that's just a veil, that's a facade for what's going on. What's going on is an invasion of Ukraine that's not going that well.
Switch to like, don't you think some of them might have been?
You know, the facade is this independence thing, this like idea that Russia is helping with the independence of these states or whatever. The fact of the matter is they just tried to take Ukraine and they suck at war, it turns out.
Being killed by Ukraine? Come on, dude. Look, if
well, no, you answer the question. I asked you a question. You're making it out to be that all ethnic Russians killed are a result of Russian airstrikes or something like that.
Of course, not 100%.
Okay, well, good. Now we can find a point of agreement. Now, do you think that there are more ethnic Russians? Do you think that there are more ethnic Russians that are killed right now compared to the past 8 years?
Most ethnic Russians.
Yes. Wait. No, well, it might depend, because the war in Donbass had actually taken 16,000 lives by the outbreak of the current Russian invasion, actually. A lot of people don't know that. So, I don't know how many of those are ethnic Russians, but it may be the case that more ethnic Russians are now dead. Ethnic Russian Ukrainians alone may be dead right now than in the past 8 years before.
In Ukraine are anti-Russian, or anti-Russian military and anti-invasion.
Before we get into that,
how does that happen?
You said the majority of neo-Nazis are pro-Russia, which isn't true. It's just that the majority
in Europe, absolutely. In European,
absolutely not true.
Look at their policies. Look at their policies.
White nationalists.
The AfD in Germany, Alternative for Deutschland in Germany.
They're not neo-Nazis. The AfD are not neo-Nazis. They're right-wing populists. That's not the same thing.
Right-wing populists. That's
not the same thing. Almost all populists are pro-Russia.
Right-wing populism, yeah. That's funny. That is some funny shit. They're not fascists. They're just very, very, very right-wing, often racist populists. They're not fascists, though.
I live in East Germany right now.
You'd probably call Trump a Nazi too.
Yeah, but
okay, so I would be careful. I don't like calling people Nazis because people can just say they don't have the long boots. They don't have the long boots, and they're not killing Jews. Not Nazis. So I just never call anyone a Nazi, in my opinion. I think it's fucking dumb. I get why people do it, but just call people ultranationalists and fascists and describe why that's bad, because they want to kill all their enemies and take territory after they kill their enemies, which is bad. So, like, Nazi, whatever. They want to, like, kill everyone until they're done killing and they can take all the territory, and that's bad. So, in the end, I am actually of the belief that neither Trump nor Putin themselves, as individuals, are fascists, but they both run fascist administrations. Though, I'm still not completely sold on Russia just being fascist. It's almost as bad. It's ultranationalist.
But anyway,
Trump is not a Nazi. He's just like a.
But I wanted to ask you the question.
I think Marjorie Taylor Greene and Boebert and people like that. I think
Putin's like a spy criminal warlord. That's kind of what he is. He's like the Don of Dons. He's like the Don of Dons because he's running a fucking country. It's crazy.
They're like kind of proto Nazis. Like, well, I mean, what I'm saying is they wouldn't.
I'm interested in your notion of Nazism when you consider Stepan Bandera not a Nazi but conservative.
No, Stepan Bandera had a complicated history. He was a Nazi collaborator, but back
he wasn't a Nazi.
He was a Stasi, right?
I don't think he was like an avowed Nazi. Although
do you know what he said about Jews?
Oh, sure.
People hate Jews back then.
So paleo-conservatives in America are not.
Wait, hold on. Are you going to let him finish the thing, or are you just going to keep like rapid-fire questions?
Sure.
What the fuck?
Go ahead.
Yeah, anti-Semitism is just a thing. It's just like a whole fucking vibe that a bunch of people in Europe and the U.S. have. It's not.
I would just love to know how.
I do want to let him finish.
So about
Prof,
Bandera, so about Bandera, I think it's very important to note the historical context back in the day. At that point, the Soviet Union was doing something similar to Ukraine that it's doing now, and at that point,
right-wing populists. Yeah, it's just so goofy. It's like
the Germans, the Nazis came through from the West, and the Ukrainians, of course, were resisting the Soviet invasion, and the Nazis were like, "Hey guys, we kind of hate the Russians too. Like, do you want to team up or something?" And Ukraine was like, "Yeah, cool." And so, of course, and they were anti-Semitic. Of course,
that's a separate historical debate that we can't get into.
Yeah, the tricky thing is there was a bunch of Holocausts all across Eastern Europe, actually, but they weren't. So we do this weird thing where the Holocaust was terrible. So I'm not trying to minimize it, but we put this special morality on the Nazis. And then we're like, are they Nazis or aren't they Nazis? But like Lithuania had its own Holocaust, I think. Ukraine, a bunch of countries individually either had local, like the Nazis sort of took over in some way, or they had their own ultranationalist or fascist movements. And because anti-Semitism was so common, like the term pogrom, I think that's Russian. That shit was happening before Germany. So it was just like everywhere. And it was I can't remember who coined this term, but I think an existentialist philosopher, maybe Sartre, said that anti-Semitism is socialism for the uneducated, basically. And that's kind of, people who don't want to educate themselves. And they just want some superstition. They're just like Jews. The fucking Jews are running the world,
Yeah, but I have to explain this to you because none of you seem to understand this. Okay, so back then, they were of course anti-Semitic, and there was like a whole bunch of genocides in Western Ukraine, mostly of Poles and Jews. There was like scorched earth, just like murdering. In Europe, generally, like the more east you go, the more brutal these pogroms and purges get. But the thing is, though, unfortunately, this has been the norm for hundreds of years in Europe of groups genociding other groups, and anti-Semitism has been like a constant theme. So Stepan Bandera, as horrible he was, and of course the level of violence was higher since it was far out in the east. Unfortunately, from a European perspective, that was not that special, right? And then later on, Bandera himself got like imprisoned by Nazis and removed from power, etc. It's complicated.
Hold on, but this is an outright falsification of history. The idea okay, well, you're going to let me talk now because I let you do that. But the idea that Bandera as pogroms and which was actually part of the Holocaust, if you don't know, the anti-Jewish violence in Ukraine perpetrated by the Banderas is just another incident of anti-Semitic violence in the history of Europe. That would be true if it wasn't for the fact that the Ukrainian nationalist ideology, even before the Nazi invasion, was heavily drawing from the inspiration of German fascism and Nazism, as were most of the other extreme ultra-nationalists.
I think it was Ustazi or something, unless I'm just way off.
Across Europe at the time, who had an anti-Soviet agenda. So what you're saying is a falsification of history. Bandera's anti-Semitism was of a Hitlerite character. It was not some traditional conservative European anti-Semitism. And I just find it hilarious that you're doing all this mental gymnastics to try and tell us that a literal person who helped perpetrate the Holocaust alongside of the Nazis is not a Nazi, is just
none of this means anything. Even if you got your anti-Semitism from Hitler himself, suppose Hitler fucking wrote down the fucking 20 commandments of anti-Semitism and gave it to you, it still doesn't necessarily mean you're fucking Nazi.
Just a collaborator, but
you can be a Nazi collaborator, you could be a Holocaust doer, and it still does not mean that you are a Nazi, a fucking National Socialist,
Conservatives are somehow Nazis. I mean, that's quite the
story. Could I just ask a quick question about that, and then you can finish everything? I'm just curious. Would you consider the USSR a Nazi country?
Absolutely not, no.
So when the USSR is literally writing up agreements to split Poland in half and join invade it, and having non-aggression pacts and setting like the stage for like...
This is why you can't have this dumbass discussion. Like, the USSR wasn't fascist. The USSR was never fascist. You get to be careful with this stuff. It just wasn't. It was an I view it as an empire, Russian empire primarily, even though Stalin wasn't Russian. He was like the last non-Russian leader, like highest leader they had basically. Yeah, just fuck Nazis. I don't care. People who shoot other people in the face a lot. How about that? And like systematically.
Future alliances.
Say that instead of Nazi.
With Nazi Germany. How do you rationalize that in your mind? I'm so curious.
Yeah, it's very clear. The Soviet Union made several overtures to France and Britain and the other Western allied countries to form a security pact against the Germans. When the Germans kept going east to Czechia, they had their intention to go east to Poland. The Soviets were left with no choice but to continue to buy time because they were not prepared for a military confrontation with the Nazis.
So left with no choice, like Bandera was in Ukraine, in order to like fend off
no,
Soviet.
Bandera was
the same thing.
Oops,
It's the same shit.
Fault in the narrative.
No.
Bandera was definitely.
Hey, Elfin Pug Form, how you doing? We're watching a little bit of band content, so don't tell on me. We're watching, apparently like a week ago, we had Destiny and Adam something versus Hinkle and Haz, which is pretty cool. Also it says it's your first time chatting. Thanks for chatting.
Left with.
So we're talking about this. We're talking about why we have to stop having this discussion every panel, which is who and who isn't a Nazi. They're fucking. Who cares about Nazis? Say fascist or like ultra nationalist or. You know who are Nazis? People who identify as Nazi and like some crypto Nazis in the U.S. That's about it. How about we stop calling Azov Nazis? We stop calling fucking Putin's regime Nazis because they're not Nazis. They're like ultra nationalists and fascists.
The choice to not actually collaborate with the Nazis in the Holocaust. Yeah,
I think it really is that simple, and I hate that this eats up an hour of every panel. It seems like
he was definitely
the USSR had to.
The USSR most definitely had to have a non-aggression pact in order to buy up the necessary time to build up its military and industrialize.
It wasn't just a non-aggression pact.
They weren't going. Well, okay. So they weren't ever going to invade Nazi Germany preemptively out of the goodness of their heart. So it is true that they probably needed to buy some time pragmatically, and maybe they even thought they could get out of the worst of direct conflict with Nazi Germany. But the USSR, from what we understand of Stalin's viewpoint and the viewpoint of the other people around him who mattered at all, it wasn't like they weren't like planning to get rid of the fascists because fascism is evil and they have these principles or whatever. Yeah, it's not productive. It's not Nazi. The fucking word Nazi is just this token people pass back and forth with weird contrived arguments, and we just no one's a fucking there. Anyone today is a neo-Nazi. Usually, there's not a lot of Nazis.
Invaded Poland with Germany. They split that country in half.
No, Germany had told the USSR of its intention to invade Poland, and then the USSR said, "Okay, we won't go to war with you over this if you don't cross this line." Now, when the Polish government...
it was not... He's trying to slant this to be a bit more neutral. Like, they're like, hey, please don't just go over this line. The USSR fucking invaded Poland.
Fled Poland in exile to London. The Soviets came to the Eastern Poland to defend the Soviet Union. That is why at the time...
I do not believe that is true. That does not sound like what happened.
The Polish government and the British...
I don't think it went down like Stalin was like, don't cross this line, and then the Nazis invaded West, and then all of the Polish left, and then the USSR just took up the vacant countryside, the eastern part. What the fuck is he talking about? No, they invaded Poland. They both invaded Poland.
And did not accuse the Soviet Union of invading Poland, and they didn't go to war with the Soviet Union, and that they went to war with Germany. And there's a reason for that, because the Soviet Union did not invade Poland. The whole pretext of World War II was the invasion of Poland by Germany. Why didn't Britain declare war on the Soviet Union?
But did the Polish government flee before or after the USSR invaded, Haz?
Oh, yeah.
It was in response to the German invasion. That they
Did the
fled,
Polish
not the
government
Soviet
flee
Union.
before or after the USSR invaded?
At the same time.
By the way, Haz,
Simultaneously, yeah. They saw the Germans were coming in, and then they left right as the Russians were coming. So it wasn't the Russians. The Russians didn't scare anyone. No. See, everyone was just scared of the Germans, even though it may seem that the two most powerful countries in Europe are attacking you simultaneously. Only one of them is attacking you. Oh shit, I just did that. Why do I always do this?
Because the leader of the majority party.
Modern day debates.
I can understand. Are you implying that like Ukraine is murdering a bunch of Russian journalists, but we just haven't heard?
The Soviet Union protecting their security and whatnot.
The massacre, the Katyn massacre, whatever, where the USSR is executing, like,
declare war on the Soviet Union.
USSR is literally writing up agreements to split Poland and
collaborate with the Nazis in the Holocaust. Yeah, he was
definitely.
USSR. And then the USSR said, okay, we won't go to war with you over there.
After the USSR invaded, Haz.
Oh yeah.
It was in response to the German invasion. That
Did the
fled,
Polish
not the
government
Soviet
flee
Union.
before or after the USSR invaded?
At the same time.
By the way, Haz,
Do you know what
why would they flee if they're not at war? Shouldn't they be like chill? Like,
well, then why didn't the Allies declare war on the Soviet Union if the Soviet
Why,
Union?
if they weren't afraid of the Soviets invading them when the Germans invaded them, why didn't they just flee to the east? You know, what the fuck? No, they left the country because they were being attacked on both sides.
Was invading Poland.
I'm not asking why they. I'm just curious how it's just interesting to me that the USSR was basically forming like a long-term alliance, or had in the works a long-term alliance with Nazi Germany. But you've got like a rationalization for that. But Bandera is like literally evidence of like permanent future Nazism.
In Molotov's meetings with the German leaders, he explicitly rejected any long-term alliance and new order for Europe. He said, "We don't want to form a new order, a new world order with you guys. We just want our security concerns to be respected." Don't cross this line.
Well, I don't think they were ever really going to do that, though. I think the Lebensraum always required that they take part of Eastern Europe, which at that point was in the Soviet Union's territory. So I don't remember the exact what was going through everybody's mind, but they always had Lebensraum in mind because they couldn't just stop at Poland. They had to take, I think, Ukraine, places like that.
In Poland, don't go to Bulgaria, don't go here. And then it was totally, meant to just defend the Soviet Union, not to create this long-term alliance for the
and the USSR. Hold on, just another.
Russia stands always do this, where they say whenever the USSR or Russia does something to take over a territory just outside of its borders, they're just setting up buffer states and they're entitled to it. No, they're invading fucking smaller countries and doing what they want, slaughtering people and stealing. You know, it's not...
Sorry, because there was the...
I'm sorry, that's not how that works.
The massacre, the Katyn massacre, whatever, where the USSR is executing like tens of thousands of fucking Polish military officers and intelligentsia. You had the, what was the name of the KPD officials, the communists that fled Germany into the USSR, were shipped right back to Germany to be executed. What do you mean they were just like not aggressive, dude?
To the historian Grover Furr, who's done a lot of work to show this.
I don't have him to talk to right now.
I don't care what the fuck he says. This has been like shown via the Soviet archives, I think. So I don't know what Haz is talking about. I don't know who that is. I don't even care. So
well,
do you think neither of those things happened?
We don't have time to go through the primary sources and evidence for all of those claims, so I'm just going to tell you that I deny them.
Yeah, like Destiny, you probably think there's a genocide. You probably think there's a genocide in Xinjiang right now too. So you're not the most reliable source in the world. So what I want to point out here, is that you're making an argument about the Soviet Union protecting their security and whatnot. We saw Stefan Bandera literally work together with Nazi intelligence to form massive SS battalions in Ukraine to band together tens of thousands of Ukrainians to slaughter hundreds of thousands.
You can make you can help make all kinds of countries did that during World War II. Like a bunch of countries had like SS and stuff set up. It doesn't necessarily mean the country was like Nazi Ukraine or something.
SS isn't bad either. That's just paramilitary.
And you're trying to
it's like a kind of organizational structure, and it probably has to do with. I don't know exactly, but I can imagine how it's even ethnically modular in some way, where you can just do it in another country.
compare the two, and it's literally insane. You're trying to equate a security pact with literal Nazi genocide of Ukrainians. It's insane.
Yeah, but SS is just paramilitary. That's not bad.
You know, you're actually fucking insane.
Do you have any proof that the SS was like controlled by the German government?
I mean, what about Holodomor?
Say that again.
This is bullshit. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Russia or the USSR over decades deported and fucking starved who knows how many Ukrainians. Millions and millions. Now, there's a big, it's contentious whether the Holodomor can be considered a genocide due to intent and stuff. There's discussions, books about all of this shit. But the USSR either fucking purposefully or negligently killed, I think, including Holodomor, deportations, other activity, like 6+ million Ukrainians over the course of decades. It really was that bad.
Do you have any proof that like the SS was directly controlled by Hitler?
You know, there's not a single record of Hitler actually ordering the murder of any Jewish people, right?
It was the paramilitary wing.
Like,
did I say Hitler? Did I say with?
I'm just saying when you're talking about the SS, these are
like the USSR. I can't remember if they really ever did a genocide. I don't remember, but they regularly did things that were fairly similar. But this is what Russia's stands always hide behind, and it's really pernicious because if you know the study of stuff like genocide, you know that a lot of it revolves around legal stuff, the UN definition or international crime courts, those sorts of things. And then there's also people who just write on genocide in terms of ethics, etc. But when you get down to the morality of genocide, it's like planned mass murder with special qualifiers about basically like the intent against an ethnic group. Besides intent against an ethnic group or something like that, it's just planned mass murder. And so when you planned mass murder a bunch of fucking people, it really isn't that morally different from genocide. So, but they always hide behind that somehow. It doesn't matter how many people the USSR killed in Ukraine.
These are paramilitaries, and if the Wagner
or killed in Central Asia, etc.
group doesn't count, I don't know why the SS would count.
Did I say it was Nazi intelligence? Because we do have evidence that he was meeting with Nazi intelligence officials to form these battalions.
Oh, the flaws in the narrative, I like it. By the way,
that's exactly what I said. You tried to manipulate my words.
Sure,
listen,
okay.
at the end of the day, I do agree with you though. I do agree with you though. Ease off something. I do agree with you. I do agree with you.
I want to go from Adam to and then infrared after.
So I want to correct you on something. It wasn't the invasion of Poland. It was the special military operation into Poland. Okay, let's keep it straight, guys.
Yeah, that's an argument devoid of substance.
That's really funny.
It is very
nice.
It was very clear that the invasion of Poland started World War II, and the Soviet Union was not considered a member of the Axis powers at that time, and Britain did not declare war on the Soviet Union, nor did the Polish government.
The Axis powers is just like. Yeah, it's just like a few countries that
part of the
USSR was effectively throughout the part of World War II that wasn't just European World War II that wasn't just Germany doing a bunch of shit really fast and sort of beating up on a bunch of countries fast. After that, the USSR was just in the Allies. It wasn't. I don't actually put that much on the USSR for doing that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's bad that they invaded and took territory, but that's also how expansionist countries were back then. So I don't see it as a special moral wrong that they had some sort of treaty with the Nazis. Who cares?
The Polish government in exile blamed the Soviet.
They weren't that bad at that point. They hadn't done the Holocaust yet, so no one was they weren't thinking of them quite like that.
Union for any invasion. Now, second of all, I wanted to ask you this question about a more contemporary event. You wanted to know about these acts of neo-Nazi violence that were, as Destiny put it, just part of the war. Was the Odessa massacre just part of the war when that
the Odessa massacre was an incident where a pro-Russian mob met a pro-Ukrainian mob, and the pro-Ukrainian mob turned out to be about 3 times larger than the pro-Russian mob, and they actually pushed the pro-Russians into this building. I don't know, trade unions has something like that, and they pushed them into this building. Yeah. And it's blurry what happened next, but like Molotovs and stones started flying.
It's not blurry. The International Criminal Court has already done a preliminary examination.
Feel free. Like the building got fired.
What was the?
I was going to say real quick. International courts have also ruled there's not a genocide happening in the Donbass, so you can't pick and choose when you want to side with international courts. Sorry, Adam, keep going.
Oh yeah, sure. So at that point, it was like most people died, I think, of the stampede and the smoke, because the building was actually set on fire. And then afterwards, that was pretty much the end of the pro-Russian protests in Odessa. Actually, a few months later, there was like a sort of terror bombing of the Ukrainian authorities, of like civilians. A couple of them died, but like that was pretty much it at the end. The next calamity came when Russia started launching like cruise missiles at like residential neighborhoods, as in now. But that was basically the gist of the Odessa massacre, which wasn't really a massacre. It was two mobs meeting with like stones and Molotovs and whatnot.
So, yeah, I mean,
as during the Civil War.
That's a great attempt to whitewash a horrific act of neo-Nazi.
No, I mean this is what happened.
But we have countless others.
Violence.
Hold on, but we have other countless instances of violence at the time. There was the crucifixion of Russians. There was the disappearance of several...
That's a fake, though. That the crucifixion didn't really happen, though.
Well, I saw it on video, so I don't know how it could be fake. And there's the several Russian journalists who, I don't know, just disappeared somehow. I mean, there was a clear...
I mean, there's been a bunch of fucking international and Ukrainian journalists who have disappeared too. So
campaign of intimidation, terror, and violence.
Like now in Russia, right?
Russian forces.
Like now when like anti-war journalists are being disappeared and like news organizations being shuttered in.
Well,
Russia,
we're talking about Ukraine right now. We're not talking.
Yeah, how can it be fake? I saw it on video. I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of Ukrainian soldiers that are doing terrible things to the Russians that are in their country. I'm sure. But it's not a civil war, and I don't want to frame it as that because that plays into Russian nationalist framing. But they are especially close culturally, and at least in terms of family structures. And so it's assured to be a brutal war, kind of like a civil war. There's a lot of history to this, and it's getting desperate in the East. So I'm sure there's people sawing each other's heads off. I'm sure there's all kinds of nasty shit that happens in war. However, the things you can't brush under the rug at all, that aren't just what happens in sort of these sorts of wars, is these mass murders of restrained civilians. That's not the thing that you can just brush under. There's only one side that seems to be doing that. Video editing does not exist, and dishonest framing does not exist. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. I've never heard of crucifixion. I'm a little skeptical. I probably would have heard of it because I've heard of a bunch of things that may have actually happened. I've actually seen some videos of stuff that some claim may have been edited, but they looked pretty fucking real, actually. They said it might have been produced, but I'm kind of skeptical. It looked like people dying. You know, like it looked like how people die, brutally and grossly, you know? So, unfortunately, especially when it's like this war where shit's really going to hell, like in eastern Ukraine, people are just going to savage each other and stuff. What you have to look at is these massacres and stuff that are outside of that kind of awfulness, you know?
Russia right now, and that's like kind of like a whataboutism. The point is that there's a campaign of terror, intimidation, and violence against people who represent the opinion of the Russian-speaking population in East Ukraine. You said earlier that the Russian-speaking population in Ukraine is anti-Russian. Well, how would you even know that if their representatives were the victims of?
They're not anti-Russian outside of the fact that after Russia invaded and started bombing everybody, they now don't want Russia in the country, and they don't feel good about Russia right now. Probably because they know people who got killed or something, or fucking raped or shot. I don't know.
Systemic campaign of terrorism and violence and intimidation.
Like who?
like the various Russian journalists. I can't name them
Like
off
who?
the top of my head.
Oh,
Wait,
okay,
what's a single, like we hear when journalists are killed during these conflicts, it's a really big deal. We hear about it in Israel. It happened recently. The IDF murdered or killed a journalist during, they say it was accidental fire or whatever. Are you just, so I can understand, are you implying that like Ukraine is murdering a bunch of Russian journalists, but we just haven't heard about it at all?
Well, there are several missing journalists.
Can you answer that question instead of like...
They were literally shelling Russian journalists in Donetsk this week.
Oh, actually, Russians actually killed, I think, a Reuters journalist or a French journalist. He died of like artillery shrapnel. And they also...
What's your evidence that the French journalist was killed by Russians? Because he was actually in Donetsk. And French President Emmanuel Macron didn't even say that he was killed by Russians. So he left it vague. What's your evidence, since you know more than Emmanuel Macron? He was on the Ukrainian side,
though. Like, unless Ukrainians shelled their own positions, then sure.
Shelling their own positions.
Feel free to look it up. Sure.
They have positions in Donetsk, in the city center of Donetsk.
It didn't happen in the city.
Listen,
it didn't happen in the city center. It didn't happen in the city center. Look it up.
Adam. You made the claim that it was just a bunch of random people that stormed the Odessa Trade Union House on that May 2nd when they slaughtered dozens and dozens of people. You leave out the part that it was Andrei Parubi who was in Odessa meeting with many of the individuals who were responsible for the violent acts that took place there that day in the days leading up to that trade union hall massacre. And this was a guy who was the leader of the Society to Erect a Stefan Bandera Monument. This was clearly an act carried out again with the same intent of all these Nazis to try and slaughter a popular resistance movement that was peaceful. It was just people sitting out in front of a trade union house to this coup government that was installed by the U.S.
Yeah, so
what government was installed by the U.S.? Oh, is he talking about like Euromaidan yet? Is he saying that's a coup yet? Zelensky wasn't installed, so...
I found the article. You were lying. They were not in Donetsk. They were on the way to Severodonetsk, so they were on Ukrainian territory. Yes.
Where were they coming from? Where were they coming from?
Their driver...
Where were they coming from?
Wait, hold on. Which are we talking about? In March when journalists were on the way to Kiev?
No. This was
okay,
this
because
was
that was one time where those journalists, I think we watched videos of that, where they were ambushed by Russian recon squad. There was a video of that where you can see them getting shot at, like through their covers and everything. That's okay, that's good. But that was just one issue of of Russians shooting at journalists.
Adam, do you deny that it was a government organized event on May 2nd that resulted in dozens of people who were anti government who were killed?
Is it Odessa right now?
Yeah, what is
are we talking about Odessa? Oh, okay. It wasn't a government organized thing. The government didn't even exist basically at that point, or it didn't have much power over. If the Ukrainian government had power to organize protests, just like this in cities far away from Kiev, like 6 hours of driving, then the events in Ukraine would have turned out very differently. This was
Andrei Parubi wasn't the leader of a mass political movement that then went on to become the government of Ukraine in 2014.
Where is Andrei Parubi's political party now?
So,
he was the chair of the Verkhovna Rada for 5 years.
Good, and
he's working up to it. He's going to drop the big one, which was that Euromaidan in 2014 was a West or U.S. orchestrated coup. We're building up to it.
How come Ukrainian far-right parties have 1 seat out of 450 now?
Because Zelensky's regime replaced them. But at the end of the day,
Zelensky's regime replaced them. Wait, do they not have elections, or what do you mean by that? Can you explain that?
Zelensky is a centrist, pro-Russian, centrist Russian native speaker, Jewish, centrist liberal, how does that?
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you there. I think Zelensky's campaign messaging was great. He wanted peace. He didn't want the persecution and the discrimination of ethnic Russians in Ukraine.
He isn't,
but clearly he's lost that battle, and he's now effectively controlled by these same forces that held power from 2014 to 2019. Like,
do you have a source on that?
So yeah, so this is a tricky thing. I just remembered. So I don't know that Zelensky identifies or is an ethnic Russian, but he is a native Russian speaker, I believe. I think it's his primary language. And if I recall correctly, that's what Russian nationalists and also a lot of Russia stands mean by ethnic Russian. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're an ethnic Russian. But that's what they mean is Russian speakers. So always like, well, sometimes they shift it around covertly when they're talking, but a lot of the time they just mean anyone who speaks Russian, because that's how the Russian nationalists see it. Is if you speak Russian, you're potentially an ethnic Russian, which means you might be part of the empire soon.
Do you have any like source citation?
We literally have videos of Zelensky going bravely, I think, to the front lines with the Azov commanders in the Donbass, meeting with them, asking them to put down their arms and to talk about this. And they say, we'll talk with you, but we're not going to stop fighting, because that's what he was asking them to do. They didn't want to stop fighting, and there's clear video evidence released by the Ukrainian Defense Ministry about all of this.
So it would be, I think, easier to disarm neo-Nazis in Ukraine and to sort of stem the tide of this neo-Nazi resurgence, which is, I guess, it's happening according to you. It would be like, if you're concerned about
this. Wait, do you deny that that's happening?
One second. If you are concerned about the resurgence of extremism in certain places, then I think we should agree that the best solution for that is for larger countries to stop fucking with the smaller country in which this resurgence is happening. Why does
I have not seen any serious evidence that the Ukrainian military has a massive fascist problem or quote-unquote neo-Nazi problem. There's not that many neo-Nazis, really. Even a lot of military units that self-stylize as Nazis, they're not really... You know, maybe even Wagner Group isn't, but only going off of the evidence that people were indicting Azov with, it's fine, you know. It's just stupid hollow speech about fucking, is Zelensky pro-Nazi or not? Or it's just some way to keep the words Nazi and Ukrainian government near each other in the discussion, essentially.
Does ISIS exist, for example? Well, U.S. interventionism, right? The U.S. went in, guns blazing, and destabilized the region, and then, whoops, this caused a surge of extremism. In Ukraine, this didn't actually cause a surge, though. That's the funny thing.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yes,
the US
in your framework,
I agree with you. Larger countries should stop fucking with smaller countries,
so
meaning
Russia
the US
should get out of Ukraine,
the US
right?
should stop arming the Nazis in Ukraine. I agree.
As long as Russia leaves Ukraine, and gives them back everything, including Crimea.
How about that?
Isn't that what they were trying to get done in the Minsk Accords?
No.
Nope.
They weren't trying.
You think the Minsk Accords were trying to give back Crimea?
They weren't trying to stop the Ukrainian Nazis from slaughtering people in the Donbass with US arms.
No, they were trying to cause a ceasefire to happen in an area where they were backing a civil war, where they've already broken off territory from a sovereign country.
Why did Ukraine in a civil war?
Why did Ukraine agree to the?
You're manipulating the words into this pro-Ukraine propaganda mindset.
No, it's called reality.
What is Hinkle. It called? Okay, so who is this civil war between? Was it not between?
He's really good at this. Hinkle, he's really good. He can just like say this shit to your face. It's pretty impressive, actually. I'm just trying to understand how. So they're sort of actually both kind of together, leading in with this internal security of Russia take / trying to aid Donbass as its own nation state take. And okay, why the fuck has Russia been blowing up a bunch of shit in all of Ukraine then? Why has Russia been threatening to nuke Finland and Sweden or whatever? You know, why is all this other shit been going on? But it's not about that. It's because they have to address the craziest takes as they come. And it's hard when you're like addressing this thing like this loaded way they're talking, where it's like the Ukrainian neo-Nazi super soldiers and shit. It's really hard to address that as it comes, and at the same time actually structure all this logic for why it can't even be happening at the same time, you know? It's like, when you're busy, because this is a big debate, kind of, when you're busy reacting, which is kind of your job in the debate as one of the debaters, it's impossible for you to deal with some of the structure, you know? So it just like keeps everyone moving. It's like, it's hard to respond to what Hinkle does.
Nazis.
It's wrong. It's not even like a perspective thing. It's like is your sole source the fucking Kremlin thing, basically. Everyone else disagrees.
rebels in the Donbass?
Or not, I don't know about all of this, but on a bunch of it anyways, including just the Minsk stuff. Both sides broke the Minsk agreements like immediately. It was a joke. The Ukrainians, from what I understand of Minsk 2 in specific, that's what we're talking about. With Minsk 2, from what I understand, the way it was written was it didn't bind Russia, even though at the time Russia was basically the sole reason why these separatist movements could do anything at all. Otherwise, they would collapse. It didn't actually bind Russia. And for Ukraine, if I recall, parts of it would have been politically impossible to actually implement. So both sides didn't do it because the Ukrainians just weren't going to do it. And the Russians, they just kept, helping the fucking separatists as much as they could, which kept them pushing against the Ukrainians. There was no way that the separatist regions could have done anything without a ton of Russian aid. They were even sending fucking soldiers into these Donbass and stuff. They were just unmarked Russian soldiers. It was the little green men. Like, there's all this context to what's going on that happened in Donbass that's really hard to address when this guy's just saying bizarro shit, basically. He's just saying some of his biggest points are just like the opposite of what happened sometimes. And it's just...
No, right now the civil war is backed by the Russian military against the Ukrainian military. That's what the war is right now.
Past 8 years?
Since 2014.
Like, ignoring the fact. The fact of the matter is there would have been no war in eastern Ukraine without Russia's immediate, quite sizable aid to the separatists. It's that simple. There was no means for them to really separate from Ukraine. So
Russia has had official military people. It's not even a secret on the ground in the Donbass. Yeah, of course.
They haven't had them.
But they're doing that again. Remember earlier how they were like, "Oh, you can't count what Wagner Group does because it's a mercenary paramilitary group. It's not even technically in the military. They're just buying into shit that is known to just be false on its face by everybody." Stuff where we've even found like documents from the Kremlin that confirms stuff like that the Wagner Group just sort of works for the government and stuff. It's not
the entire time.
Yes, of course they have. What do you mean?
They're just saying no. They're just saying no. The propaganda is correct.
It's incorrect.
When you say not the entire time, then so are you admitting that they were there most of the time, or what are you talking about?
No, they definitely were there at different periods throughout the 8 years, but they weren't there the entire time or the majority of the time.
I don't know how correct that is. I don't know what that... This is sort of like a thing where no one knows. No one here is an expert quite in that way, save maybe at most Adam something. Me, and I suspect Destiny, have no idea whether or not that's even true. So who even knows how to answer that if you're American anyways?
They have been there the majority of the time. What do you think about this?
I mean, like, in what capacity? They were always sending rockets and guns and money. But did they always have tanks and special forces? Maybe not. I guess not. Maybe not even a majority. I don't know.
Civilian airliner, they got
look at the International Criminal Court's preliminary examination. That's incorrect. They do highlight the different periods in which Russians went to the joint operation zone, as they refer to it. But it was only a few times. Now, were they providing artillery and heavy artillery at different times to the rebels there? Yeah, but they weren't there the entire time.
They weren't just providing military, like the platforms that these people were using were sophisticated platforms to shoot down things, like Malaysian Airlines Flight 17. These were platforms that couldn't be operated by random people with no idea. They required Russian military personnel.
Artillery.
Okay, and the Ukrainians are fighting a civil war in their country. I would expect them to use heavy artillery to secure their country. That doesn't justify
think it is their country. In 2014, the people in Donetsk and Lugansk voted overwhelmingly to become independent states.
That's not how that works. You can't just vote away to break away from a country. Do you think the European Union would be justified in invading?
We fought a war over that in the U.S. At least in our experience, secession isn't always legal. And I think in a lot of places, secession isn't legal, including fucking Russia. Did you ever hear about what they did to Chechnya twice? for trying to get out of the Russian Federation?
Scotland and holding them hostage because they wanted to stay in the EU when the United Kingdom voted to leave? Like
the founding of...
Hold on, Haz. No, wait. I want Jackson to answer that. Do you think that if the European Union had put together an army and invaded Scotland, would they be able to hold on to that because they voted to stay in the European Union and the rest of the United Kingdom voted to leave? Do you think that'd be justified?
Well, you're making a false comparison here. At the end of the day, the people of Donetsk and Lugansk were facing not just harassment, not just discrimination and torture, but also death.
But the Russian guns as well.
Hold on. You're not answering the question. I'll ask
yes,
again.
I am.
Okay? If the European Union, if the European Union,
I wasn't done answering. You interrupted me halfway.
Dude, this is like debating Fuentes. Holy shit.
So let's just put this in perspective. If Donald Trump were president and he started,
so I just want to give an update. I'm looking for this International Crimes Court preliminary report he's talking about. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And I'm looking at preliminary reports, and these are far from exhaustive situation representations and stuff. These are not, it's like, I'm looking at one right now, and it's like, okay, so let me see, Ukraine, the entire section of Ukraine for this 2016 report is, okay. So I guess it's not that tiny. It's like 8 pages or something. No, okay, 5 pages. That's really tiny. It's like 7 pages. It's not like this massive thing that tells of every single situation that took place in Ukraine at the time. So I'm not really finding the one he's talking about, but these aren't like exhaustive lists of everything that took place in the country.
U.S. military personnel to slaughter people in Los Angeles County, and Los Angeles County decided that they wanted to vote to break away from the United States and form their own sovereign, independent state. Then it wouldn't just be that they randomly voted. Something caused that to happen. And at the end of the day, it would have been the violence that ensued from whichever.
One of these is like. So he's like almost kind of like toting it as this thing where it's like, well, the thing didn't say, so it can't have happened or some shit. This is just what it is. It's like, so this is for 2016 in Ukraine. So, okay, so the Ukraine part starts here. So as you can see, it's just sort of like procedural history, and it's sort of this stuff from 2014. This is the procedural history part of this part of like what's going on in Ukraine. Is it's not even a page. You know, you could write like 3 fucking books easily probably about just what happened in 2016. This is like a clerical thing almost. It's just sort of this thing that probably talks about verifiable things they found out happened. So let's see, contextual background. Oh, so it's a bit more background. So this is just talking about how the democratically elected government of Ukraine, Yanukovych. So, okay, so this is still in 2013, I see. Over the following weeks, protesters continued to occupy Independence Square, and confrontations between the demonstrators and security forces increased. The protest movement continued to grow in strength and reportedly diversified to include individuals and groups, so on and so forth. So their analysis of Euromaidan was 2 paragraphs. So this is not an exhaustive report on anything. So him sort of like saying something didn't appear in it doesn't even make sense. This probably doesn't even list all the important stuff that happened in 2016. And I don't think they mean it to be that. It's just this little document, basically.
For government in power, and that government in Ukraine was installed by a U.S.
So every time he references that, just remember, it probably doesn't mean anything.
Coup, and it was an illegal impeachment that didn't actually get enough votes to impeach Viktor Yanukovych.
So,
when do you think the civil war in the Donbass started?
It started to pick up speed after the coup took place.
But when did it start?
So it started after Russia invaded and stole Crimea.
That's not an accurate.
And then what do you mean? No, do you disagree with the timeline?
It started after the coup of Viktor Yanukovych.
So it started after.
They've actually, Destiny and Dylan Burns, they argued with Haz and Hinkle. I think that might have been the famous Gain Gate. I can't remember. I can't remember if it was all the same debate, but they Dylan Burns and Destiny already argued with Hinkle on this very exact point. And I suppose there's two ways people usually do this. They either say it was a U.S. led coup that installed a U.S. Puppet government, which is completely fucking false. None of that is true. There's zero evidence for it. And I would happily throw the U.S. under the bus if there was serious evidence for this. Or they just keep calling it a coup for basically like optical reasons, because they know that puts in people's heads that like it was a conspiracy, even though a coup can really just mean taking over the government. Like, the people can lead a coup. You don't actually need a foreign agent in order to coup, per se.
Russia,
but they'll just say coup, 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 coup. That way you think of like the U.S. and South America or something. Even though we didn't do that in Ukraine.
Crimea, and then it started after Russia was mobilizing troops in the Donbass to begin that war.
What happened before Crimea?
There was an ousting of a prior leader who started shooting at civilians with police officers. I mean, what do you mean?
Just that's for the not purposes. True. We already had this debate. I wrecked you in this debate.
You didn't wreck anything. All you can point to is.
I remember he was like bummed out in the debate. He kind of like, he seemed a little, he got kind of, Dylan and Destiny just fucking yelled at him about it over and over and over and over again. And he wasn't like having a good time. It was this was earlier. He's had a lot more big debates since. But he didn't seem to be having a great time in that one.
Phone call between two ambassadors saying they prefer one leader to another, and then you think that that's evidence of a coup being staged.
For purposes of clarification, Ukraine is a very new state, even historically.
It doesn't matter that it's new. Ukraine was recognized in 1991.
It doesn't matter. This is Putin shit. This is Russian nationalist shit. This is exactly the way Putin talks. He starts whittling away at the foundations of Ukraine as an independent state, talking about how fucking Lenin should have never made it its own state in order to essentially help with the bureaucracy of the USSR, something like that. All these criticisms, and he just talks about how fucking Ukraine is so young, it doesn't even have its own culture, which it does. It doesn't even really have its own language, which it does. You know, all this fantasy land bullshit. It doesn't matter how recent Ukraine it became a country, and 30 years is more than long enough. It doesn't matter if it was 3 fucking years. It doesn't matter if it started in 2014. It's its own country, and it's recognized by the international community. It doesn't, it's that simple.
By every other sovereign.
Whenever someone says this, it's ultra-nationalist propaganda speak type stuff.
In the world. That state could have started existing in 2010.
I'd like to finish my point.
Right.
Yeah. So the founding of Ukraine, which is an extremely new state, the idea of this unified territory being encompassed by one sovereign state, that was founded on the premise that everyone was going to have equal representation, whether they're Russian speaking or Ukraine speaking, right, in the West. And it just so happens that the person who is
No, that's not how that works. There's Ukrainian speakers and Russian speakers all throughout Ukraine, actually. They always do. That's another thing they do. This isn't true. This is a massive fallacy, and they want you to think about it like this. Ukraine doesn't work like this. There isn't an East Ukraine and a West Ukraine where the Eastern Ukrainians are all ethnic Russians, which is just Russian speakers, and then the West is just Ukrainian speakers. A fucking ton of people speak Russian and Ukrainian throughout the country. There is a bias, but it's not that stark. It's not as if Ukraine is this country that's divided down the middle, where Russia has all this ethnic claim to the East or something. They just speak Russian. It's not... And yes, some of them do consider themselves ethnic Russian, and that's fine, but it doesn't mean that they get some sort of control over the east of Ukraine.
As you mentioned, was overwhelmingly the representative of the Russian speakers within Eastern Ukraine. So after that coup, which ousted the person that represented their stake in Ukrainian sovereignty, I don't see how Ukraine can continue to lay claim to this territory
because they held elections after he was ousted.
Yeah, but how was he ousted? Not like, was it illegal?
Those elections were considered illegitimate.
Wait.
No, those elections aren't considered illegitimate. Not like the ones that happened in Crimea after Russia invaded.
Who considered those illegitimate? Russia?
Was it? Well, he didn't get impeached. He ran away because he knew he was probably going to get fucked for having his police officers murdering civilians in the street.
Was it illegal impeachment?
No, but they.
Well, no, he was killing people, and so when the riots got that bad after he started having people sniped, he left because he, with probably some justification, thought if they caught him, they were going to fucking kill him.
They held legal elections afterwards.
Did he leave the country before that took place?
Yep.
No, where did he go to?
He ran to Russia.
No, he didn't.
When you topple a government, it's probably never legal. Yeah, it's not, it's not, yeah, there's not a lot to consider when it comes to legality, when you put it in context. So, for example, even in the U.S., we sort of have this obligation even to fight against a tyrannical state. But at the same time, that tyrannical state within some way, and on paper, determines what's legal, right? Unless the people somehow do all of a sudden. So I don't actually, it's more of a moral thing. It's not really a legal. You're going to run afoul of the local legal system really fast in doing so. So it's more of a moral action. And that's why they talked about that in the Constitution, is to highlight the importance of morality. Even if they were slaveholders, blah, blah, blah. But they were trying, that was their idea.
Where did he go to?
He went to Kharkiv.
First to Kharkiv, from Kharkiv he went to Russia. Details.
Like, yeah, they were assholes, but they were thinking, like, that's more important than the legal structure in some way anyways.
He went to Kharkiv, and then they had the little, right when he left for Kharkiv, first of all, they started to rain hellfire down with snipers on what they thought was his group of cars that was leaving the city. And then they stormed his own.
I don't care. Good. Why? I'm glad. What the fuck? Good. I'm glad they did that. Too bad they didn't get him. What are you talking about? Like, does he know about what the soldiers and like special police and stuff did for him during this rising up of the people? It wasn't a coup orchestrated by a foreign agent. It was people just went out to the street and started getting shot at. It's
personal home and government buildings. Do you not?
I mean, it's too bad they didn't catch him and make good on what he feared. What are you talking about? Like,
I think that's a coup.
Considering the
fact that he hadn't left the country.
Him.
And you admit that it was not a legal impeachment.
Do you think that a coup usually is democratic elections that occur afterwards? Is that a coup to you? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it can. It definitely can.
Okay, so a coup can be there's a bunch of protests and rioting.
Yes,
the leader flees from his country.
So I guess if he fled, it might not be a coup then. I'd have to look into what the consensus is. I'm not an expert on that. So maybe it isn't even a coup. But if it's not, it's like kind of technical.
Which he did, and then afterwards they hold democratic elections, and that's a coup.
Let's not pretend that him fleeing was the pretext for choosing a new leader. There was sniper fire against him as he was trying to supposedly leave, or as he was trying to leave. To correct myself, there was a raiding, as Jackson put it, of his office.
Okay, it was a revolution, not a coup per se. But then a coup is just sort of a way to end a government, I thought. So
there was clearly an intent to oust Yanukovych before he left. Now, Yanukovych is the guy that the people of Eastern Ukraine voted for. They're not going to recognize any new. That would be like Trump deciding that he's not going to accept the elections and he's going to
hold on. But literally, Putin came out and said he would accept the elections of the Ukraine presidential election after he left.
The people of Eastern Ukraine weren't. They're not the puppets of Putin. They disagreed. They didn't accept those elections because they voted for Yanukovych. What? Now, in their view, if we're going to vote for someone and they're just going to decide that they're going to be able to coup them, like, why should they?
He didn't just get couped. He fled.
Well, that's
factually incorrect. The Verkhovna Rada said that he was no longer president. They declared him no longer president and installed an interim president.
Hold on, the interim president was the leader of the majority party.
Modern day debates. Can I have a sentence here?
Oh, geez, so much misinformation. Go ahead.
This is brutal.
Okay. The Verkhovna Rada had
too.
already placed an interim president in his place while Viktor Yanukovych was still in Kharkiv, by the way. And you admit that they were 10 votes short of actually legally impeaching him. Therefore, this was an illegal seizure of power.
I don't care. I don't care. When people do it, I don't care. Like, well, okay, I do care. It depends. Because there's obviously bad coups that will lead to bad things. But in this case, from what I understand of the Euromaidan protests, I don't care. Illegal, suck my dick. You know, it sounded awfully moral when you actually read into all the investigations of what started happening to those people once it started heating up. I remember watching videos of this shit. They were trying to assault, they were in Kiev. You can find these right now on, like, YouTube and shit. Like, there's a huge record of this. The police trying to assault, where they were centered in Kiev with, like, armored personnel carriers, ramming them into these makeshift fortresses. And the protesters were fighting them off with Molotov cocktails. Like, it wasn't... Okay, so they weren't doing anything bad to the protesters, but they were trying to ram armored personnel carriers into them. I don't know. It seemed like a fucking aggressive paramilitary action against the people.
The interim president that was installed. Who was this guy that was installed?
Let me pull up his name. It was before Poroshenko.
It was the leader of the opposition party. It wasn't just a random guy. It was already somebody that was like massively popular in their electoral. It wasn't just a random dude that they
popular among portions of Western Ukraine. He was not representative of the
I'm just saying, when you say installed a new leader, you make it sound like they picked a random dude.
He was installed because, again, they were 10 votes short of impeaching
They were 10 votes short before, but after the people started getting shot in the streets, I'm pretty sure that like literally everybody but 6 people voted for the impeachment afterwards.
One second. I think Jackson, I want to give Jackson maybe 30 seconds or so uninterrupted, and I promise we'll come back to the next person.
I mean, I didn't have a lot to say other than I'm still looking up the name of this guy that was before Poroshenko, if you want me to. I'll also say that we discussed this Destiny last time, and you kind of made a fool of yourself. But most independent experts that are investigating what took place in the Euromaidan Square protest recognize that it was Euromaidan-controlled snipers, specifically Georgian snipers, that were responsible for the deaths in the Euromaidan Square. The Ukrainian security personnel thought that it was Euromaidan forces that were responsible for this. And everyone, regardless...
I almost want to stop watching this. This is not fucking true. This is like right out of the horse's mouth. This is like, it's like making me tense because it's not true. This is no one saying it. He means every investigator that Russia has sent. That's what he means. He does not mean everyone who's investigated Euromaidan. Euromaidan is largely considered having been done by the people of at least like Kiev and surrounding areas and shit. The people of a large amount of Ukraine. A majority, what ended up being a majority backed amount of Ukraine did this. So what he's saying right now is completely untrue. You can look this shit up, and it's not just the fucking liberal Westoids have their own propaganda and Russia has their own. There's a bunch of Eastern European countries that have investigated this stuff and have come to similar conclusions. And in fact, they call it the Revolution of Dignity in Ukraine and Eastern Europe or something. It's a rather well-regarded thing among a lot of the neighbors of Ukraine. This is Russia shit. This is like sludge coming out of his mouth.
Does agree that the snipers were firing from Euromaidan-controlled buildings. That is one thing that everyone does agree on.
Jackson, actually, real quickly, I think you either didn't know or you lied about the timeline of Yanukovych's escape. Viktor Yanukovych left Kiev on the 21st of February and then turned up in Moscow on the 26th of February, 2014. Now, the first Yatsenyuk government was formed the day after, on the 27th of February. And at that point,
when did they declare that he was no longer president? Because that's what I was pointing out here.
Oh, I think that's at this point is irrelevant. If we want to go back to popular vote in April,
that's extremely relevant. If he's still, hey,
one second. Let me finish.
If he's still in Ukraine,
let
me finish.
I do want to
let me finish.
Jackson will come right back to you, and then I just want to hear from.
Yeah, like, if I had a social media company, I'd ban this guy too, to be honest. I don't like him.
Maybe 30 seconds from Adam.
Sure, I just want to add this. And if you want to go by popular vote, then in April 2014, according to a Razumkov Center poll, only 4.9% of Ukrainians would have wanted to see Yanukovych return to the presidency. So I guess that does it, right? Popular vote.
Okay. First of all, Destiny, his name was Alexander Tuchnov. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Turchinov.
Second of all, yes, it does matter if Viktor Yanukovych is still in Ukraine, specifically in Kharkiv, the second biggest city at the time in Ukraine. If they are declaring him no longer president, it doesn't matter when they set up the new government, but if they're declaring him no longer president, they were 10 votes short of getting a legal impeachment. Yes, that does matter because they are illegally forcing him out of power.
I don't care.
So are you like some like centrist liberal now? Like,
yeah, exactly. Fucking yes. This bothers the fuck out of me. This is based as hell for Adam something to do. This happened all up to the run up to this fucking war. Is I would get in these arguments and people would be like, well, international law doesn't even matter. But now that the war's going down, there's all these fucking litigators on Russia's side, as if they're fucking liberal Democrats or something. As if Russia has this very rich judicial system that it turns to for every decision it makes or something. The Russians just like fucking Putin. So it's not the Russians. I don't want to get caught up on some bullshit. The fucking people in charge, along with a not very good vein of the Russian populace, the Siloviki and stuff, these security forces. They're just a bunch of fucking assholes. So, like, they're not, like, they're just doing this to slow it down all of a sudden. They just want to talk about the legality of Euromaidan. They just want to talk about war crimes, even though the Russians are setting fucking records in Ukraine in this century. And, yeah, it, like, bothers the shit out of me. Because I do like law. But it seems like people who like Russia, the only time they give a fuck about law is if it will slow down the other side. That's it.
The law, that we can't have a revolution because
the second it has to do with Russia invading another country, international law is right out the window. The U.S. invaded Iraq, international law doesn't matter anymore. But then they'll fucking turn into this litigator over stuff like this.
The constitutional law in Ukraine is pretty important when you're talking about the illegal seizure of power. Apparently, you don't think so.
In that case, we will never have a glorious socialist.
Seize that motherfucker. Yeah, if the people want to do it and they were doing it, and they were getting shot and shit, it seems like the people that they were opposing lived up to their shittiness, and they should seize it illegally. And then morally, they institute a new legal regime, whether or not it resembles the one previously. Like, it's not that complicated. Like, it doesn't impress me.
Revolution, because
then, as like an anarchist, you can just cram it up your ass. I like law, but it doesn't impede the people to, like, change the government for moral reasons if they feel it's necessary.
It can just like be voted down.
Why are you bringing?
But to be clear, so Ukrainian members of parliament voted to oust Yanukovych on the 25th of May.
They were
as if the Soviet Union's revolution was legal. This is the thing, is I am like a daywalker when it comes to like anarchism. I like a bunch of lib shit, but the problem is I don't like the way they implement it. And I actually think this is how everyone should be. Like, people act like the idea of law is like liberal or something. You just need laws. But you can't do it like the US has done it, basically. You have to implement it and go into a different intents and stuff. But sometimes the moral imperative just exceeds the law. It is that simple. It's not just LARP. When I would argue that the Bolsheviks were in the right to oppose the Tsar, although it's not as if Stalin was fucking great or anything. They were justified to do it, but they hit the rocks really fast in the Soviet Union, unfortunately.
vote short of achieving.
But yeah, no, like when you're doing a revolution, it's probably not legal locally. That's not the point. Sometimes that is, well, actually sometimes that is the point, right? Is, for example, the American revolutionaries, because I'm American, I gotta bring this up. The American revolutionaries didn't like how much they were being taxed or some shit. And so they opposed the local law. They said, no, we want to do this new law because of moral reasons. So they got rid of the old regime for moral reasons and implemented their own. And that's just what they did. That's what a fucking revolution is. You could oppose the regime because it just has a king, and then implement laws exactly like the old regime, and it's still a fucking revolution, and you still did the same thing, you know?
An impeachment.
So, like, telling me that it was illegal doesn't impress me. You know, the hiding behind legality, especially when we're talking about countries that just invade other countries with impunity. It's not. You've already like lost me.
There's an impeachment vote.
Okay, well, all I've seen is that they voted him out. So are you saying that's not true? Or?
Remember last time when Dylan Burns tried to argue that he was legally impeached, and then we had to go to the vote tally and show that they were 10 votes short of getting 3/4 approval of a legal impeachment?
Was this before police officers were firing on civilians, or?
So do you think that the allegation?
Because I see here that the vote to remove Viktor Yanukovych from the post of president of Ukraine was passed by 328 members of parliament.
So
such ballots passed by what is called constitutional majority are binding and enter into force with immediate effect.
Oops.
So
I don't know.
According to Ukrainian law, they were 10 short of the necessary requirement to get.
Was this before police were firing on civilians?
I want to ask you that question. Do you think that an allegation of police firing on civilians is
video of police firing on civilians?
Is that grounds for the dissolution of the form of a country's sovereignty, which is their constitutional law?
I don't think their sovereignty was
chasing away the president.
Because live fire has been used against protesters in several countries across their history, not discounting the United States. Does that mean that the law and the constitutional law should be suspended?
No, but if the people of Ukraine disagreed with what was happening, I would have expected that to be reflected in some vote afterwards. But that isn't.
Yeah, why wasn't? The Civil War essentially started when Russia was able to move a bunch of stuff into place to aid the separatists. Why didn't the Civil War start in Kiev? Why didn't people go to Kiev to stop it if it was this enormously contentious thing in that way? It doesn't make sense.
People of Ukraine were divided, and Yanukovych represented the people in the East.
Based on the poll that Adam just gave me, and based on the MP's vote.
All of the people in the East, I don't think that's correct. I think it's a bit less. I don't think you can cut Ukraine down the center, and it just works quite like that. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. I think generally these regions are a bit closer to the Russian border.
Vote to oust Yanukovych. It doesn't sound like they were divided at all.
Why
they always want to push it out.
4.8% wanted Yanukovych to remain in power, so too bad.
Doesn't matter. The law of the land said that you need 338 votes to get a legal impeachment. That's 3/4 of the Verkhovna Rada. They only had 328. Even with all the threat of violence, U.S. pressure, London's pressure,
U.S. pressure,
10 votes short of actually.
Yeah, you know what the pressure was? It was like who was it? I think John McCain did a speech there or some shit. Some other people. This person who was really high in the State Department who worked on the Eastern European area and stuff. It was a bunch of people the Russian Federation government did not like. And so this just seems to have gotten in their head, and now the Russian Federation always has propaganda about fucking how this was a coup in the way that they're talking about right now.
Impeaching him.
There's really no evidence that this happened. I remember last time Destiny and Dylan Burns, when they argued with these two, the evidence that Hinkle had, and this is basically all you can really put together, besides just a bunch of speculation, is that Ukraine had been getting billions of dollars from the U.S. Preceding the 2014 protests. But that doesn't mean that much. There's zero evidence that this went to anything except for just national resources as it was intended. That is like the sole real evidence that they have for that.
While he was still in the country, and they declared that he was no longer president.
And that's why they're arguing it like this, is they have no other evidence.
You understand how that's a problem, right?
Okay, so this is my timeline that I'm understanding. Tell me if you agree with this one. So there was a vote initially that you're talking about that failed by 10 members of parliament, right? Then the police deaths happened. The shooting of the protesters and everything happened. Then there was another vote on February 22nd. And then afterwards, Yanukovych fled. And then on May 25th, there was an election. That wasn't the second impeachment vote. But I believe on February 22nd, they voted to oust him. No?
February 27th?
22nd. Here, I'll link this, or maybe you can just say this is a fake vote, okay? That on the 22nd...
no, that's incorrect. In fact, it was February 23rd in which they took the impeachment vote, according to what I have here. Maybe...
Link me what you have, because what I have here is a BBC article on the 22nd saying Ukrainian MPs vote to oust President Yanukovych.
So that was probably, I mean, it's a BBC article. That's probably them announcing that they were about to take this vote. And then, on February 23rd, they took the vote and they were 10 votes short.
Can you link me that? Show me that.
Okay.
Also, articles can be updated. I don't know if you know that, but
the article is not updated.
Okay, well, then Jackson's explanation is probably
But
most
the Destiny, I think we have a problem. I think I heard BBC is run by George Soros. Jackson likes to mention him a lot.
Oh, wait, I'll look it up too.
That's
so it might be a suspicious. Oh yeah, like infra. If I were you, I wouldn't talk. Like, didn't you debate like the Destiny, like when you teamed up with Nick Fuentes, like a neo-Nazi?
Again, you're bringing up all of these insubstantial comments and arguments as to the actual debate we're having. I don't know why you would pivot to something completely irrelevant. Maybe it's because you're losing.
If we want to, and even if we want to move forward in this conversation, even if theoretically we were to grant every single thing that's being said, that there was like an illegal vote and that this was like a coup or whatever, this is a bad thing, none of this gives Russia the right to invade the country.
Yeah,
right? Even if I wouldn't grant all of that, but even if I did grant all of that,
this is how they argue. Is they argue all of this shit on the side. They do like this little puppet show over here where they put together this narrative of like all this intrigue and espionage, and the U.S. is super bad because it did Iraq, which it is. Hey, don't get me wrong, it fucking sucks. And they talk about all this shit. They do this big narrative, but over here is Russia sending a fucking army into Ukraine, and all the stuff they're talking about has nothing to do with it. It really.
I agree. That alone,
Destiny, I just sent it to you. Yeah. It's resolution of the Verkhovna Rada of February 23rd, 2014, 10 votes short of getting a legal impeachment. So I was right.
Link me the article. Link me your in chat. What you're talking about.
I just sent it to you on Twitter DM. So I'm on my.
Why would you send it on Twitter? Just send it on Zoom.
You don't have Twitter?
I don't feel like opening my fucking Twitter. Just send it on Zoom where we're all chatting.
This again on my PC. I just did it for you on my laptop. Are you incapable of using Twitter?
Yeah, I am. I think it's Soros is reading my DMs. So I don't trust the platform.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that
10 votes short, sorry, gotta deal with police snipers. Yeah, exactly. I don't give a shit. Suck my ass. It's too bad they didn't catch Yanukovych and just like throw him off a bridge or something. I don't know. Like, I don't do this lib shit. Like, it sounds like those people were justified and they should have beat the dog shit out of him. They should have gave him the old Gaddafi, you know?
Alone would justify a Russian invasion, but
I agree.
You would have to do some serious revisions about the events that led to that to make it seem like that's even their justification.
But just for the record, I was right and you were wrong. So you can apologize for being wrong about that.
Yeah, sure.
I'm trying to
anytime
find
you
it.
want.
So going through the article. Yeah, I mean, if they were 10 votes short, I mean, that's how revolutions work. That's how regime changes work.
What are you talking about? He was still in the country. This was a violent seizure of power. And they didn't get enough votes to impeach him. So you're the whole.
Sometimes violence works. There you go.
The argument you're making is like, well, you know,
what's the problem?
It's okay because there were some people who wanted this, despite the fact that the constitutional 3/4 majority was not met. That's if you were to say like,
just in case anyone would want it, I made a better Discord plugin to show UTC timestamps as well as local. It's on Rise Stuff You Made channel. Oh, cool! Check it out. Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah, I'll look at it at some point.
There's a bunch of
I'll
people
try to remember. I'll write.
United
States
who don't like Joe Biden, so therefore we should just illegally seize the power.
Okay, let me just read. This is the source that Jackson said.
Adam just one thing. Adam's saying something. He's saying something pretty interesting.
Let's just read this because this is what Jackson sent me. Okay.
Hold on. Let me just. I just want to respond really quickly to what Adam said. You're saying that it was a revolution and we can just suspend the law. Well, I think the people in the Donbass would say the same thing when they decided to declare independent republics. That was their revolution.
It just shows a timestamp, nothing special, but me and Cho were talking about needing something like it. Okay, cool.
And
you are the program wizard person. I know that.
Saying 95% of people, if polls...
I just sit here and be pretty. You do all the work.
Constituted grounds for a legal order, I mean, then we wouldn't even have elections. We would just take polls. Obviously, polling is not.
Those elections were made under Russian gunpoint, so that's a way different situation. I don't know.
So are you trying to say that the people of Donetsk and Lugansk are not overwhelmingly in favor of?
When in Donetsk and Luhansk there were more pro-Russian sentiment, ironically because of the Russian propagandizing that went on there.
So they're either being brainwashed or it's at
one second. Just one second. So yes, so. This is a very complicated conversation. Interesting nonetheless. I don't know if you want to get into it though. Lots of nuance. But the thing is, Russia has been actively.
You know, he can sit there and laugh, but Russia's the country where if you call the invasion of Ukraine the war, if you call it a war still, I think you still get like 10 or 15 years. I don't know if they're still enforcing it though.
Propagandizing.
There's probably maybe enough people that saying it that they're not actually enforcing it anymore. I have no idea.
In the south and east of Ukraine, the Russian-speaking parts, through their media empire, it's like imagine like a 24/7 Newsmax.
I understand. It's just funny you want to go down the argument of propaganda.
It's kind of like that.
I mean, the world's media is more or less concentrated in the Anglosphere. And, you know, obviously the United States dominates as far as soft power media is concerned. So if you want to talk about people being brainwashed.
See, they always do this, and I always say the same thing over and over. It's two different kinds of, like, media propagandistic systems. What the U.S. and increasingly not as sophisticated and sort of background anymore. The U.S. does sort of almost like this manufacturing consent thing. Although it's getting more and more extreme and over the top, and we actually have honest to God brain rotted propaganda in the country again. But the shit that the U.S. or the Russian state media, especially right now, is still broadcasting in forms of propaganda is really on another level. Even before the war started, it was not unusual for them to stage whole sort of fake reenactments of events that did not happen and put them on the state media as if it was a videotape of an event that happened. They do stuff like that. It truly is a different thing. I get, you know, it's hard to call it out because then they'll just call you a hypocrite and say, oh, but the U.S. has all this media power. It does, but it's not exactly the same. It's, you know, there's like this level of legitimacy some media has to have in a place like a liberal democracy. And that's why, you know, the U.S. is in such danger now, is places like Fox and OAN, not only are they sort of manufacturing your consent in this like Noam Chomsky way, they are just propaganda now. It's just like pants on head fantasy land shit. So they always do this, and they know that it's optically hard to argue about this because then you just look like a hypocrite or something.
By media.
But if you read about the differences, you know there's like an tangible difference between the ways the U.S. and the Russian Federation structure their like state media apparatus and stuff.
I mean, what kind of ideas were inspiring the people at the Maidan? Was
as bad as U.S. media can be, the Russian media and Russian propagandizing is an entirely different beast. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but that's like your opinion. That's like your
no.
It's really not an opinion. It's really, I can't. any sort of analysis you must be able to generally do to state media or something must really fly off the charts when it comes to Russian state media. It is that bad now. It is brain rotted shit. Where they even talk about nuking other countries and shit a lot. It's like really fucking dark and black-pilled, actually.
No,
someone could say the same thing about the United States media.
I would say Russian state media is like Fox News on crack, right? With some imperialist agenda. Like it's like a nonstop.
It's not even Fox News on crack. It's like halfway between OAN and QAnon with just like black-pilled Russian nuke everything vibes peppered in.
Is that Russian media hasn't led to the wholesale destruction of places like Iraq, Libya.
But it has led to the wholesale destruction of a place called Ukraine.
Libya and the Middle East.
Oh, well, it led to the destruction of now the Russian-speaking parts of Ukraine. So I don't know.
Yeah, like what the fuck? What? How is this a response from Haz? What kind of nonsense?
Talking about. It seems like these reactionary.
What a little baby bitch. No, that destruction's different. No, they're fucking just massacring those people. You know what? The U.S. did a whole bunch of bad shit. Both soldiers and our mercenaries did bad shit. We had Abu Ghraib. We had our own violations of human rights on the ground. Often not systemic, but systemic. There was systemic violations as well. What Russia is doing is on a different fucking level. It is terror war. This stuff where they tie up like hundreds of people and then just like massacre them in a town or something. The U.S. never does stuff like that. If you actually read about the doctrinal differences between like the U.S. urban combat and the Russian Federation, it's very obvious. The U.S. has spent, that's actually the whole point of like why the U.S. military is so fucking expensive, is because we have 10,000 times as many precision and high-tech weapons as we'll need, because we need them for every purpose to fight any opponent. That's what we do that's what our military does. And in the context of urban fighting, the reason why they want to minimize civilian casualties, it's not necessarily out of the politeness of their heart. You know what it is? It's so the fucking war can last longer. That's why they do it. It's so that they can get their strategic goals finished without like just absolutely going apeshit like Russia's doing to Ukraine. It's not very hard to like tell the difference between the two situations. That's why the U.S. is able to spend like 10 years in Iraq or something. The Russians have been in Ukraine for like 4 months, and there's like 100,000 people dead or something.
This reactionary state.
That destruction was over.
Like it's just all fucking nonsense from these people.
Only caused by the Ukrainian paramilitaries and military.
Oh, sure. The Ukrainians destroyed Mariupol just for fun, right? And like all these cities, like the pictures of the.
That's what the civilians say. You know, I didn't think this debate.
Civilians did not say that. That is not true. What? Can I read what Jackson linked me on?
Like, let me stress something about the U.S. doctrine. People often call it moral, and I'm not necessarily moralizing it, but it is intended to extend wars, and so that the U.S. can complete its mission, because that's what held it back before, right? At least with Vietnam, that's sort of like the issue. It was just this enormous fucking nasty bloodbath.
Destiny, do you want to talk about this? The evidence I put forward that there was a vote on February 23rd, 2014 to confer
can I just read what you sent me? Why are you so scared of me reading what you sent me?
Of the Verkhovna Rada,
Destiny, please
and they were 10
I don't understand.
short of getting an impeachment.
I don't understand. Can I just read what you sent me, or are you going to interrupt me? Is that okay? This is what you sent me, so I should be able to read it. Yes.
I asked you a question, and you interrupt me as if I'm the one interrupting.
Oh my god, dude!
You're literally insane.
It's like unbelievable.
And I mean this in the most like sincere way possible. I think you might
don't read
be
it,
like
Destiny.
borderline
Don't do it,
schizophrenic. I swear.
Don't do it.
Okay, I hope you find help.
Okay, so. Linking what Jackson linked.
He's like an android. It's terrible.
The Ukrainian Revolution of February 2014 took place after a series of violent events towards protesters in the capital Kyiv that culminated with the flight and subsequent then president of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, who was then removed from the office. There were no articles of impeachment against Yanukovych. The Verkhovna Rada committee voted on February 22nd, 2014. MPs voted to remove Viktor Yanukovych from the post of president of Ukraine on the grounds that he was unable to fulfill his duties and to hold early presidential elections on May 25th. The vote came an hour after Yanukovych said in a televised address that he would not resign. He subsequently declared himself to still be the legitimate head of the Ukrainian state, elected in a free vote by Ukrainian citizens. The action did not follow the impeachment process as specified by the Constitution of Ukraine, which would have required a whole official putting forth impeachment charges and everything. But there was a vote that they held to oust him as president because in order for the government to continue functioning, they needed to do so because he had abandoned his post.
So is that an unconstitutional vote or is that a constitutional?
I guess, but it's all, he left. And so to quote your thing, instead, the Verkhovna Rada declared that Yanukovych, quote, withdrew from his duties in an unconstitutional manner, unquote, and cited, quote, circumstances of extreme urgency, end quote, as the reason for early elections.
Destiny, he was still in Kharkiv when they took this vote, and the vote says, quote, to confer the powers of the president of Ukraine on chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, which was Torchnya Alexander, whatever his name is. And this is literally
Kharkov where the government is ran?
Seizure of power, and as you put it, an ouster of Viktor Yanukovych. They were 10 votes short of any constitutional requirement to actually move through with this ouster. Yeah,
to do the impeachment, they weren't able to get the votes for it, but to actually oust him to make sure the government continued to function, it seemed like they voted almost unanimously to do so.
Yeah, it's an illegal seizure of power, though. He's still in the country. There's no reason.
What does that have to do with anything? Why the fuck would that matter? He could still be Kiev. He could just be in a bunker locked up. What do you mean?
To be an
it's not like a magic thing where if you're in the fucking country, it means they can't remove you or something.
Well, the reason they cited was because the guy fled from government, and there was no way to run the government.
Destiny, I was
right. You don't have to flee the country. There's no international law that says you can't be removed from power. If you're still in the country. That doesn't make any sense.
I was really bad at math in high school, but I'm pretty sure.
Hold on, wait. Do you acknowledge that he left the government? Do you acknowledge that he left the government? Do you acknowledge that he left the government? Do you acknowledge that he left the government?
I think so. I think so.
Do you acknowledge that he fled? That he left? He left the government?
The vote took place while he was in Kharkiv. But yeah, he did.
Is Kharkiv where you're supposed to be the head of the state? Is that where you're
on to answer this question?
Russia after snipers rained down hellfire on his band of cars that
after he ordered police to assassinate protesters.
There was a violent incursion into his office and his actual primary residence. So yeah, after that all took place, he went to Russia, but he was still in Kharkiv.
So the argument here is that if a head of state is evacuating the capital because of a threat of violence, that is not the same as stepping down from government.
I agree with that, and they didn't follow their impeachment process, but they did vote 328-0 to remove him from his post.
Which was not enough as per Ukraine's
constitution. Actually,
they just won't listen. It doesn't matter.
At that point,
they're out of ideas. They're out of ideas, and now they'll just loop on what's left. The little nub of the just thing that's spinning on the engine wheel or something. It doesn't fucking matter. They'll stretch what they got left out for the rest of the hour that they argue.
That's right.
They'll just loop on this one thing. It doesn't matter.
I believe the reason why they didn't have the constitutional majority is because Yanukovych's party kind of just fled also and disbanded, and they basically all went to Russia. So I think that was the reason why they didn't have the majority, even though they voted 328-0 basically.
But you just called it a revolution, and you just said the law.
Yeah, it was. Fuck yeah!
So you agree that it was not following the procedures of the form of Ukraine's sovereignty enshrined in its constitution.
Sucks ass.
It was following it. It was still a revolution. Those things are not exclusive.
Oh, right. It doesn't. Well, the sovereignty, it does not necessarily have to violate the sovereignty per se. Sovereignty is usually a nation-to-nation type thing. I think.
Definitely are incompatible.
Yeah, because you basically you have national sovereignty, so that your country can't just be fucking just sending all of its taxes out of the country, basically, just like a big ass empire.
If it's going to be a revolution, then you're going to overthrow the prior form of the legal order and the sovereign order. So they didn't have their constitutional requirement. It was not enough for an impeachment.
The legal order wasn't really overthrown. The same legal system.
So was the constitutional requirement met, or was it not met?
It seems like the
Because
constitutional requirement for impeachment wasn't met, but the reasons why were extraordinary. It seemed like they
that's
didn't want to
not
go through the
covered by
process.
But the Ukraine's legal order does not allow.
Can we?
But he just said they voted to fucking oust him. What they're doing right now is they're like working off of this weird preconceived notion that only impeachment will work in this situation, which, seeing as they voted to oust him and it ousted him, it would appear to be legal. So
we use our can we actually use our brains a little bit?
I mean, was it illegal? No one.
Or is it really going to be this retarded?
I would love to use my
like
brain.
if we look at this coup, after the president.
Sorry, but people
the violence.
Can I just do my 30 seconds and then they can respond? So after he fled, they didn't go through formal impeachment charges because the country was literally in fucking chaos. They didn't want to run the courts and run the thing to figure out so they had a vote in their parliament to see what they should do. Did he abandon his post? When they took that vote, the Rada voted 328-0 to remove him from the government so that the government could continue to function so that the country wouldn't fall into chaos. After they voted to oust him, they held democratic elections and followed their democratic process afterwards. That seems to be what happened. Now, if you want to call that like an illegal coup or seizure of power, that's fine. You can do that, but don't pretend that he was just like kicked out of the government and they installed a new leader or whatever. That's not what happened.
That's exactly what happened. You can't have democratic elections to replace a president. If you
I'm glad they installed a new thing. Fuck them. It sounded like the populace did a good job. It sounded like when 328-0 in the Rada or whatever vote to get rid of the old guy. It sounds like he sucked. It sounded like he just got done like having a bunch of people sniped, just like his citizens shot in the face for daring protest him, and then he left. So I don't care. And it's a good thing they set up a government afterwards.
Have an illegal ouster of said president.
Especially when you consider that the entire pretext of him leaving the Capitol was criminal and illegal mass violence being conducted by the citizens by the people living in Kiev, who were not acting as the representatives of the entire people.
This is such lib shit.
So if that's the pretext for him leaving in the first place, of course it would not be legal according to any democratic constitution.
Why did he leave the country?
Because of the threats of violence he was facing.
Why didn't Zelensky leave the country?
Zelensky's well protected.
Because
Zelensky is what you told me on this platform, I think a month ago, that Russia was going to control Kiev in literally 3 days. You're telling me that Zelensky is well protected with the Russian military invading his country, but you're telling me that Yanukovych was under massive threat because of some riots?
Not only riots, but various sniper fire. He didn't have Yanukovych did not have the Ukrainian security apparatus.
The fucking snipers, for the most part, were shooting at the protesters and stuff. I don't know how many counter snipers the Euromaidan protesters had. I've never even heard of that. But they keep saying this is Georgian snipers. Why Georgian? Oh, well, okay. Well, Georgia had been invaded, but still, Georgia's not like this source of terror, is it? I don't know what the fuck they're getting on about.
He literally did the whole Becker.
They're not like this massive source of fighters and stuff now, are they? Like anti-Russian fighters?
Or whatever police force was still protecting him. Of course. What do you mean?
You understand though that those police forces were being sniped from the Euromaidan controlled buildings in Euromaidan Square. So they were literally killing police officers and civilians.
Is there any actual evidence of sniper fire? Is that a real thing? Can you show me that?
Like sniper fire on police officers by protesters. Like
what do you mean is there evidence of sniper fire? You're the one who the entire time throughout this debate, you've been saying that there was sniper fire on protesters.
No, what I said was that.
Yes,
what I said was that.
Was that before?
No.
Okay, well, I'm glad we have video evidence.
We have video evidence. So what? If you rewind, what you'll hear me say is that police officers fired on protesters. We got video evidence of it. I didn't say they sniped them.
Rap God, stop talking. So you've been saying throughout this entire debate that was it before or was it after the sniper fire began to rain down on the protesters? I don't know how many times you've said this. You're like a broken record. And now you're saying that there wasn't sniper fire and you want proof of sniper fire.
I said that the police fire. Do you want to bet like $10 on it? If I said there was sniper fire from police on protesters, or if I just said police fired on protesters?
You said sniper fire.
I said police fired on protesters.
You said sniper fire.
Do you want to bet on it? Do you want to bet $10?
Sure, I'll bet $10.
Okay, we'll bet $10. You give me the clip, I'll PayPal you $10 afterwards. If I did say it, I misspoke. And what I've said a million times is that police officers fired on protesters. They absolutely did. There's video evidence looked at by third parties. You can go and watch it right now. It's undeniable.
Georgian police officers that were controlled by the Euromaidan protesters.
I have no idea what the fuck this is. Like, some background, I've never heard of this in my fucking life. And I watched the Euromaidan protests unfold through sort of like journalistic agencies and stuff at the time. I was really interested in it. I've read a bit about it afterwards. I don't know what the fuck this is. Georgian police officers were coming in for the Euromaidan protesters and sniping the Ukrainian police officers. This sounds like Fantasyland bullshit. This just sounds like nothing.
Protesters, yeah.
No, they were literally.
This is the people getting sniped during Euromaidan were the protesters, very famously, actually. And as well, I believe there's substantive evidence that it wasn't just Ukrainian soldiers or Ukrainian soldiers or police, but I believe also Russian forces that were doing it, helping at least, because Yanukovych was the Kremlin's guy. You know, that's why they don't like that Yanukovych got kicked out.
Literally the yellow whatever wearing.
And he was also a really ineffective and unpopular leader. He was kind of like a coward. He was not the guy the Russians hoped he was, really.
Officers, you can see them in their police officer protected position
that's
shooting
a convincing
on
argument, yellow wearing police officers, but what I can tell you is that Georgian police officers have actually admitted to this in testimonies.
You're just lying. This is I can't engage with this. If you want, you can literally Google New York Times police shooting Ukraine reconstruction, and you can literally watch videos put together by independent people that have modeled the city, looked at thousands of hours of cell phone video footage, and put together. Like, you can see directly police shooting from areas into protester areas. You can see them shooting and killing protesters. It's like, it's like,
last time though, the last story was that the snipers were Polish. Now they're Georgian. I'm glad like they just like, I guess, changed with the wind. But no, like what we disagree with is that protesters or like Azov battalion or members or whatever, or right sector members were sniping police. There were firefights, but the massive sniping of protesters happened by the police. There's video evidence.
That's incorrect. In fact,
I just had an idea for something. There should be some kind of panel where everyone has to show up with sources, and nothing can be put forward without like some supporting evidence to some extent. That'd be funny. Guys like this would never show up, because their sources are like Twitter. It's like a Twitter account or something. It's like a Twitter account with like Cyrillic, with a Cyrillic text name or some shit.
There was a forensic ballistic examination conducted
like they have nothing. Like this, a bunch of this shit I've never even heard of in my life. I'm pretty interested in Ukraine. I was pretty interested in Euromaidan.
Listen, Adam,
wait, hold on, wait. Let him finish. Let Jackson finish. I've heard this conspiracy theory before.
There was a forensic ballistic examination which showed that the bullet samples found in protesters and police alike in police databases did not match up to the assault rifles that the Berkut Kalashnikov was using.
That's
in addition
not
to
true.
that, we also have several former members of the Georgian military who testified that they and other groups of Maidan snipers in the Hotel Ukraina and the Music Conservatory were ordered by specific Maidan leaders and ex-Georgian leaders to fire on police and protesters, and that they witnessed the massacre.
The idea that I just want to be clear on this. So you're telling me that you don't believe police officers ever fired and killed up protesters?
Now you're giving me like an absolute statement. Maybe, I don't know. But what I do know is that the deaths that we saw in the Euromaidan Square on that bloody day, where there was like several dozen people were killed by snipers at the control of the Euromaidan protesters and organizers.
I mean, there might have been some snipers. I've never heard of this like big thing where there was like a bunch of Euromaidan snipers. It's not inconceivable that they had rifles and stuff. Of course. But this is like weird because it's almost like structured to block out the fact that famously snipers fired on the Euromaidan protesters. This is very, very famous. You can look up the coverage of Euromaidan and you can just hear snipers firing over and over again. It was like this thing that everyone noticed at the time because there was so much sniper fire in like the recordings and shit. It was really scary. It's almost like this thing that's made to block out the fact that very famously snipers shot the fuck out of the Euromaidan protesters.
Okay, so when
because maybe there were other snipers, but it was not what is remembered from the events.
Tell you that like what is it? The Beirut. There's a name.
Okay. Also, we're just gonna move past ballistic evidence and act like that didn't happen. Cool, got it.
I don't know if you want to show me ballistic evidence. Okay. Feel free to link me that as well. Okay. But
it sounded like he just mentioned a few. It sounded honestly when he said it sounded like a few incidents. Maybe there's a few other snipers. What about the thousands of fucking sniper rounds that were fired at the Euromaidan protesters?
Dia, if we're gonna bring Olga Bulga up in this debate,
I don't know. I think ballistic evidence is kind of important. I don't know. Maybe I'm silly.
Oh, the Berkut. Those police officers. Yeah, they were ordered by Yanukovych to fire on protesters, and they did. We have video evidence.
Why did the bullets not match up with their assault rifles?
I don't know what bullets match up with their assault rifles mean. If you get an
It's interesting to see a microcosm of how authoritarians and strongmen play people to trick them into thinking about popular uprisings or outsiders are fake. Hinkle has no real power, but demonstrates how people with power get more power and commit further evil acts of propaganda. Yeah, at this point, the only way I can view it is like what basically well-structured counterpoints to things that are known of some of these events. Because it just, like... I remember watching all this coverage of Euromaidan. It was a really big deal. And then the invasion afterwards of Crimea was a really big deal. It was like James Bond shit. And yeah, I just remember all of that. And it's like propaganda will do this, or they like structure it just right so that it plays on your previous knowledge in this specific way. And that's what it sounds like. Because I can guarantee whatever he's talking about is not what the sniper activity was. Like Haz, I don't even know. Haz is just like a kind of a fucking dumbass. He's just like this weird, dumb conservative guy at this point. But Hinkle has this amazing ability to just keep saying this unproven, unsourced stuff. Or if you're not very informed, Hinkle got to you first. He would sound very convincing. He does sound very convincing. It's really interesting. And I'm not even that well informed. It's like this is just how all that shit works. It's kind of like Fox News, you know. They do the same thing where they play on the stuff you may remember of it. And this is part of the game that they play, especially with the people who don't have a lot of background or don't know how to find info. This is the bigger thing. I know how to find like background info and find journalists and stuff who are talking about stuff. But people who don't know how to find info, these two sides may seem basically equally convincing. At least like Hinkle and Destiny may seem like equally convincing. But when you get into who backs what, like, this is a very, some of this info Destiny is giving is very dominant from a number of sources in the region and outside the region. And Haz's standpoints is just like the Russian government, basically. That's like the people. And maybe like Serbia or some shit, or like, Belarus, you know, fucking Belorussia, White Russia, you know, that country maybe backs it too. I don't know.
Bullet, and you get an assault rifle, you can look at the striations of the round. I don't know if that type of forensic analysis is done, but you can laugh all you want. But like, we can watch the videos, dude.
Oh, it's just incredible.
The year is 2014. The year is 2014. We've got video footage of fucking everything that happens. They did a full reconstruction, like of everything. You can measure when the bullet leaves. You can hear the sounds across kind of cell phones, and you can see who's getting shot by who. It's not a mystery.
Hinkle, can you link that to us? Can you link that?
Yes,
link that forensic investigation?
Yes, you did ask for that. I will.
Sure. And if anybody's bored, here's this in the Zoom chat. If you want to watch it later, like, you can literally watch the videos of people getting killed. You can see from multiple cell phone angles where the shots are coming from. We've got CCTV footage of the police officers behind their barricades shooting shooting directly into protesters. You can see from like 4 different angles the bullet going to the protester and killing him. You can
Yeah,
measure the sound waves off of every single fucking cell that's recording it. It's not a mystery.
None of this even came up at the time, if it's true at all, and just hypothetically. And yeah.
Like, and then meanwhile on your end, you've got like Olga Bulga saying she does forensic investigation to prove that it's all fake. Like,
I see what
contradictory
one sec.
there is no contradictory evidence. Sorry, go ahead.
I see what Hinkle is. I see what Hinkle is doing now. This is like a paywall article, so we cannot check immediately.
It's not a paywall article.
Yes, it is. For me, there's like a paywall.
I didn't even send it to you. How do you have a paywall?
Oh, sure. That's the one that I sent. New York Times.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. But yeah, it was Destiny. Sorry.
Paywall.
Okay, so Hinkle, please.
And yeah, that's kind of what's going on. It's not even like a conspiracy at this point. It's just Hinkle's just paid for by Russia and probably Haz too. But it's not like I'm not like impugning them on their morality for that. That's just like how media sort of works, and Russia just pays people. It's really just like the level that it's reaching, especially Hinkle, is just out of, it's covering too much. It's out of hand. I wonder what he's going to do after all of this. I guess more Russia shit? I don't know. It's interesting. I wonder how much he's like getting paid. I don't know. It's like, is it worth all of this? Because he looks like a real asshole.
Because I'm interested. Is it now? I'm gonna go through it quickly as Destiny takes the lead.
I like. Not only is like everything that's being said so far just completely without substantiation, even if it was,
we're literally the only ones providing substantiation.
Even if we granted every single thing you said, none of this gets you anywhere near allowing Russia to invade another country to try to break away territory.
That's what they do.
To get to the point of Russia invading Ukraine, we're just trying to first establish the legitimacy of the will of the people of Donetsk and Lugansk and Crimea because of the coup in the Maidan. Now, it's
bullshit. The referendum in Crimea was bullshit. More background, the referendum in Crimea was crap. Even Russia stands can't usually even deny that it was like a bullshit vote, or they just have like this weird or like Orwellian like double think about it or something.
As far as the events leading up to Russia's intervention, that's a different story.
Sure. So let's say that there was a coup. What is the justification for Russia to invade?
Russia decided that it wanted to settle the matter peacefully through the Minsk agreements, which the Ukrainian government had agreed to. Now,
it's not peaceful to take territory from another country. You understand that, right?
Right. It's also not peaceful to have a violent coup. So that's square. Zero.
No, hold on. Two wrongs don't make a right. If we thought that the Belarusian elections weren't allowed,
they always have this two wrongs make a right type mentality, where like U.S. invaded Iraq, so Russia just gets one in Ukraine, right? That's just how that works. No, it's not how that works. And the reason why the U.S. gets away with shit like that is because it's the superpower. And it's not right. It's not might makes right. It's because who's going to prosecute the U.S. for that? You know what? I wish countries had done more to fuck up the U.S.'s interests in Iraq than happened. The reason it didn't is because it's extremely powerful and wealthy, extremely influential, and unfortunately had some backing. Like Blair, or Tony Blair? Tony Blair was right behind George W. Bush. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Female Unix. I'm probably going to end soon. I thought it's been a good stream, too, so thank you for hanging out. I'll probably end, next 5 or 10 minutes anyways. But yeah, they had a lot of backing. Or not a lot. I should be more careful. They had critical, key backing. That's what I should say. They had this key backing and support. And even then, as shitty as it sounds, people looked at Saddam and Iraq in a different way. And unfortunately, that plays into the calculus. And this plays a large role in why the U.S. sort of got away with that. Yeah, maybe I should rate her back. Yeah, is she online right now? And that, unfortunately, this just plays a large role in what happens, I think I will raid her, actually. I've never raided before, so I'll have to figure it out. But yeah, this just plays a large role. It always does. And so this is the kind of the madness that the Russia stands they propose. Is what they say is, well, if America can do it, then Russia can. Russia's not a superpower. It's not even a great power anymore. That's why it's having so much trouble with Ukraine. That's just the way of the matter, and everything sort of these two guys say, just if you implemented their views, it would just make it easier for Russia. Why does anyone have to make it easier? If it was like the US or even China, they would just do it, right? But they can't, because they're not even they're not a superpower, they're not even a great power. And so it really is just like this weird thing where they have all of this, you know, propaganda and like this weird crappy military that didn't get built up correctly. I don't understand what happened there. Yeah. So it's just a bunch of LARP, you know. At this point, it's really, the cat is kind of out of the bag. I don't know what's in Russia's future, but I don't suspect it's the great empire that Putin had in mind, which is pretty funny. It's unfortunate for the Russian and Ukrainian people, though, of course. The Russian people are a massive victim of all of this, but, you know, they just act like it's glorious Russia. No, the Russian government is victimizing the Ukrainians and the Russians, and it's that simple, you know. But yeah. Okay, I'm starting to get tired. I think I might raid out into Icos. Let me see if I can figure out how to even raid. How does raid work? Let's see here. Raid. How does it work? I might have to do it next time. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Manage raid settings? Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck this works. Uh-oh. I need to figure out how this works so that I can do it in the future. I'll just keep talking while I try to figure it out. But yeah, this is just trash. It's old hat at this point. I hope fucking Haz and Hinkle are making enough money. Because I find this ridiculous. It's sad, kind of. It's like sad to watch. They could have done anything else with their careers, but now they're doing this. It is funny now that Haz is banned, though. It's funny as fuck. It sounds like it really messed up his viewership as well. Okay, I think I'm too stupid to figure out how to raid out, so I'm just going to exit. Alright, thank you for watching, anyone who's still watching. See you later.